With the 10th pick in the 2010 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Paul George of Fresno State University.
Paul George from Fresno State, 6'9", 214 pounds, almost 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 steals a game. He led the team in all those categories this past season. He originally signed with Pepperdine out of high school before a coaching change compelled him to transfer to Fresno State. What kind of player is he, Jay Billis?
You know, Stu, he's a little bit of a late bloomer. A guy who's 6'8", he's got a 6'11" wingspan, so he's long, he's very versatile. He's got all the tools. He's got a very good shooting stroke, he's got good quickness, he's got speed, and he's improved over the last year and a half. He's improved as a finisher. He's improved as a free throw shooter. And he's a 91% free throw shooter last season. I think the people that may have questions about him will say, well, wait a minute, why wasn't he more dominant at Fresno State? He's a maturing player. He's a guy that's figuring it out. And, you know, when you're considering drafting guys that have been freshmen and all that stuff, you know, he's got potential to get better and better and better. One of the question marks that he has is shot selection. He takes a lot of difficult shots, a lot of jump shots, and he can get to the rim, I think, more often than he does attacking off the dribble. He turns it over at a pretty high rate, over 3 turnovers per game. But he's got skills, and he's got a lot of potential. You know, he had a few bad games last year in big games, and, you know, that raised a couple question marks, but his potential is undeniable, and I think that's why Indiana took him, because of the upside potential he's got for the future.
Like Gordon Hayward before him, Paul George comes from a family of athletes. One sister played basketball at Pepperdine. Another sister played volleyball at CSU San Bernardino. But the brother, Paul George, got drafted tonight. He is now with our Mark Jones.
All right, Paul George, one scout reportedly said, in 5 years, you'll be the best player in this draft class. Why do you think he said that?
I mean, I just feel like I got a lot of potential to continue to grow. And, you know, I think just getting put in this system and this organization with Indiana, you know, I think the sky's the limit. And I really want to work to reach my full potential.
What does it feel like to have your father, who's never flown before, never even gotten on a plane before, get on a plane from Cali, fly to New York City for this big event for you?
He's probably over there laughing right now. Man, this means so much to me. You know,
how did he do on the flight?
He did all right. He did all right. You know, he said it wasn't that bad. He could see himself flying more.
Well, he might be following you around with the Indiana Pacers. And thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you.
Stu, back to you.
Anything crazy happen, let him break a sweat and go have a seat, young fellow.
Nice crossover by Paul George, and he fires up hard.
That was very nice. I think he's awake now.
To hear you say that.
I mean, he does. I mean,
that's a lot of contracts, Smitty. Oh, and Paul George with another steal. Took it away from Terrence Williams. Spinning to make a roll. Oh, what a jam in the face of Terrence Williams.
2-point game. Huge possession here for Boston. They score, it's pretty much done. Pass is stolen by George. Big play for him. 10 seconds left. They call timeout. 8.7, 2-point game. The leading scorer for the Pacers. They get it to George, though. Drives, reverse layup, good! And the foul! A chance for the Pacers to take the lead.
30 seconds left in the third quarter. Thunder up by 16 on the Pacers. Paul George, he's driving on Latavius Williams. This is athlete against athlete, and George wins.
Tough shot, once again, using his body.
Sandy Urton with the lay-in. Stevenson pushing it quickly, getting it to George. George working on Gaffney. Nice spin move into the lane, and he gets it to go.
Able to get his own shot, long, lanky, great handles, great control. Got in the lane and used his length and shot over Gaffney.
In the building. As a matter of fact, I think Scott Layden asked our producer to lace him up at half because he might have him go get some playing time. George with the drive and the lay-in.
George from the corner. Didn't want the three. He's going to take the long J and knock it down.
That looked good.
Paul George can stroke it.
And I think really interesting is as we get, wow, nice throw down by McRoberts. As good as the finish was, I thought he was too late to make that pass. And McRoberts, the lob pass and the finish by George. The other way around. We had the alley-oop on the break, George to McRoberts. Now he returns the favor. Wow.
Quit.
Emotional.
Your thoughts on that?
Emotional. I'll leave it at that.
Paul George.
Hey, there you
leads
go.
Orlando with that 3.
Roberts gets it to George, driving baseline on Hayward. Hayward leaves his feet, and a nice job by George. Left his feet early. He gets the bucket and the foul.
Did a good job of baiting him on the baseline, Mark. The good pump fake. You see right here, took his time. First play of the game, he tried to dunk on somebody. Take his time, gather yourself, go up strong.
Terrence Williams had a triple-double towards the end of last year. And
Paul George
putting it in reverse style. 10th overall pick in the 2010 draft. And I told you not to sleep on George, and I told you not to sleep on Stevenson. And Paul, not you, the people at home. And George knocked it away. That pass intended for James.
You know how easy that was for him to post up, catch the basketball steal, and lay it up. Got a little Durant and George Gervin in him.
And Paul George.
And Paul George.
Wow, an early bold statement from Steve Smith, and I like it. Winning the gold medal in Beijing in 2008 as George puts it in plus the foul, and back come the Pacers, a chance to get within 7.
Some of them might not have a lot of experience, but will be comfortable nonetheless. Early going, the Pacers appear much more comfortable. I'll tell you, as McRoberts,
a minute 20 left here as Terrence Williams misses, and McRoberts here on a run out. McRoberts to George. Oh, yeah! That was a beautiful alley-oop. McRoberts to the rookie Paul George.
That's why we love replays.
A reputation call for Purdue defensive maven.
Hayward, he kicks it to Rice. Rice launches it, won't go. Interesting there, 3D. Hayward had just as much room as Rice did. He didn't take the shot, Rice did. George does, and he gets another to go. And that shoulder down and kicking it out. Roll now, left side. He gets it back to George. George thinks about it, and now he does. Yes. Paul George knocking it down. Fresno.
Davis guarded by Hendricks, stolen by Hendricks. Get it up to Paul George and watch him go to work with the flush and 1.
Good body control after the contact. A lot of guys get hit and they go fall down. Still finished the dunk and came down and saved his body.
I agree. He officially had the worst haircut in the NBA last year. This is Paul George doing something sort of special. Kind of like.
I love these summer league rules.
And Paul George loves the wing 3.
He shot that like he knew what he was doing.
Yes, sir.
That was deep.
Thomas Huertel off to Paul George. George is on the move, and he sets up a dunk from Magnum roll and since.
More pressure from Indiana. Steal by George. Up strong in the slam. We've got a 4-point game.
They not won the championship. So Riles has that award.
He has the award, but now the hard work.
Nice block by Paul George. That dude's not going to make the Pacers based on what's being said about him right now, how long he is, how athletic he is. He's a good-looking prospect.
Good read by Paul George.
Stevenson, reverse, and it's good. And a reload for the Nets. Boy, Zubac doesn't even look at the basket. That was almost a record-tying 7th steal, but this is Paul George.
Lafayette gives it to Thompson. He's driving, and the block by George.
You know, he can do that. I think he has a chance to be a special two-way player that can score and defensively lock down. I think he set tied a summer league record the other night with 7 steals.
4 in the shot clock. Amino gets a block from behind by Dunleavy. Good play by Mike Jr. Ross will throw it down.
That's Paul George, the rookie. He's a high flyer, too.
23-point lead. Ford has it against the rookie Uzo. Top of the key. Posey against Favors. Now to TJ. George beats the shot clock and banks it in.
And he acts like it was on purpose.
Can carry it over tomorrow night at the United Center. Alley-oop goes to George, who throws it down.
And so they've got George baskets all kind of ways.
And that came from Solomon Jones.
This is Weems and Calderon. They've got to take care of the ball. And here's a third one.
6 turnovers here
And how about that? George getting up with the slam dunk, and it's an 11-point game. Timeout taken. 6-0 run. Raptors had it at 5.
What he's been doing throughout his NBA career. Bryce, his three won't go. Oh, that's nasty. Paul George on the follow jam.
Last time these two teams played, George had 15 points, and we've seen two moves early on first quarter. The drive by him.
And the Timberwolves have a 3-point lead. George, a long three.
And I'm going to tell you what was significant about this. Josh McRoberts throws the ball right-handed. Still, this team is too active. He can't touch it again. Yeah, if he'd have touched it again, he actually could have picked it up, but he wasn't going to be able to dribble it again.
And McRoberts gets a great pass from Paul George.
This is interesting. They're trying to play through McGrady. That's something that nobody's done in a long time. Got a lob.
And George throws it down.
They'd gotten down there, and the defense was between Collison and George, and the best thing to do is to throw it. I'm telling you, the defense has been excellent here.
He got away with a double
It's
dribble.
a tough shot to take.
Uh-oh, here comes a thunder dunk. Well, Quinn, it's been Paul George with 3 big baskets here.
But that's 20 points they're missing, and they've showed no ill effects this afternoon.
Oh, the alley-oop from Jones to George.
That was not a good pass. Very carelessly made.
That outlet. I hope Tony didn't hurt him, so he did a split at half court, got up slowly.
And a cut by Paul George and a feed by Roy Hibbert. The Grizzlies have already forced 3 turnovers. In case you're not familiar, the Grizzlies lead the league in forced turnovers, 16.5 a game.
Rose off to Boozer. Pass turned over. Back come the Pacers with numbers. Collison, little stutter step, and he lays it in. A good start here on the road for Indiana.
Great with the left hand. They want to get out in transition. Take great shots, not good shots. Wide open shots early in the clock. Frank Gregg was okay with that as we get a turnover. Collison going the other way.
Second in a row by the Bulls. George the finish at the rim. Indiana by 6. Coming in here playing their best basketball of the season. Darren Collison to the ultra-athletic Paul George. And the Pacers have an early 6-point lead. Carlos Boozer played only 12 minutes in the first half because of foul trouble. Did score 10 points in that time. And he goes right to work here in the second half. The follow no good. Boozer with a rebound, has it rejected.
He scored outside the paint. I mean, he's getting in there at will. Frank Vogel, the head coach of Indiana, said, we're going to put 2 bodies on him. We're going to have our big stay as Hansbrough knocks down another.
Noah driving on Hansbrough. Had it rejected by George at the rim. Shot clock doesn't reset. Bogans will take a 3.
Here's Rose. George gets back defensively, and
wow!
George wraps it out of bounds. Granger was defending, and Paul George timing his leap for the block.
It is a day to be long remembered. A day of hope for peace and justice throughout the galaxy.
Defeating evil foes, silver surfing through the galaxy, battling whack MCs. Super apathy, traveling at the speed of light, no destination plan. Intergalactic superpowers pulsating through my hands. Switch my focus to my enemy, plotting devastation. Clear the mind, clear the soul, before engaging confrontation.
Missed the last 8 shots. Here's Collison, who just checked back in. Hang is on it. Goes on the run again, 3-on-2. Rose, he is stopped. And Zach Zauber with the call.
I think it was a kicked ball, Barb, on Rose, and what a defensive play. I believe it was Paul George. It looked like Rose was going to get all the way to the rim, but George makes the stop. Watch this. George at the rim jumps straight up, uses that length to block the shot, and then watch the kick from Rose at the very end of the play right here.
C-Smith Productions. C-Smith Productions.
George. Boy, he pounded it down with a dunk, but he was out of bounds. And again, there's not much room over there in the corner.
He was rehabbing. He didn't want to risk until he'd signed his contract and what have you. Really playing a lot of basketball. So, oh, go. What a play. That's Paul George. That's what we're talking about.
50% from the field reminds you a little bit of Jeff Foster offensively.
Oh, what a pass by Stevenson! And then it's Paul George!
Oh, my goodness. Defense, they get the opportunity for the fast break, and they take advantage of it. Paul George with a sick reverse double pump dunk.
George there with a rebound. Tonight's officials, Mark Davis, Leon Wood, Olandis Poole. So should I be nervous?
Yeah.
Based on your pregame report. Danny Granger's back. Double team went to Hibbert. Shot clock about to run out, but not before Paul George sinks a three.
Boy, he is a...
Mavericks have 5 blocks tonight. They had 10 on Wednesday. They had 12 against the Spurs on Sunday. He did. Oh, Paul George red hot. And I think a technical foul was just called over his rookie season. George was an all-rookie second-team selection. He shot just 29% on threes last year.
Well, shooting a lot better this year, Mark. And you talked about earlier, as George gets a layup, that's going to even make him feel better at that three-point line. But you talked earlier about how this team wins when they knock down that three ball. So it's a big driver.
Starting lineups for both teams out on the floor. Dirk tried to get it to Haywood. He did, but lost it. And straight up the center of the floor on the pass. And they will score that basket for Paul George, with Marion committing the foul and a three-point play opportunity.
That was just a brain freeze for...
Quick pass to the basket either way.
Free throw and a three-point play. He's got 17. At 10 against Minnesota. And for the backside, George defending against Vince Carter, steals it. Got past Dirk and tomahawks it.
There was that explosive young ability that we talked about. Phenomenal athlete. You know, looking out there, Indiana's really big at the 2 and the 3 position. They got 2 long guys there. Great athletes who can get out and do some damage.
Not getting many shots to go down, struggling to maintain possession. Defensively, though, they're trying to get something done. They clog up the paint. Layup was missed, but an offensive rebound for David West, and it goes to Paul George, who hits his 5th three of the game.
He ain't going to miss those tonight. He is on fire.
Shot. Odom, the rebound. Jets leaked out. Can he beat George down there? No, he can't. He blocked it and it stayed in bounds.
Jet looked over and saw Jones. I don't think he knew George was coming up on him.
And at the other end of the floor, he hits his 6th three of the game. Paul George.
A 5-point swing.
Another one that he gets up on the iron, but it won't bounce home.
I like that shot. You see him practice it before the game. That's one of his go-to shots.
Uh-oh. That's his 7th. Lucky number 7 for Paul George.
And Dallas just not alert enough on the defensive end. You can't give up a three-point shot
to that guy.
To the hottest guy on the floor.
Pacers lead by 12. Here's Dirk losing it. And this is Paul George free for the score. He's got 30.
And Duhon is not a great ball handler.
Blocked by George!
I mean, this is because of defensive pressure by Darren Collison. He never sees.
He'd have turned it over twice, but they're 3 of 5 from the field. Indiana shot 53% Saturday against Denver, but they've started just 1 of 5. Size advantage in here, and Hibbert has the hoop.
Got him.
Oh, nice move by Paul George.
It was a good read. First of all, the advance of the ball.
And now the Heat off and running, even though Paul George has the hoop for the Pacers. 5-point. Think back to the Atlanta game. Indiana gave up 59 first-half points. They gave up 60 in the first half. They did score 60 of their own on Saturday. Paul George gets the steal. Cutting down the lane is West with a left hand.
Good job, but it comes off the defense.
reached in as Dwayne Wade was trying to dribble the ball, and George came up with it. So you can get you some scoring off your defense. That's got to be on Cole.
They're down 25. They've got to get this to somewhere in the 12 to 15 range.
This is the opportunity, I'm telling you, because the energy is just different about Miami, and the Pacers had such a difficult time early. I mean, you see they get an opportunity. That's why Eric Spoelstra's taking a timeout, because his sense of it is that the momentum has shifted, and the Pacers are taking it in their favor.
Nearly halfway through the third quarter in Indianapolis, the Heat with a timeout. The give and go from Paul George to Roy Hibbert. As they look for the alley-oop, but they can now get it to Wade. His jump shot is short, rebounded by Collison. Ahead to Paul George, chased down by Wade and James, and Paul throws it down. We're going to get another look at Paul George. Look at the two guys chasing him.
You can see Wade, you can see LeBron came late. You remember, LeBron likes to come and get those from behind, but what he realized when he got there, Paul George was in the rim before LeBron James could get to it.
We haven't even seen, and he had his only double-figure game of the night of the year that night was James Jones.
Right, he had 11 points in the second quarter when the Pacers ended up, it was like 33-12.
Nice pass in from Stevenson. Paul George scores. That's because Dwayne Wade didn't play that night.
Right. So they just don't have to put him on the floor. But if they need a three-point shooter, he's one of the first guys they would really put in off the bench.
Well, Norris Cole putting on a show now. He has 18, too shy of his season-end career high. Paul George back the other way. 2 minutes deep, fourth quarter. First of back-to-back-to-back games for Indiana. We're in Cleveland tomorrow night, Thursday back here against New Jersey.
I want to see under the circumstances who on this Pacers team continues to play hard, because at the end of the day, that's what this all comes down to. Continue to play hard and get yourself better.
Both Indiana and New Orleans with a season high for points. Off the takeaway, this is Paul George. Maybe that's a hint of things to come as he will participate in the slam dunk contest this weekend at All-Star Weekend in Orlando.
Up in the stat sheet, but he's just, you got to, oh, there we go. Paul George all night has been looking for the lob dunk, and he gets it there on the out-of-bounds play.
Very long, athletic. Noah knocked away by Hansborough and picked up by Collison, gunned ahead to George. George running in, scoop, score, and a foul.
They're going to call a block on D. Rose. And one thing about this game here is you got to play strong with the basketball. This is
It's because of their improvement defensively. Second turnover for the Magic. And it costs them. It usually does when you do it out there mid-court.
Timer at 5. Price down the lane. Try to give it up to Hibbert. George cleans it up. Dunks it through. He's fouled.
Boy, you can see what they are excited about. This is a talented.
Here's Chandler, and the ball loose, picked up by Paul George. Ahead now to Granger.
He got his hand on the ball originally anyway. Take it to the hole.
Count the basket.
Yeah, they're counting that.
That was Landry Fields that got knocked to the basket. But the big difference between last night and tonight, Quinn, is the Pacers leaves it short. Paul George has the rebound. 2 seconds to play from half court. George hits the three!
He drilled it. Oh my goodness, he drilled it. We had one last night in the game at Oklahoma City, was from Miami, but this one tonight, the end of the half was Paul George and the Pacers.
And the momentum taken by Indiana with 2 dunks from Hibbert, a steal by Collison from half court.
Badly, and that will do it.
He's one of the rare guys that leads his team in points, rebounds, and assists. Look at that pass. Touchdown, Pacers.
That's the second time David West has thrown a pass like that. I'm telling you, that's a long.
As the Pacers have the ball, looking to build on that 5-point lead. George goes right around Day and hammers it.
Whoa. He came out and looked as though he had hurt his eye. And Austin Day kind of fell asleep on him, and 2 dribbles or dribble and a half, and he was at the rim, and Day couldn't do anything about it.
He's got 23.
Could be in there for another month and a half. Could be in there for longer. The story of the next month and a half here in the playoffs. On the steal. I love watching games with you.
No.
You know what's going to you're the best.
No, I love it when guys can score in the post, but you want to see them get the ball.
Oh, James got his own miss. Could go the other way? Yes, offensive foul on James. And that is LeBron's first foul of the afternoon.
Now, LeBron was very active. Just keep an eye on the shot. He's going to come right down inside. Now watch the shot go up. All right, no problem with that call.
Catch and shoot for three by George. And the Indiana Pacers, despite their problems in the first half,
kick out and then move the ball on, and plenty of shooting on the perimeter. That's how you beat these guys. It's just easier said than done.
Off the steal, here is George. All the way for the stuff.
Four minutes remaining in the fourth. Barbosa, beautiful.
Miami down by a point. Here is LeBron, puts the brakes, rejected.
What a play by Paul George as he came over to help out, and then George is fouled, so he will go to the line and shoot a couple. Boy, what action. LeBron with a spectacular hesitation move, gets around Hibbert, then the pump fake. He's thinking, I'm about to put my team up one, and George comes out of nowhere, and here's the foul on Wade.
Game 6 back here in Indianapolis on Thursday night. George off the dribble, attacks the basket. Paul George. Great ball movement. Whatever with the knee happened at halftime. He's a different guy.
Yes,
completely different.
Absolutely.
Cutting to the basket, West, and boy, did the Pacers need that. Paul George with a nice feed.
And then George. George is basically a two-guard small ball. You have to take advantage of that now on the move in the paint.
George shoots over Mike Miller and knocks it down. And it's a 6-point game here in the fourth quarter. Miami trying to even this series at a 4-point game, excuse me. Miami trying to even this series at 2 games apiece. Wade and James have scored 40 of the last 42. Good defense by George on the overplay, kept it alive. Barbosa fouled by Miller. Tackled by Miller.
Now, once again, you see George at his best. We told you that he came in here averaging a shade under 3 steals a game. Here he is. There's that deflection. It gets you out in the open floor. When you're playing this small, what you would love to have seen there is a pass uncontested layup. Because now what has to happen, you got to go to the foul line and not allowing anyone to get in there either on a post-up or any kind of a pick and roll from the wing.
Pacer ball out of the timeout. Paul George hits An open three. Good design out of the timeout. Now they've got to go a little quicker. Final minute down 7. Miami trying to tie the series. Hibbert.
Just to loosen up that defense. Hill is wide open for 3. Just to beat the shot clock. Pacers able to keep it alive. This is Granger. Danny Granger hits the 3. James, met by the hustling George. And he's picked off, is looking for a pick and roll, but Turiaf not looking. You see the difference that Roy Hibbert makes defensively for Indiana. When he's in the paint, he really gives LeBron something to think about. He forces him to either pull up for a floater or make a pass. Paul George. In the fourth quarter the other day, taking an offensive foul from Lou Amundsen as LeBron rims out. Has himself with a cut above his right eye and needed 9 stitches. They actually wanted him to come out immediately, but he said no. He's going to stay in. Nice move on the jump hook by Hibbert. A lot of very poor passes coming from the Pacers as Granger knocks down the 3 from the wing.
Miami with a 14-5 run. They lead now by 11. Wade had it slapped away.
That last possession, Mark, first time we've really seen Indiana execute and get the ball inside. Miami's done a nice job fronting the post there, you see, with Turiaf, and Hill takes advantage.
Collison played by Cole. George, it counts, and the foul. Paul George with the bucket, and he'll go to the line. The foul committed by Joel Anthony.
Oh, nice play there from Indiana. Probably too little, too late, but on the rotation.
As they are looking to go up 3-2 in this best of 7, game 6 in Indiana on Thursday night. George knocks down a 3.
Miami coming off a game 5, a franchise playoff high, and the highest in the 2012 NBA playoffs, 61% shooting in game 5. They were magnificent on the offensive end. Nice feed inside, and Hibbert scores. And a quick timeout from Eric Spoelstra. And a quick start for the Pacers.
That was a very well-executed misdirection post-up. And now we have technical fouls. Bumping in, Paul George bumped into somebody. But good cross screen by West. Excellent entry pass by George. And the finish by Hibbert.
So Indiana has come back and answered that hard shot that Miami gave him to start the second. Wade to Miller. Miller nearly throws it away. Yes, he does. George touch pass to Granger. 10 straight points by Indiana.
Where he's going again and build a little confidence.
Hibbert, dangerous outlet. James went for the steal. Granger can't take advantage, but Paul George right there. Smart play from George, almost forcing the foul. George catches, shoots, and gets it to go. Paul George, that's a 3. Back to 1. 11-point Miami lead. West kicks it back out. Granger, nice extra pass. George hits a 3. George hit a couple of second-half threes, and that one is huge. And gets it back to 8.
Unselfish. Pacers have made the playoffs 2 consecutive years after missing them. And therefore, he's able to make those tough shots from deep, late in the clock. Great job getting them high percentage looks. That's unselfish play. George drains it.
Look at him right here, how deep he is. Now they put Paul George in an errant pass by Andrea Bargnani. And George with the finish. You got to be able to deliver that.
They had West open momentarily.
Yeah, they got to see that. Because they have Roy Hibbert fronted. Paul George is back.
Now David West gets it. Extra pass. Here's Paul for 3. It's good. 3.
Oh, he traveled, but I've got to throw it to Roy Hibbert if I'm going to throw it anyway.
Paul George, jumper good.
And you saw that one of the challenges he had.
He's got size. He's 6'6". Here's Paul George. His 3. Good! 23 for Paul, and that's the first. Out to Paul for another three. Good again!
He really is feeling it now. Now you got somewhere to go, and you can always look there. One more time.
Here's Paul George again.
Let it
for
go.
three.
Let it go. Let it go, Paul George. Let it go.
Paul.
That was an offensive foul, too.
And here's Paul George for an 8th.
Yes, sir. He just got it stuck.
Two guy the other night and makes a bad pass, saved by Hibbert. Here's Paul George, a three again!
He barely caught the ball. That was 11 seconds on the.
He shows spurts, but he's just got to be a little bit there. See that defense right there.
And here he comes on the run against Boozer, who fouls him, and West given ground by Boozer. George fires and scores. All is left wide open at the top and missed it, but the putback is good by Paul George. Butler on George, who scores in the lane. Again, reached in and raked that away. Now George to the baseline, up and good. Wow.
Oh, he's feeling it right now.
Ball touch pass right to Dang and stripped and stolen again by Paul George, and he comes on the run. Well, I'll tell you, he is a terrific defender.
Oh, that's what he came in as a defender.
And he banks one in and draws a foul, and you don't take the ball away from him.
Not only did he get the steal, he reaches in, gets the ball, but he brings it coast to coast. He split Joakim right there. Now he sees Bellinelli on him, and he just like get out the way and just bullies his way to the basket.
Now they got to switch. George firing over the top and scoring. He got the switch he wanted. There's Jimmy Butler. Wheels. The fall-away jumper. He poured it in.
That's a tough shot.
3 seconds to shoot. 2. They have to force one up. And Paul George knocks down a 3. Oh, my goodness. You let him play on. George all the way down. Tough shot, and he made it right back. Back to David West. 6 to shoot. George circles, fires. That's good. Tough shot again.
He's got confidence.
The other night when he missed a dunk. Now that is very unlike. Here's a jump shot by Paul George. Gerald home on Sunday and then play 10 of their next 11 on the road as Paul drills a 3.
Yeah, he is just playing.
Use an iPhone. It's smaller. Here's Paul George, and his shot is good.
Three-pointer for Paul. Point of the season for Paul George. He deserves a ton of credit.
Here's Paul again for 3.
And how many times have we seen that dip shot there by Thaddeus Young? We talk about his athleticism. Paul George finds a lane in transition. David West blocked.
Indiana has a chance to run the floor. Paul George, a 3. It's good.
Paul George from the right. How that bruise tightens up on him, and again a great pass by Paul George. We're seeing a lot of interior passes out on the break. They do not have the numbers. George Hill's going to pull it out. Paul George goes to the rim for the emphatic dunk over the shot blocker Sanders.
That'll get you going.
These minutes because of the history of knee ailments. Air ball, actually
a controlled tip there by Tyson Chandler.
Clear, direct. Yes. George picked it off. Smith back. Here's George accelerating. Oh, what a move.
Yeah, there's not a lot at the defensive end.
Hill's pass deflected. Shot clock to 3. This is George from downtown.
Back to back. Had a career high 37 points.
And this is George on the steal and stuffs. 7 straight points for Paul George. George on the drive.
Nice. And this kid has so much. Nice dump down pass to Chandler.
Nice move by George. Stepping around Smith.
Has to be more active at the offensive end here for the Pacers in the 4th.
And there is the activity. The steal by George and the reverse stuff. Only 5 minutes. The steal by George. Smith back. George lays it home. Steal number 6. Shot clock down to 5. George with the step and lays it home as he stepped around.
Base riled up.
Paul George has yet to score in the game until now. Coming out of the timeout. Miami leading by 1. George with the steal. It's a 3-on-1. That's the type of ability he's got, JB.
Yep, absolutely. But anytime Indiana can get steals,
ball fake, good defense, and rebounded by George. Pacers looking to get an easy one here. Doesn't happen often. George with the hesitation. And one! Wow. See if he lets him off the hook or attacks him here. Tries to attack with 4 seconds on the shot clock. Tough fadeaway. Got it! Oh, Paul George!
That's some big-time defense. But again, here we are. Got to happen on this end for the Heat to get back in the ball game.
Oh, George with some handle.
I mean, I've always been a big believer. You got to have a star players. We see one right there becoming the star.
Let me ask you this, Jay.
West now finds Paul George against the rookie Barnes on the baseline. Shot clock goes off, and Paul George has 2 more points in him. Bad pass. Here comes Paul racing against Klay Thompson and hammers it.
Boy, and I'm telling you, Paul George got away with an offensive foul. But I think
first time. So he makes his Indianapolis debut tonight as Paul George against Klay Thompson.
That was a tough shot to make, and Klay Thompson guarded.
Paul George, a 3.
He makes it. He wasn't ready really to take the shot. The guy's been hurt. You try to see what he has. And here, Jack didn't have enough. He just didn't have enough. He's too little. That's a mountain.
And now with 3.5 to play, Indiana starts to pull away. Paul George again. Mark Jackson may have to call a timeout. Steal, bad pass by Ellis. Right to the basket.
Oh, you can't stand under there and wait for that.
George weaving his way in the lane, banks it in. He'll head to the free throw line. Teague has 10. George driving, contact, count it, and the foul. George right to the rim, and Petro committed the foul.
It was just a hesitation on his part. It opened up the lane to the basket. He took advantage.
Stevenson connects. Lance Stevenson. George driving right off the window with the left hand. 22 points for Paul George.
Part of the NBA rebounding.
Driving to the rim, and Shelvin Mack has it swatted away.
The return pass, and watch the run down here. Still on its way up. The officials do not call a goaltending. It's a great hustle play by George, saving that layup.
Against Korver. George thought about the 3 instead. The pull-up pump. He's got it.
That's nice. I like that type of pull-up. Get into of him being able to prove, and this year he's just exploded. We talked about Paul George knocking out that jump.
George defended by Deshaun Stevenson. George contested. He hits.
Now that's
in the heads of the Pacers. It hasn't happened. George fend off. Book it. Paul George. It rims in.
1 shot clock here at 5. This is Paul George to close. Pop. And George uncorking the frame. Andrew pass to George. Takes it right into.
Match up with Hibbert. He said, I'm the X factor in this series. I have to dominate and get on your young team down.
Miami up by 1. Porter's shoulder.
Explosive move here by Paul George. Just gets right in.
14 points. Indiana right back. Look at the second. Ball's deflected away. West. George fires for the tie. He got it! George with a 3-pointer to tie the game with 7/10 of a second.
And he got caught in between Haslam and LeBron James and decided just to raise up and take the 3.
I thought George should have taken Udonis Haslam off the dribble and shot a 3 4 seconds before that. He elected to try to run the play out.
George tripped up. It counts in the foul. Paul George will head to. Hill takes it back. We're down to 3. 2. George for 3. And he was fouled. He's 7 of 8 at the line. He missed one in the fourth quarter. Hearing it from this crowd. The game is for the lead. Miami does have a timeout left. And Hill gets it across to George. Paul George, who came on strong in the second half the other night, is able to knock Miami hit its previous 5 shots. Here's the lob, and George is able to finish. Beautifully done by Stevens. Shot clock at 5. George. Nice stroke once again. Here comes George, got the step and stuffs. What a move! It counts on the foul. He beat LeBron James with that quick step. A sensational move by Paul George. Shot clock now to 3. Here's Hibbert, able to hit on that jump hook. Flipped it to Young. Shot clock to 5. George for 3. West along the baseline. George, yes. So Paul George off to us very quickly. Good start for Mario Chalmers. Played well in game 4. Here's George, another 3. That's his 3rd of the George, Hansbrough, and Hibbert up front. Here's George for 3. So Paul George laid off the fake and had it taken away by West. George going right at James, so 6 on Anderson. He just checked in, not able to handle it. George is right back. Miami gets back, and George in the face of Bosch, serving up a facial. He's going to pick LeBron up. There's George for 3. Paul George. Hibbert, who did earlier in the series. Here's George. Paul George, an impressive bounce back by Indiana. George for 3. His 3rd. Paul George with a new playoff career high with 28 points. Nice pass from George. Stevenson puts it down. Here comes George. Got the step and stuffs. What a move. It counts in the foul. He beat LeBron James with that quick step. A sensational move by Paul George.
We are seeing a superstar in the making here with Paul George. And click, click. Birdman, this is your Kodak moment.
He's 5 of 6 behind the arc.
Oh, got that steal too.
And here he goes.
Here we go.
PG
What you got?
puts
Oh,
on the shot.
yeah! Oh, yeah, PG!
That is the one.
That has
There's
to
no
be the
question.
one. Oh,
that
my
is
goodness.
the one. Look at this again.
Oh, boy.
Oh, what a pass to Scola. Hey, that's a part of his game also, which is...
Paul George with the up fake. Effortlessly knocks it down. Josh Smith with a block from behind, but George gets it back and jams it. George from the corner. George over Rodney Stuckey. Nothing but the bottom again. Paul George, will he take a shot here? Does, and drains it. A lob to George, and the Pistons didn't see him. Paul George fires, fills it up. Here is Watson faking the shot. Goes to George with it, who drains it from downtown.
Working on his stuff. Dumped! Dumped! I mean, dumped! And Mike Brown took another timeout because you just had a guy dribble.
Blocked by Paul George. Welcome to the NBA.
No question. He came a long way to get that one.
George still looking for his first point. Falling away, count it. And the foul. Puts it on the floor and hits. He scored 5 in a row. Shumpert, George drew the contact and scores. This is back in January of 2011. George falling away, able to hit over Bargnani. Here's George for 3. It's good for Paul George.
George driving past his man. Beautiful hang and score by Paul George, and it's a 4-point Pacer lead. They work it around to an open George, lets it fly.
Guess who? We'll get back to Hibbert. Indiana's opponent time. I've never seen Carmelo work harder.
Here's George off balance, and George with 31 points.
Well, he's got to come get that ball. Don't put it in George Hill's hands right now. Paul George has to be the guy.
Here's George falling away. Hits another off-balance shot. That's 35 points for Paul George.
He got that swagger, too. He knows he's good. That's a big part of being great is you got to know it.
High-point score. That's a nice shot there by Paul George.
To the post. Paul George showing some moves at the rim. He's just gotten so much stronger now. Russell shooting 0 for 5 beyond the arc, 6 for 7, 3 out of 4 beyond the arc in the quarter, making 4 out of 5. He's just tearing it up. The pass showing all kinds of moves and a nifty little fin off of the Thunder. 10 seconds to shoot. Lamb offering ear-splitting approval. George, see, that's you got to work a while to make that happen, and he's done that with regularity here.
George, step around James. Paul George, how do you do?
Well, Paul George has been in a struggle offensively. His shooting percentage has dropped every month, but here, attacking the rim.
He's against Paul. To the baseline to Freedom.
24 points a game. And that jumped from 17 a game last year, where he was most improved. So he went from 12 to 17 to 24 this year. They're not going to have anything easy. Speaking of the Clippers against this Pacer interior defense.
George makes it look easy. There's the answer at the other end. It's down to 7. Into the corner.
Too much separation. Part of their attack and go to George anywhere on that left block.
Foul's going to be called, +1. Dudley.
You talk about a meteoric rise.
3, bingo! Paul down the lane. Working up by George. He'll go all the way. Paul George goes bingo again.
Including the last 2 under 80.
George overpulling. He got a bounce.
And that young man has worked very hard. That's why the Pacers are more efficient offensively, Quinn.
Well, that's what he's really starting to do exceptionally well, is to get himself to that 12.
Paul George gets inside.
Did an excellent job of getting into
the 11th rebound as Paul George gets to the basket, has now scored 8. And Indiana has a trip to Washington, D.C., usually during the summer months. For many of the older military veterans, that they weren't honored like I think we honor them today. I'm not saying that start. So assistant Dave Yeager is the new coach.
You're talking about make something out of nothing. Frustrating. And there it is. This is triple-double. So you can see these guys enjoying it. So they're going to get him out of the game. But that's a heck of a feat for a young man's wrestling. What happened to Paul George? He must have got pushed.
Paul George gets in and dunks it.
And he's so good off the dribble.
Paul George in all kinds of traffic scores. He just found a way to get that thing on the glass. Paul gets up and in off the glass.
You won't see a tougher shot than that.
Got rid of DeMarre Carroll and knocks down a 2. Paul steps back, fires a 3. Look out, here come the Pacers on the wing. Pacers 56% here in the second half. Paul George bangs home a 3.
5 of 8 shooting.
And the Hawks have outscored the much renowned Pacer bench.
Extra pass, George for 3. Greg Oden only playing 9 minutes a game, played a season-high 15 minutes in the game against Portland. Bosh gets the foul as Hibbert gets the end 1. Late shot clock, step back 3 by George. Up by Stevenson. George for 3. James Clay, I'm sure, called by Frank Vogel. George stays on the floor and down the lane for two.
Donald Sloan now comes in for Indiana. Paul George nails a three-pointer. He's 2 for 2 to start. 4 to shoot. George puts it in.
So you can't play him any better than that. He changed direction.
Paul George does, however, knocks down the three.
That was Indiana, Mike. Somebody who could come in and score.
Watson throws down the three, and the Pacers with the first double.
Joe's going to have to, if he gets an offensive rebound, he's really going to have to work for it because they know how important he is on the second chance points.
There's George, just a nice dribble to lose Jimmy and got to George will run and dump the ball.
Good defense, George.
Down 2 to shoot. George wheels and fires and drains it.
That's a tough shot. I mean, Tony Snell couldn't get any better defense than
Stevenson. 1 of 4 2 points. There's 3. George, Joe came over and turned that into a tough shot. But boy, you talk about a shot maker. Really tighten the screws defensively. There's a jumper by Paul George that's good as George is trying to carry this team. George loose into the lane, fade away, and that's good.
He got away with a push-off, too. He uses that left arm to get separation.
By George.
Defensively, he's the last line. He has to be there to defend.
Outlet, outlet, run out, behind the back, dunk by Paul George. Highlight stuff for Indiana in transition.
And then the last basket, a little behind the back, and a nice finish. That's, yeah, I know. You're pretty good, Paul. You're pretty good.
George down the lane, able to score. Turned it over that time, though. Stevenson behind the back, and George with the finish.
And Harden tried to take a foul.
77 first half points. There's Paul George, a three-pointer. And the Pacers back within 9. Heat faced Indiana with 10. Here's George. They got the switch, and George buries the jumper over Terrence Jones. Indiana out in transition. George blows by his man, takes it strong, and throws it down.
Wes Matthews with a huge second half.
George, 3. Got them all! After making nothing. Find inside. From Hill.
Another switch.
George.
Paul George in the pass, second chance opportunity off of the miss, and George drills the 3, driving on Ross, step back Jay, good, tough shot.
Indiana getting extra opportunities, and case in point right there.
Here's George, 3, good.
Hey, remember I said you poked the bear.
10 of 20, George is fouled, and he makes it. Ties it up and a chance to grab the lead. It's 88-88, 6:05 to go. Here's George. He's been on fire. He's got 26.
No question, they did foul on the other end.
Here's Paul George, his 3. Banks in!
That counts.
PG banks it in!
He's been looking for this for quite some time. He was able to get.
Mahimi is also checked in. Alley-oop!
Got that one. Got that one. The same play that was run the last time. I should say in the first half out of bounds. This time.
His three-point shot is good. Pacers can regain the lead. Cutting is Hill, and the little teardrop is good. And now Paul George floating and hitting.
Little dump off pass to Hibbert, and no hesitation.
4 to shoot, out to Hibbert to beat the shot clock.
Graham, we have seen so many unselfish plays. Paul George got into the lane, probably could have forced up a shot.
And PG has the triple-double, his first of the year.
Teammates let him know, the fans let him know. I'm pretty sure he knows.
Nice pass to Hill.
And it becomes contagious. Lance has created a lot of this. And for Lance Stevenson, for a lot of things that he's done, he's created.
Down 5 is going to work. George squares up and hits it. That time he shot it confidently. George and Hill out there. Paul George fires and hits for 3.
Well, you can't let him have the shot.
Trying to end a 9-game losing streak against these guys, but Paul George gets to the rack. Hovering around that 8 spot. Paul George starts with a 3-ball. Sails inside, finished it. That's the Paul George we saw so much of the first 3 months of the season.
Change of pace by Paul George, got to the rim.
3 seconds. Paul George, pull-up jumper. PG got it. It's a long 2.
Finally able to knock one down. They're going to take a look at it. Got to have more heart, more fight.
And Paul George gets it to go, has a chance to start this. George hits the jumper.
As you can see, he's starting to find an offensive rhythm too.
Now Paul George, step back three. Good by PG.
He's really starting to feel it now. He's got Caldwell Pope on the other end because they get tired.
And it's a three-point lead. Paul George has yet to score in this quarter. He had 14 in the third. His jump shot is good on cue.
Boy, is he really comfortable coming off that screen. Well set there.
Paul George against Kawhi Leonard and gets the jumper to go. And I like how Leonard guarding Paul George. Step back jumper by PG is good. Second field goal for Paul. He's 2 for 4 tonight. George hits the three. Off a screen from West. Paul George free throw line jumper. He has shot it better tonight. He's got 11. 4 of 16. Tiago Splitter has 9. Paul George drives on Leonard.
They see he's driving on everybody. Everybody's there watching him. And this is just too hard for him.
Turnaround jump shot by PG is good. He's got 16. And Greg Popovich takes a timeout. 7:41 to
And rolled it off the leg of Noah. Lead pass ahead. Paul George runs in. Layup good. The foul by Derek. Drive and a finish by Paul George. He just went sailing in there.
You've got to. Well, he's going to get a lesson. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. Paul George.
Here, and here's the alley-oop. Paul George throws it down.
Yes!
I'd like to say, can that be the one on Fox Sports Live, but that was back in 36-30 Indiana. And that's, not to talk badly about Jan Mahimbi, but I just think sometimes you got to know why you're open.
That's the other reason why you don't take him out with 2 fouls. Both getting into their off.
Now Paul George. It's a tough shot over on the other baseline.
And Mike Harris is in the ballgame because Favors has those fouls.
Burks goes baseline around Scola. His shot is knocked down. Indiana running up in the front court, and look what George just did.
His athleticism, he's so long and athletic, it's off the chart.
Well, against us. I don't know. But he's got a solid set of skills, and there's a steal. Watch out, George. Showtimes it with the left hand.
Could on here. Paul George. Wow, another big shot. This is a team that was 0 for 12 from three-point land.
Hung around all night long.
Right, and that's why I said it, because they were getting beaten 20s, sometimes 30. They just weren't in a lot of games. You're seeing Paul George athletic.
3-point lead here early. 5 minutes gone. George knocks down 2.
Yeah, Favarani.
George looking for a shot. Takes it. Makes it. George, little heat check. West in a mismatch, kicks it back to George. George the jumper. 2. Up to George. Easy 2. Foul on Scola. Gets it over to George. George knocks down a 3.
Paul George, who has blossomed into a star, trying to fend off Anderson. Off the dribble, pull-up pop.
Boy, Anderson made him work for that.
Wow. Oh, man. Rainbow delivery for Paul George. George, that's a 3. Shooting practice.
Sure was. He was just parked over there.
Opening up the second half with a 3. So smooth in that delivery. And then George hits a 3.
Right.
For 43 points. George forcing his way in. And there's the turnaround with the soft, feathery touch. The crossover, the jumper. Paul George. Wow. Watson steps in front. Another steal. Lead pass. George. Look out. Reverse jam. That baseline jumper. Paul George. Beautiful looking stroke. He's got 26 points.
Back the other way and puts it up and in, and the Pacers have the lead.
Again, Scola keeps it live.
The numbers show that Thornton is in a deep slump, but he is capable of coming out.
Back in 2 or 3 like it was nothing.
Post out to Paul George, and his three-point shot perfect.
Paul just went the wrong way. He had it on the inside. David West.
PG for 3.
Thornton, he's right there.
Count it, and a foul. Thornton for 3. And the Pacers have tied it.
Yes, sir. Come on, They go down.
He got it. Paul George hits the 3.
goodness, he came off of that one with some steam.
We're tied. George, jumper, good.
Yeah, in overtime, you're the best defensive team in the league. And George Hill comes up with a steal. Take it all away. Oh, yeah. He makes a really good play with Paul George.
Drives on Williams. Floats it up for two.
You can call it the Nowitzki. You call it anybody you want. That's a step back, one leg. There
Here's
you go.
Stevenson.
You just space, and they spaced, and you had George Hill, David West on the outside. Yep.
And here's Paul George with a dunk.
Just find the open man usually on the weak side, and they get a wide open three-point shot out of that. And Paul George gets a steal, and a very solid pass there by George Hill. G2 zones connecting.
Here's Paul George, a three.
Deep three. I mean, that was a deep three. A step and a half, almost two steps.
George hits it in the corner.
And he may have taken the most difficult shot from the passes that were being made.
Three, and that's his fourth of the night.
Good read off of that screen.
Paul George, as Batum went behind the pick by George Hill and paid the price that time.
He averages about 3 a game.
They go behind the pick on Paul George, and he drills the three. George takes a short jumper and hits again. Paul George looking to answer for Indiana, and he does. Oh, he tells the crowd right now. And the dunk by George. Paul George leans into Batum and hits again. Nice backdoor cut as Paul George got Batum that time. Blocked. George on his own will finish. They go backdoor to George, and he gets the dunk. George from the corner for three, buries it.
You gotta get out of here. There's Paul George. Find Paul George.
There he is. Open off a pick. Takes the three and drills it. You can't let him have any room. Back to George. Lets another three go and hits it again with Matthews right in his face.
You cannot play better defense than that. Now they'll run something for Paul George.
There it is. Catch and shoot three. And he hits the bottom of the net again. Wesley Matthews just shakes his head. 15.6 left. Matthews gets laid out. That three is blocked maybe by Lillard again. George gets it back and hits. I don't think you can believe the shots that Paul George has put down.
Paul George drops the hammer on Big Baby.
Paul George for three. Well, Indiana still has a low-scoring bench, even with some upgrade. Alderone trying to keep him in that corner. George still shoots, though, and hits.
You can't play better defense than that.
In front. It's a drive from Paul George. He'll get to continuation and can score the shot. And inside, Paul George able to keep it in play for Indiana. His shot goes.
Well, that reminds you.
He'll get a good one. I didn't know if he'd make it, but he'll get a good one because I don't think Singler. Oh, yes.
Finds Paul George for a three.
But a good basketball play by Lance Stevenson.
Finds Mahimi out to PG for another three.
And Lance started it. Yeah, now they'll take the timeout. He was going to take one in the beginning, but the energy is in the building again. This is when now he's got to go. He didn't have a choice. I mean, he makes the shot. Josh Smith will get a technical before long.
Here's on the floor. Rolls it out to Paul George.
No, it should have reset. No, I can't believe that. Fortunately, you know why Paul shot it? The shot clock should have reset. It hadn't.
Lead to one with under 2.5 to play. Paul George again.
You know the Singler can't guard him. He held him while the ball wasn't in play.
And now George for three.
Now Washington 0 for 5 from long range.
Field goal for Paul George. Trevor Reason drives on Gortat. Looked like he traveled. Randy Whitman looking for some call, but
careful.
Not Paul George spinning and hits a tough shot. Paul George met by Harrington, score the field goal. He'll go to the line.
Now, that's the thing about these all-stars. They're so good.
George for three. Got it.
The ball movement made it, though. David West made a terrific pass.
And trailing, they have a chance to regain the lead here with 4 to shoot.
Paul George creates a shot and scores.
This kind of brings him right out of his pocket. If he's not going to fight for position.
Barnett comes to help. Paul George, the jumper, and that was a tough one, Quinn.
That was, but it was a good read.
Finally gives it up to George with 3 to shoot. Paul George cans the jumper. Another aspect of Paul George's game you don't hear about around the NBA. They talk about buries the 3 and leaves the time necessary. Pitcher win at home early in this season. George buries the 3 with Pierce in his face. George slicing through with the pull-up. 3.8 to shoot. George gets it into Scola. Handoff George for 3. He got it. That's a big one. George, difficult look, but he buries it. George, the jumper, is good. Paul George helping orchestrate a 4-point swing there.
To go. Schroeder's pass is picked by Paul George. Windmills at home.
Type of plays. Great anticipation.
George with a jump shot. Paul George, his first 3 attempt. I like the way I'm seeing him lift. Paul George had 8 first quarter points, 3 of 3 from the field. 10 now for Paul. Stolen by Paul George. He's off and running. And hammers it.
Ooh, he slams it. Gets this crowd into it.
This crowd saw Indiana score early and often to lead by 12. And here's Paul George in a 9-point lead. Here's Paul George, a 3.
Oh, that was sweet.
Now Paul George tees up a 3.
And he looked to make sure his feet were lined up just right.
Front line that the Pacers have, they got to run, rebound, and get out.
For a second was on James Anderson. As that 3 counts, final half minute of the first. George, but not bad.
No. Paul George, a chance to recover, but again, another nice out of bounds play by the Sixers.
Man. First, the collision, the bump and run with Thaddeus Young.
Right now, they need the crowd to get behind them, give them a little bit of energy because they are fighting hard.
Paul George winds his way in, got it done, a tough 2.
Good recovery by George Hill, knocked away.
Good hands by George Hill, too, and a pass over the top of the head, and Land finishes it. But the defense intensity, that was one possession here in this first quarter that was like that third quarter that we saw the other night.
George, at least on this possession, nice job.
Active with those
Can't
hands.
do any better, and he made it anyway.
Well, if he earns that, that's fine.
Bogut swatted it away. And Paul George has it locked.
Incredibly aggressive move.
Paul George bottoms a 3. Paul George.
Oh, what a start he's having.
Goodness. Aaron George is going to get the freebie. It's a tough time for his first turnover.
Yep.
And George answers in his own right. Paul George. 10-0 run.
And now Paul George against Middleton. Forces up a shot and finds the net.
Got him shooting jump shots.
Paul George, jump shot good.
Court now. Oh, he popped O.J. Mayo. Paul George shooting sideways, but I mean, great screen set there by what happened to Lionel Hollins. He got to the Western Conference Finals.
He'll add another one.
Well, that mid-range shot, I mean, he makes 3-point shots, but off the dribble, that mid-range shot.
Against Gary Neal.
See, you put Paul George back in, and at some point, they've got to get somebody bigger than him. He's like a wow. That's a guy that's just confident in his jump shot there. He popped the ball free.
Now coming in with 8 straight 20-point games and an 8-0 record, Paul George had joined Wilt Chamberlain and Dave Bing. In the post is Paul George. Has size on DeRozan and just lifts him up.
Yeah, and DeRozan's the 2 guard, got matched up there. And Lance does it, and Roy finishes.
And there's Paul George hitting a three on the skip.
There by Roy.
Paul got it.
Great job there, splitting the double team.
At Hansbrough. Paul George inside.
There by David West. Gets Gay on his heels. Roy Hibbert blocks out Valanciunas.
Less than 10 to play. Watson to George against Landry Fields. Orlando Johnson, a nice shot fake. And Paul George the three. The extra pass. Paul gave it up.
That would get the ball and then lay it coming through, which means you can't get started with your offense quite as fast.
Paul George beats the buzzer with a three-point shot.
Oh, yeah. He was looking to make that happen.
Maybe that will be
That'd
the one.
And one. That's an and one.
15 points. He had 13 in the first quarter, and there's two more.
Basket, he had no chance to get the ball.
PG for three, and that is his third.
Got a three-pointer out of it.
He's hit 4 of them. Could it be 5?
Yeah. Boy, is he looking comfortable at that three-point line.
34 for Paul George. 5 threes tonight.
Oh, very tough move there. I mean, he was able to find the defense and clear.
He goes right to the basket again with a left hand.
Boy, he's become more determined since he got knocked.
He's been the player of the game right now. And 2 more for Paul George.
He attacks the big men, either Cantor or Fader.
And George on the flush. I love that. And Hill, George, the pull-up pop.
Now, this guy is shooting 41% in threes. He takes 6 a game.
Full stat line. Here's George, the quick release, and that is a pretty release. George again.
Right there, looks like they were in a zone. If Indiana will take quick shots, how about this?
Here's George. Oh, that was fun. The two-handed reverse, and it's timeout time for the Houston Rockets as Paul George has Bankers Life Fieldhouse hopping.
They've taken the air out of their enthusiasm. The defense suffocating, and then excellent offensive play, especially on the break. They have dominated the game on the break.
But this is exactly what you were hoping didn't happen if you were Indiana.
George taking out his do-it-yourself kit. As Paul George with a sweet move to the bucket. That's in the rearview mirror either way as Paul George gets to the bucket. They've already gotten up 15 three-pointers. Paul George counters and knocks down one himself.
We talk about Millsap and his diverse offensive game. How about this young guy?
And back comes Paul George. On the break, draws the hit. Hill out to George for 3. Wow!
Knocked away. Down to the show, the go. It'll be Paul George with the triple. Stevenson on the assist. And an early burst. And the Atlanta Hawks, a 2-year deal. And on the run, it is Paul George. Thought he got contact.
In the league, using that to fuel the offense. And Joel and Chris, you called it. Trust is at the core of everything the Pacers want to do.
The switch. I thought West would take it. Instead, a wide open 3. Paul George. Back to a 4-point deficit, but you're right about the spacing. Molly, thank you. And Kyle Korver took the first shot of the second half. George gets it done from beyond the arc before DeMarre Carroll. And final 4 seconds. Paul George knows the triple to the buzzer. Got it! They're alive and well in Indianapolis. Almost like an impossible situation, especially against the team that's already down. Paul George wheeling into the paint.
To play the way they play, defense, which leads to that 3.
Seeing that guy in rhythm.
Beasley, good job by Paul George. They knocked that one down. Roy Hibbert on the offensive glass. They need that.
George attacks the rim and lays it in. Paul George with a terrific second effort.
West with it out high, right side, 9 to shoot in the corner. George for 3.
Got it. Paul George with some body English. Wrapped by West ahead to George into the lane. And he throws it down with the right hand.
And game 3 2 days ago, and they have a chance to put Indiana in the crosshairs. And Paul George knocks down the first shot to get us started this afternoon. And George lines it up. And Paul George lost the handle momentarily, but able to score. With Mike Scott. Ball on the floor, and Paul George comes away with it. George looking up. He'll spin. And he takes it himself. There's George Hill, and he'll find Paul George, and a three-pointer on the way is good.
This is what you expect from your best player.
Carroll guarding George. He steps back right in his face. He knocks it down. Paul George gives the Pacers the lead.
They go with the handoff, and Paul George.
Does it go up top for Paul George? Paul George strong, hanging in the air. Quick cut, great pass. Watson to George. That was a thing of beauty. Indiana down 2 with the ball. Here's George for 3 in the lead. And Paul George, big time 3 to give Indiana a lead.
He is a shell of himself right now. Ontic the foul. George cans it. That's a clean look. Bottom. A 3. Jeff Teague has gotten a long rest. George hits on the triple. George to the hoop for the jam.
Spreading the court, playing just like Atlanta Hawks basketball. And there's Paul George with the drive. This is a 10-point game right now.
George a 3. Bottom. Paul George connects from long range.
As Paul George knocks down his first chance. He's been a monster in this series. Second rounders. And the friendly bounce
here early in this game.
Carroll coming off a nice game as George all the way in for the stuff. He shook Millsap free. Paul George.
Mentality of the Memphis Grizzlies.
There's Paul George out of the timeout, hanging in the air, and the finish. Dances here this year as Paul George knocks it down. Stay perhaps. All 3 games on the schedule tonight could end. And Paul George taking over. Shot clock at 2. George guarded by Millsap. 3-pointer is good. Paul George delivers in the clutch. Here we go. 37 left. And that is a steal by George. What a costly turnover for Atlanta. Lou Williams threw it right in. Got hot late and found themselves in the playoffs. Good look. Oh, and a little style. Paul George guarded by Korver. George steps back and does that. About as good as anyone, Paul George. Really? And George squeeze again. Boy, how'd he get through? Paul George shifty.
Really nice moving.
As Paul George knocks one down, and the Pacers go up 8. They have the lead by 6. George trying to add. Paul George pulls down the board. Here's George. He's feeling it right now. Paul George with 16. 10 in this quarter. Scott hit 5 3-pointers in the second quarter in Game 5 as George answers. Paul George for 3. Yes! 4 of 6 from behind the arc as George has an answer on the other. Paul George has missed just 1 shot in his last 10 tries. Splits the double team, and George silky smooth in the lane.
How about the ability to... West clears for George, a 10-2 lead for Washington. George to the hoop, high off the window, and a chance for 3 against Atlanta.
That's very weird when you traded for that guy as George knocks down the 3. But
percentage defense, holding teams to 42% shooting. George mismatch over Nene. Book it. Stevenson scraping for it. Razzle dazzle. The feed to George. Layup goes down and a foul. One-on-one, no double. George, the fadeaway. Shot clock winding down. George doesn't take the jumper initially. Now he does. Tough delivery. West trying to get it to George. Fakes on Ariza. Takes it to the rim. And slams! Paul George with an winding down. George wheels inside for the deuce.
George weaving through traffic and giving his team a 2-point lead.
I like when either he or Lane
No doubt. And Paul George trying to change all that with a long. Stevenson passed up a 3, made the extra pass, and it pays off. Great teamwork and ball movement by Indiana.
Really needs to prove this out.
George, the redirect to the hoop. Paul George, the floor. George, mismatch. A floater, Paul George. George, a bomb for 3. Paul George from deep. George fires the 3 and hits.
Give Hibbert the assist for that play.
5 on the timer. Paul George, a 3. Hill doesn't take the 3. Wall recovers. George goes to the outside. A 3 ball. He's got it.
It was such a great job of Washington.
George fires over Ariza. Bullseye for 3. George beats the shot clock and scores! Plus the foul. Paul George is locked in. Kick out for George. Offers up the 3 and hits. 6-point lead for Washington with 5 minutes to play in the 4th. George, step back 3. Oh, it's good and a foul! Paul George with a chance at a 4-point play. And that's 39 now for Paul George. 1-point lead for Indiana.
And it's an easy 39.
The All-Star fires and hits. 5:10 to go. George, oh, nice job inside at penetration, and then they just forgot about it to get going before the scene shifts the following weekend to Miami for games 3 and 4. All right, so here are
George off the dribble, chased by Battier. They find West inside. Beautiful look from Paul George. Hibbert goes back door. Kicks it out to George. His 3-pointer.
First West to Hibbert, and then Hibbert, the touch pass.
George hits the jumper. George the drive. Over Anderson, knocks it down with 1.8 remaining. George for 3. Puts it in. Paul George from downtown. George running the floor down the other end. Layup is good. Beautiful fast break. Just superb playoff performances this year. George, that's a 3. Struggling all night. That's his first 3-pointer. And the Pacers go up by 7.
James's injury is not an injury, it's cramping as George answers back.
Against Miami, the decisions have to be made quickly.
George forces a shot, draws the foul and puts it in. What a tough shot from George.
Attack more than a half-court offense with the clock dwindling down.
That's a sweet move from Paul George. George finds some space.
That's a great dribble move by a 6'10" small forward.
George down the other end, throws it down.
Well, what you talked about, Coach, the adjustment.
Inbound to George. George throws it down. Emphatic dunk for Paul George. And with all the heroics from Chris Bosh, George has had a good solid first half. Hits a 3. Paul George with a big bucket there. That cuts it back to 5. And a whistle and a foul, 2 with 6:48 remaining. George tries a 3. That's good. Paul George. George on the drive, sidestep. Oh, beautiful move from Paul George.
Dallas played a great series and deserved it, but I thought they had a great year.
George, that's a 3. George fell down afterwards, 4-2. George has to fire away, knocks it down. George, his second field goal. Hibbert again, this time a shot short. George right there. And Paul George has come out of the block strong. George gets inside. Difficult move there. Another steal, this time from George. And the Pacers regain the lead. George for 3. And the Pacers go up by 3. West looking. George catches a 3. Bang! At the buzzer. Paul George from downtown. Chalmers stayed with the play, and George did, and nails the 3-pointer. George on the steal on a bad pass from Bosh. George goes at Allen and throws it down. 5 to shoot. George, tough turnaround. That's good. Paul George with 20 points. Extra pass, George is open. Hits a 3. Paul George coming alive in the second half. James stolen by George. George's shot is good. 4 to shoot George. Wade trying to stay with him. George pulls up. Puts it in. Paul George again. 15 fourth-quarter points for George. And a 4-point Indiana lead.
Switching on Paul George.
Paul George from downtown does it again. He's got 34.
What a monster. Frank Vogel's trying to get a timeout.
A three. Bang! Paul George from downtown. What a fourth-quarter performance from George. And the Pacers go back up by 4.
It was the unthinkable, the unimaginable.
I felt pain before, and this was a pain that I've never felt before.
An off-season injury predicted to end Pacers superstar Paul George's season.
I have no clue whether he's going to play or not.
His return unclear, and all Pacers fans could do was wait.
It's really a day-to-day process right now. Taking it one day at a time. We don't want to put a date on it or put a time frame.
Tonight, he does the impossible.
It's something that I think I can overcome. It's a bump in the road. I'll be able to battle through this.
The wait is over. Paul George is back. He's played in 340 games as an Indiana Pacer, counting playoffs and the regular season. Tonight he will play in his 341st game with a brand new number. Paul George, after missing the first 76 games of the year, suffering that injury back on August 1st, Paul George is back for the Pacers. We expect he'll play somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes off the bench tonight for the blue and gold. Starting lineups, the Heat and the Pacers. This is
Pacers, and they may or may not have practiced this with Paul on the floor.
Here's Paul George, his first shot is
makes,
good.
He just kind of threw that one at the rim because he thought he might get a foul call. One of the things you'll get is a guy that can create shots.
Paul George.
Got his first one to go, partner.
And it was vintage Paul George. Wearing number 13 for the first time in his Pacers career. He's now PG-13, timeout taken by Miami, and Quinn another look.
Does a nice job. Now watch, he actually gets grabbed around the waist, see this, and still able to knock it down. That's a big-time play by a big-time player. Welcome back.
First shot using that screen from Roy Hibbert, a tough shot, and the Pacers have an early 6-point lead as the crowd erupts.
Tags up close, they are special, but I'm telling you, just the fact that they...
Is his shooting with all of the time, especially he had off early, and here he is getting his first rebound. Ennis lost it.
Great job by Paul.
Here he goes! Paul George! Missed the layup.
That's why you want him to play. He's got to get all that out of his system. But he averaged 2.2 steals, too. So he cut. Good find.
Here's Paul George for
that's
three.
A good find. Yeah, that's the other, but Mahinmi does a great job himself. Good. Ooh, another. That's a sweet find. I'm telling you, that's all Paul. He got through the lane.
This all night, the PG watch. And a three, Quinn, for PG. It's an 8-point Pacers lead. Paul George has it against Beasley.
Yeah, but what happens, that's that zone. And what Frank did was put Paul in the middle. Because you had to get, remember we talked about it with Roy?
The road. Paul George shot clocked, and his jumper is good for three.
Yeah, looked up late and realized what you said. Shot clock was going down. Big boost.
He's hit.
The next one is to look up at the rim.
Here's the zone again.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the zone for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the zone for sure, because that's what that was. That was him coming off that screen, checking to see if I've got it. Yeah, he checked.
Look at mom and dad and look at PG. A brand new number, but he looks like the same old Paul George. 13 points for Indiana, 3 threes. Back-to-back shots from PG, and the Pacers lead by 14. had 5 first-half points. He came in at the 3:18 mark of the third quarter and in double figures, back-to-back threes. He's had 3 of them tonight, and the Pacers have taken a 14-point lead.
For the Pacers, here comes Jan Mahimi, and Paul George checks in for the first time, receives a nice hand from the Garden crowd.
Paul George.
Well, it is the Mecca of basketball, Clyde, and the fans certainly appreciate what George has gone through since suffering the injury last August.
Yep, and of course he has some of his finest moments against the Knicks in the playoffs, so they know about his prowess and what he means to the game.
He played just under 15 minutes in the Pacers' last game against Miami in his season debut by Hardaway.
Good confrontation with Hardaway and George.
And now Hardaway is rejected by Mahimi. There's George into the corner for Hill. And Hill hits and the foul. Larkin made contact.
This is Hill's second opportunity on a three-point play after being fouled by Larkin. Watch Mahimi with the left hand. No question it was a good block. George creating. Let's take a look at the foul. Right there, the reach in by Larkin, allowing Hill to swoop and hoop. And he's at the line.
Pacers have 7 different players averaging between 9 and 13 points per game. Balanced attack without Paul George, who averaged close to 22 points per game last season.
George looking to manipulate now.
He's backing in on Leo, now puts it up. And quickly tapped in by Aldridge.
Take a look at the folly by the Knicks, especially Cole Aldridge. Inadvertently tapping it in. Somebody's going for 3, Kenny. He's going as a player, coach, and a broadcaster. Probably.
George hits the 3 and the foul.
Watch, they're going to push a Pacer into George right there. AC does. Ooh, that was dangerous. You see George was vulnerable. Watch this. He's in the air and his player kind of clips him like in football. Seems to be okay. The basket will count, and he's trying to make the 4-point play. They're checking it out now. Seemed like he was behind the arc.
George was checking out the replay on Gordon Vision.
Oh, there's definitely a 3. AC definitely pushed the Pacer into him. Scola pushed Scola right into George as he was shooting the ball.
Now they are reviewing whether or not it will remain a common foul.
Yeah, it seemed like it should be a common foul. He was just trying to get out and contest the shot. So I think a good acting job by Scola as well. There was some contact. That could have been a very dangerous play for George.
Well, Scola will shoot the free throw because AC committed the foul against Scola. So George with the 3, and now Scola to the line. There's Paul George, matched up with Ricky Lito, and AC commits the foul.
George moving nicely that time, not showing any limp in his quickness. So eluding the Knicks to get to the line. George, a perennial first-team all-defensive player. So he plays both ends of the floor.
Well, his head coach Frank Vogel was asked before the game what his return means to the Pacers, and Vogel joked, "We don't have to work at defense anymore. He covers everything."
Pacers giving up 97 points on defense while scoring 97. Obviously, the defense should go down and scoring should go up since George is returning. How about those Celtics, huh?
Nets hot. They are in seventh place in the East. Celtics. George leans in on Lito. 34 for Thomas tonight, Klein. As Smith comes over. And the foul is called on Lito. It's his first.
Thomas put up 34. Yeah, and that's coming off the bench. A lot of Thomas action is coming off the bench. So George, a little deja vu from the free throw line. I remember early on, Kenny, when George came in, they waited on him 2-3 years to reach super.
Year 12 out of Xavier. Gets the first free throw. Solomon Hill, Miles, and Hibbert sit down. Jan Mahinmi, Rodney Stuckey, and yes, Paul George. Anthony Tolliver misses on the triple try. Here comes Indiana. David West against Tolliver. David backs and bumps, turns, fires, fills it up. They grind it out in the half court there. To 10 for Paul George. Topside Rodney fires. It falls. Tried to come out but couldn't.
That was a kind rim there.
Indiana 20. Andre's back in. 2 fouls or not. George against Tayshaun. Steps up and guns. And it goes.
You know who that looked like? Looked like Paul George, right?
By Sloan. Topside to Anthony Tolliver. Misfires. Sloan for Indiana. Paul George finds a shot, fires short. Foul by Tayshaun, says Eli Rowe. This Sunday at 3:30, it's Fan Appreciation Day right here at the Palace. The Pistons take on the Charlotte Hornets. Hungry Howie's family 4-packs for the special matinee season finale are available for $79. For yours, go to Pistons.com or call 248-377-0100. Paul George gets the first one to fall. Congratulations, Gregory, on your nephew Walter Kelser making All-Metro. Detroit News Dream Team. Indiana with the shot clock at 5, only 10 seconds to play in the half. Paul George spins and guns it down.
It's good to see that kid back out there.
Yes,
man.
it is.
I love him, a huge fan of him.
As he returns to action, just his 3rd game this season. George with the long gun, got it. And he has tied the score. Anthony Tolliver with the long gun. Too long, rebound. Time screen. Here's a drive and scoop and miss by John Lucas. Greg Monroe couldn't get the tap down. In uniform, as Greg said before the game, they wouldn't have him back in uniform if they weren't working hard to get to the postseason. And in his 3rd game, he helps the Pacers beat Reggie Jackson, Andre Drummond, and the Pistons. Nail biter at the Palace, but the Pacers won it. 107-103 here on Fox Sports Detroit.
Was not aware of that record. He's busy trying to get the win this season. That's all he can control here.
The all-time record is he has signed a long-term agreement to stay. Here's Paul George to the basket, and he's fouled.
Yeah, that's why I said take it, because he came free. And if he comes free, you know, when you're that kind of player that can get to the rim, I'm not sure he can finish it with a strong dunk at the rim. But if you take it to the rim, they don't know that. See, he's free. So if he's got it, now they're recovering. And you can see right there, McGarry comes off on the side and fouls him.
His free throw is off. Paul George had made 7 of 8 in his first 3 games, averaging 11 points. Double figures in all 3 games. Second game in front of the fans here at Bankers Life Fieldhouse, and he hits the second. Pacers a 2-point lead at 23-20 as an opponent. His first 7 years as a Piston, and that's knocked away.
Yeah,
no whistle.
They didn't call it. It was by his hand. It was a hand, and Westbrook was trying to say that it was a foot that kicked it, but the officials felt like there was a hand deflection.
First dunk back for now number attempts. Russell Westbrook. Rebound, nearly tipped dunk by Paul George. Had 5 threes Friday night. Paul George had his first dunk of the year. But OKC leads by 4, 37-33.
See, they're doubling Paul. They're not letting Paul get anywhere.
Nice pass into Scola.
A great cut by Scola because he knows the last few times Paul has had the ball. And this is where guys play and challenge him.
He's got Robertson defending him.
Yeah, but he wants to go right. That's the problem. They got him in the corner in the right.
Here it is on the way! Paul George banks it in at the end of the quarter!
They got lucky on that one, but you'll take it any day. He was due some and had a couple bad breaks. Needed to get something going to get him in the game. He's a guy the Pacers have looked to many times for late game knockdown shots. Knocked that one down off the glass.
On the 13th sellout of the year, number 13 comes up big time at the end of the third. PG for 3. And the Pacers lead by 6 after 3, 82-76. Don't go away. Fourth quarter next on Fox Sports Indiana. We end the third quarter with tonight's heart-pounding moment brought to you by St. Vincent. Paul George has hit a 3 in all 4 of the games he's played this year. He beats the shot clock or the game clock. And that's tonight's St. Vincent heart-pounding moment. First 3 games coming into tonight. 10.
We're not going to let Stuckey go right.
Stuckey fires a 3. It barely hit the rim. Paul George the rebound and slams it home.
Yeah, he did. He got away with a push, too. Yeah, they didn't. Paul, because Augustine's got it. Now he just go to work.
Spins in the lane. Nice pass to Jan. And then Lavoy Allen.
How about that? Yeah, they have to take a timeout because they're getting mismatches where they can't make plays. Now, Paul banked the shot, which was some luck. Struggled a little bit defensively with Morrow, but makes the right play when he's got the mismatch on Augustine. If you got a mismatch, make them figure out how to play you. If they do, give it to a teammate. Pacers able to get a bucket. Up 7.
Taking 17. 3 minutes to go in the third. Up it goes and through the well. Yes, sir, Nick Young. What'd you say about him getting hot? Now Paul George answers right back.
Now and a half. Hill turns the corner. Quick shot again. Oh! Good off the hand of Paul George. Elijah scores his first 2 of the night. And the Jazz with momentum. But not.
Paul George to the basket. Finish 1.5 minutes of the quarter.
Get into it. Yeah, he did a shot. And a really comfortable shot, too.
Nice pass.
Really good.
Ellis.
They just switch it.
Paul George for 3. Got it.
Yeah.
George against Baum. Moody, they get the switch. Griffin's on him. 3 ball. Bingo.
Now, Paul George has not scored this quarter.
Over Jordan.
He's the one who fixed it.
Gets the shot blocked. Great help by Paul George coming from the weak side.
They've done it all night to blame. There's a reason this team's won 11 out of 13 games. What a pass.
Be able to save it.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Paul George, your leader. This ball, and without your shooter, J.J. Redick. There's of the second half, 5th of the game for Paul George.
George! What superstars do, Ralph. The pace, the rhythm is all Paul George's game. He's dictating everything out there.
With Paul George before the game, as we did, John, sounds like he's getting more and more comfortable physically, trusting himself on what he can do, like that. Whiteside denied, but
I haven't seen the pace being pushed enough.
Allen on the pick and pop. And those two have worked some nice 2-man game tonight.
George Hill getting in his way.
Yeah, twice. Chalmers trying to take it to him. George over him, got it to go, and the foul. Oh, what a shot from Paul George.
Mario Chalmers felt like he held his ground there, but George on the fade.
With a foul, and Paul George will go to the line. Backdoor swiped away by George. Down court to Robinson in transition. He'll finish.
You know, Whiteside's not even looking, and then they collide on accident, and he gives him a little shove with the elbow, and Paul George didn't like it.
Here's Paul George. He has 29. Winslow all up in him. George trying to shake him. Difficult look. Eddie!
Sixers taking on the Indiana Pacers. That is George. Bucketed 9 tries, give him 8.
George, their leading C.J. Miles, Monte Ellis in the backcourt. That is Paul George. Bounce into a three. Backdoor for Ellis. Are you advocating seeing your turkey fly first before you eat it?
Always a good indicator.
Sixers only 40 points to this point.
Every time they've run that play from that side.
Cheer of the night with that throwdown.
Well, like the Pacers' pace, they're running it up the floor. And now Monte Ellis for three.
Get into Thunder, guys who are crashing the boards, create.
Right, being strong with the ball at the rim.
And here's a nice pass to him.
8 assists on 9 baskets.
Have to get to the free throw line. Paul stopping from getting to the rim. Paul George attacks the rim. Drawing the foul, couldn't he?
Sure could have had it, but drawing the foul. You just have to wait till everybody got set. Let it go.
Here's George again.
He's playing good enough. Let it go. Y'all read it. Good job by Paul.
Here comes Paul George, and he will go up and under.
Some anticipation.
Again, Paul George has not scored here in the fourth. He gets inside, draws the foul, banks it in.
A basket.
He's got 39. Two-man game. Hill and George.
You gotta shoot it. Yeah, you gotta shoot it. You got.
That's a big-time shot by George.
Yeah, shoot that one.
Paul George.
And one. Yes!
Made it! And a foul! Paul George!
Sure did.
What a
Smart enough
shot.
to get that one going to the rim.
It's a high 51.7% against Indiana back in February, and that's
He's not rushing anything. He's not forcing anything, so he's got more time to take. And be on balance, and that's what Paul George did.
George, free throw line, separation, move by Paul. Good, strong rebound. Here's George from...
Oh, yeah!
Three-pointer!
Yeah! PG! Way to knock it down.
Paul George. Jordan Hill.
What we talked about. This is the play they run.
Here's George. Really active around the rim. George drives on Batum. Hangs at 8 in the quarter, 25 on the night.
He's the offense.
Loose ball. Here's Indiana 3-on-1.
Oh, great pass. Great. Oh, young fella missed it. He was going for the big dunk. Pacers get it back.
Very fortunate they get it back. And here's George Hill for three.
Online.
Paul George 25 through 3 quarters.
Good screen.
Now he's going to put it up.
And where only he could get it and make it.
Here's a three from PG.
Yes.
Good.
You got Walker on Paul. Just raise up.
Backs his way in. And
who this team is when they're good, Dave.
Yeah, they're really all year is George.
Yeah.
The NBA. Steve Kerr last night said the second half after the contact. Paul George into the paint.
Just pushed him right out of the way and got right underneath the rim.
You look at games caught. Skips to an open Stuckey. Got his own miss. George is open for three.
Sprinted to the other side and hit a shot in the slot for a long three.
Here's George. Now, Love had that great first quarter where he was 4 of 7, 14 points. He's made only one basket since.
They're a little better defensive team than you think because they got power-handed, so it's easy for him to throw it to his left.
Ariza missed it. Got to play physical against this Houston team.
Well, you're also in a playoff-type run, so you got to expect. I love this. He's ready.
Missed a three, rebounded by Howard, and the bad pass taken by Paul George.
Well, he made a really good play after that, too. Because if he doesn't stay
alive, he's 4 for 10 on the night. George to give the Pacers the lead.
At 14, Mike Tirico, Hubie Brown for the NBA.
Well, because he's a complete player, Mike. He can't
the other way. Pass to Turner. Beautiful. Under 4 minutes. Could use some timeouts by Vogel. George again to Mahimi. Oh, the Thunder hooking up again. Turns the shot from the man he idolized growing up.
You got to get us
tonight for Oklahoma City. Just 2 of 16. Miles Turner. And Paul George on the attack to Mahimi.
They're going to make a nice play, but I'm not sure.
No, George working hard to lose defense. And the guys who make the all-defensive team over time. In addition to being solid out of the season on 11 attempts. Back to George, fakes the three, takes the three, and that's down.
George hits first. There's Paul George, and he hit young rookie out of Oregon. Really played well last night against the Warriors, getting a little more time with all the injury into this game with 7 points on 2 of 3 shooting. They were waiting for him that area. No, a little bit too low for Omri as he's running hard like that. Boy, a three even more remarkable. 5-point swing because they didn't have to take the ball out of the basket. Once again, look at Hill get inside. Wow, said it well. He really feel as the Coaches Association just embarrassed the league. Same thing before tonight's game. Yeah, Anderson staying in front of Paul George pretty good, but Paul gets 6'10", can play on the perimeter like a guard. Three-pointer, good. Paul, there he is. Now Cousins on a switch. 2-86.
Wow, 24 points. Yeah, the final 21 in the game against the Pistons a few nights back. Well, that's a good, strong players to the basket. Monte Ellis, first year with the Pacers. And first four from downtown. They've opened up a 15-3 lead.
He tried to go on a reverse.
Oh, dang, fanned on the catch, and here comes Paul George in the open court. Oh, the pull-up three. Paul George. Another averaging 26 points per game in their playoff series against the Houston Rockets. Starting to score with ease now off their ball movement. Oh, man, Paul George.
Launching pad, it was over.
George gets all the way. Offensive rebound from Mahinmi. That hurts.
That's twice now. This is their third shot on this sequence.
Oh, that's a deflating possession. Pacers upset.
Deflating possession from Miami.
Paul George. Oh, he comes through again when his team needed it. 29 for George. Pacers up 4. Paul George. It's good.
The first half for 5 points. That's what's newsworthy. And he tries to do something about that.
Remember when he scored well was when he was playing and the game was coming to him.
And now his jump shot.
He nailed it.
Hill for 3. Too strong. Lavoy Allen has it.
Boy, just a terrific offensive rebounder. I mean, he's rarely short on confidence.
Here's another 3 by Paul.
Well, working this at the top in terms of the pick and roll.
Here's Stuckey to give Indiana the lead.
Make the shot. And most people don't respect him for making that shot.
Here's Paul in the lane. George, 93-90. Pacers by 3.
Good read there. Paul, really good read. See, right there, he recognizes that the screen by Mahinmi was not
straight points for the Mavericks. Paul George hit 2 threes.
I like it.
And here's Mahinmi. Bounce it down. Both of these teams early. Dallas rebuilding. The Pacers again with injuries as Paul George hits. Contact between George and Matthews, and PG's jumper good.
His career. Even Lavoy at his size not calling him up.
That was the 6th for Paul. He goes around and scores again.
What Eastern Conference teams did in the past.
Blocked by George.
It's a lot of hills.
If you're not sure and you're making a call. Gets it back to a tie game again. Second tie of the contest. Lavoy Allen
not there.
From that close range.
That's a foul. I think that's unbelievable they missed that call.
They let him play on. George for 3. Getting away from the Wolves. Timberwolves are going to have a 3 game.
Sixers in November, and we are running tonight from Wells Fargo Center. And right away,
Isaiah on that last trip looking for contact. Referees deemed it.
Covington, who's in there with his 5 personal fouls. Lawson tracking George. Ish Smith among 3 pace. Meantime, Paul George posting the much smaller Ish Smith. George for 3.
Down. A moving clock is your friend if you're Indiana.
George another 3. Wow. The Sixers their 12th straight loss. That's Mahinmi.
Knocked down his first shot of 3.
The lead back.
Mahinmi, Stuckey. George for the open shot. We talked so much about his toughness and his defense, and we knew he could drop in 3s. But I'll tell you what, he just comes to shooting 3s. He's got great confidence in himself. Tough shot. Gets it to go. Swing it to George. He fakes. He gets free. He shoots. He scores. Oh, he is so good. It's just great. Screen roll, and he made it. Paul George. Injury it is to have guys like Morris and Anderson who can knock down a 3.
Yeah. And then still never cleared it.
George isolated, going around Nene, and scores. Paul George for 3.
It's an upset because he got pushed by George.
What a shot. They're trying to get Paul George open. They do. He drives. It's rejected and a foul is called. He'll go to the line for 2.
Teams to play with.
Magic have to deal with Paul George, who goes inside and gets 2 more.
Fournier's not a defensive player, and he's too small.
Harris missed it, rebounded by Mahinmi, challenged by Paul George. The first quarter has been the best quarter for the Magic this year as Paul takes a 3. Paul George the steal.
Did a good job. Just got where Harris couldn't do anything. Just kind of
9 of the first 11 belong to Paul George. Oh, terrific.
He's got to, Ellis can keep passing it. You got to start looking for the next option.
Cutting is Paul.
Great cut and a pass.
18 points. The defender was down in the restricted.
Just a little bit, maybe Monte can get going.
Here's Miles. He's hit a 3 and now making. And it's Chase Budinger that's made the last 2 passes. And here's Budinger for another 3.
That's a Budinger play. He bumped Harris. Oh,
George for the Magic. Here's Mahinmi in the lane.
Anticipates and gets his hand on the ball.
Here's Paul George down the middle and lays it in from 3-point range. He is shooting 43%. Now George.
Got it. Yeah.
George turns the corner, gets around Johnson, lost it, creates it.
Get it back.
Quickly down the floor. George, he's going to try to take the foul and gets the hoop. Show and go. Allen. Paul George racing.
Foul. Yeah, nothing else. Get the basket and get fouled.
Oh, he pounds it down.
Yeah, he does a great job getting down there. And I wanted to make sure that he was down there. If there's some the help is all there, they can get to it.
Here's George for 3 in the corner.
You can throw it to, but at the end of the day, it's been about their ownership.
Oh! It's frustrating. Hopefully the league does a better job looking at shit like this.
One off a season high, and he torched the young rookie, and rookie was
top of the key jumper, George. In transition, George an open look. Long credit. Rodney Stuckey, his.
Charlotte is sizzling right now in the finish defense.
If Monte Ellis had ran the floor,
he's got 15 or 50.
Backdoor cut, a few.
I thought he traveled first.
Kemba turned his head. Pacers are not buried yet. Not even, and he draws the foul.
He is doing everything in his.
Head of the pack, George. Draws the scores. Are you kidding me? This time, George able to take it away. Monte Ellis.
But if you're not getting stops, you cannot pull away, and this Hornets team has ratcheted up their game.
He's got a game-high 31. George Hill.
Boston Celtics. Step back jump shot by George is good. Paul George had a 2-point opening quarter on a step back jump. George comes off the string. The screen guarded by Evan Turner, and that's it to good. George finds a 3-point shooter, and on Sunday, 16 and 20-0 in the first.
By the Pacers.
Now George goes inside against Marcus Smart, and the Pacers.
Look at that. I guess the other relevant question is, what is it relative? He's fearless, so the Pacers are going to have to find a way to shut him down.
Here's Ellis. Leaves it off to Paul George for 3. It's gone.
Knocked down a 3.
And now LaVoy Allen back door.
With this team missing the playoffs last year and having an opportunity to be back this year and getting ourselves back this year, I just feel I came a long ways, and I'm not even fully who I was athletic-wise and strength-wise. But to get my team back to this point, and we got guys that's been there. We got guys that have been to the Eastern Conference Finals. So we know what it takes at this point.
Paul George knocks down his first field goal. Miles Turner checked into the ball game during that last break. That's a 7-0 Toronto run, has them leading by 7. George on the drive draws the foul against DeMarre Carroll. But George took it back and scores the bucket. Paul George looking like his old self there. C.J. Miles from deep, and he knocks down the 3 to quiet the crowd.
They like that he kept shooting.
Pacers and Raptors, and DeRozan went into a lot of traffic and lost the handle. George for 3, and a good start in the third quarter for Paul George, and that is the first lead of the ball game for the Indiana Pacers.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you're trying to exercise some first-round demons, if you're Toronto.
Nice feed inside to Allen from Paul George for the layup. George looking for the contact, made the bucket anyway.
He's starting to percolate. Got that three in transition. Does a nice job using his body to shield the defender.
Paul George draws the foul. Detroit against Cleveland tomorrow on ABC. Stan Van Gundy, the coach of the Pistons, as George knocks down the baseline jumper, says,
and they better make sure they're in this together over this final 15.
Paul George starting to heat up.
He's starting to percolate. 12 points now for Paul George after having just 6 points in the first half, going 2 for 9.
Pacers back in front. A wide open three, and George knocks it down. George with the steal. And he slams it home. A 16-point third quarter for Paul George, who seems to have exercised his demons against this Raptors team.
And look at the defense of Ty Lawson, going to force a timeout called by the Raptors.
And in the NBA, Paul George coming alive here in the third quarter. The Pacers, they had 17 in that hot third quarter. Forced to pass to Stuckey, and he drills the three ball.
In transition, he really started to get going at the start of the third with that three. Leans inside the defender on that one, curls off a screen, delivers another perimeter jump shot. This one was just excellent ball movement. I thought you could have had two players prior to him take that shot, and then he shoots a gap. And then this last play, because watch the left arm of DeRozan. He feels it, and he goes right up. And it was visible for frustration from DeMar DeRozan. We had to look at it several times to see whether he fouled him, but he's got a chance to add to those 17 second-half points.
George for three, launches, got it! Wet! Paul George makes it a 4-point lead for the Pacers. He's now 4 of 5. Here's Paul George again. Biyombo with good help defense. Didn't matter.
And you have to be willing to be this guy right now if you're Paul George, right? The elite.
George to Turner, the rookie, who finishes on the sweet pick and roll.
So back-to-back possessions, they play him on the post. That time they put him in the pick and roll.
For an easy deuce from Turner. This is the largest lead of the ball game for the Indiana Pacers. Doris, this is not one. And George put him on ice. Deep freeze, an 8-point Pacer lead.
From Turner was an outstanding screen. How about create your own? A little separation from DeMar DeRozan. Again, another screen. And what do you think about being an elite player? Here's what he thinks.
Every day you got to prepare to be the number one option. You got to prepare offensively and defensively to be reliable. It comes with a lot of pressure from coaches, teammates. This is my opportunity to show who I am as an individual, with my chance of being a leader and leading the team myself. So I'm looking forward to this being my opportunity.
Paul George has been the story of the second half for the Pacers, and Monte Ellis giving us dating back a couple of playoff seasons. George from the baseline, got it! An appropriate punctuation mark, exclamation point by Paul George. As Joseph gets fouled, as people begin to exit. The Pacers, who missed the playoffs last season, back in a big way. And they take game one, 100-90 behind Paul George.
Paul, for 4 regular season games and 1 half against these Raptors, you were shooting 30%, and then in this second half, you just kind of went off. What did you do to get yourself loose?
After the first half, I watched film in the back coming out. I was getting great looks. I just wasn't being smart about my approach. I did a better job with that. I seen that I had some easy opportunities, some easy shots that I was missing in the paint. I got locked in, I got focused, I made shots.
Team defense against that starting backcourt of Toronto was pretty spectacular from start to finish. What'd you guys do against them, and how does that give you confidence going forward in the series?
They miss shots. These two guys are good. They miss shots. We got to continue to make it tough on them. That's all we got to do. They're going to make tough shots. We did a great job of not letting this crowd get involved late, and I think that's what helped push us through this.
Paul, you've been on this stage before, but you obviously missed almost all of last year. This year, you're fighting for a playoff spot throughout the season. How much do you relish being back here, not just to say, hey, I'm back on the playoff stage, but to show people, hey, I can still lead a team?
I love it. I love it. I'm looking at it as no pressure. I've been here before being the low seed my rookie year. So this is almost new to me. All I got to do is come out and play. Try to do as best as I can leading. And, my guys are behind me. So they got all the faith, all the trust in me. Coach got the trust in me. Just got to come out and perform.
Our play-by-play guy, Mark Jones, is obsessed with the shoes you wore to the game today. There's some sort of boat sort of shoes with like gold spikes on them. Tell me about those.
There's some lubes. I wore them All-Star weekend as well, so ain't nothing new. I thought he was going to comment about my game shoes.
No, those are good. Thanks, Paul.
Palmdale, what up, baby?
Yeah.
I watched film at halftime and, really saw if I take my time and just focus a little more, that things will change. And I was able to do that. I was able to find guys. I was able to get into a rhythm.
George. He looks sharp. I'm telling you, he is looking sharp. You can see how quickly the recovery to the ball is.
George against Powell. Oh, good hustle by George.
Really was.
He's 0 for 4 from the field and now gets his first basket.
That's drawing fouls. He knows he's got to find a way to get his team some baskets. That's a basket and a foul.
Valanciunas got him.
And he's come back in and has done a terrific job. He's tried to make a couple plays, but he's made a couple shots. Looking
Here's
here.
Paul George. And he calls another foul on Valanciunas.
Yeah, he's doing a terrific job with that. And I mean, breaking up their momentum on their end, creating some offensive momentum on the Pacers end. Good to see Paul George out aggressive.
Free throws. George.
Oh,
3 by PG.
That brought a kind of a real quiet around this place. Dwayne Casey, no, there's not much you can do when a guy's playing like that.
He made 4 of them on Saturday.
Good job coming off the weak side for C.J. Miles. Not let it be easy for Valanciunas.
Ellis to the rim for 2 more.
As good as anybody in basketball. Raises it high.
Paul George to the basket, makes it in.
Get it to go. I mean, this is what I talk about.
We were chill, and this one barely hit, but he got his own rebound. Paul George for 3.
It gets definitely quiet when Paul George gets it. Now imagine him guarding DeRozan.
Against Carroll. Paul George, 2 more. He's got 20.
You see how easy it looks? I mean, on great players, when they're really in a groove, it looks like they're playing in the game by themselves. And that's the way it looks with Paul George.
They call him the junkyard dog. Draws the foul, nearly got the basket. Needs some help.
See, it made him pick it up. That's all they really want to do. Now the Pacers have to make a play.
Here's Paul George on the baseline.
Give it to him,
hits
Paul.
Another shot.
Give it to him, Paul. They got the ball out of his hands and they let him get it back.
Paul George has 24. He has 11 in the quarter. And he has just covered up DeRozan. Patterson.
Boy, he's too big to get
blocked. And a foul by Hill. George on the rookie Powell. Gets to where he wants to go, and again,
I'm telling you,
has 28.
It's like he's playing by himself out there.
George Hill will run the point. He shares those duties with Monte Ellis. Paul George gets off the first shot, and easy for him in the paint. That's the story for Toronto. They have been unable to survive the first round the last couple of seasons. Came in here as the #2 seed, second best record in the East behind the Cavaliers. And Indiana has given them all they want. That's going to be a block underneath. It's going to send George to the free throw line. DeMarre Carroll playing a ton of minutes in the last 3 games, coming off that knee injury, knee surgery. And another turnover, so Valanciunas being dogged on the other end, and in transition, Ellis gets the friendly roll.
Speed kills, and that's Monte Ellis doing a nice job. Him and Paul George. Valanciunas he has to find a way, BA, to hold on to this basketball. He's had 3 of them stripped. There's Miles Turner, the rookie, being comfortable knocking down that shot.
Patterson getting the start today. Oh, it's blocked by Turner. Met him at the rim and denied it. In the corner goes Paul George.
I think that's what's underrated about DeMarre Carroll. We know he's a fabulous one-on-one defender and help defender. Simon Paul George, but his offense has been great for Toronto. As you can see right now, they're back in this game. But Carroll is a guy who is flat out can shoot the basketball from the three-point line. And there's Miles Turner again in the paint. But he's able to take advantage of smalls. As you can see, doesn't shoot a lot of two-pointers. But from the three-point line, he's been phenomenal.
Paul George for three.
Monta Ellis with a couple of fouls. Stuckey loses the handle. He thought he was fouled. In the corner goes Paul George. Another three-pointer for George. Keep an eye on Mahinmi down below with Valanciunas. A lot of question whether he would even be able to play today and how many minutes he'd be able to give with a sore back as George knocks one down once again. George, patient, steps inside the arc and delivers.
He calmly staring down the Raptors bench. When we talk about a Raptors team was right back in it. It's an 11-point game.
George finds Turner, takes the contact, and finishes off the window. Miles Turner. Got LaVoy Allen on the floor as well. Down in the corner, C.J. Miles can't hit it. And a rebound by Allen. Offensive board. George cashes it in. 11 three-point makes for the Pacers in this first half. Mahinmi, battling that bad back and all, is on the board. Another assist for the Indiana Pacers. This is a Game 5 and a 2-2 setting and a finish at the rim by Paul George. And if you're just picking us up, it has been the night of George tonight. 26 points for George. Here's George for three. He's got it. PG-13 having a night. 29 now for George. His fifth three-point make. Paul George will step back jumper. Got it over Carroll. Superstar again. Paul George. And who knew if he was going to be able to come back and be this kind of player. George weaving his way in, just thrown away by Biyombo. A frustration foul.
Ball has to go through him in these last few seconds and in the fourth quarter way he's playing.
Up top on the lob, that's Turner with the finish. And now George, a little spin, gets it to go. So Paul George scores for the first time in the quarter to make it a 4-point game. 2-possession game right now. Lowry passes up a three, he's on the take. Oh, and it's blocked by Turner. And here come the Pacers. George with his head up, he'll fire a long-range three, short. Turner and Hill, and it is back tapped out to George. Now Solomon Hill buries a three in the corner. Again,
in Game 5. Lowry in trouble, turns it over. Ellis, and now George with it. For Ellis, and he puts it in. Finally, the Pacers get out.
In that fourth quarter as well.
He had 7 rebounds in that fourth quarter. Regular season as well. He had a 25-rebound game in the regular year. Solomon Hill with a second three. The third-year pro from Arizona. Down the lane, he's fouled.
But again, we got to get Mahinmi under control, get him off the offensive board.
Let's talk defense a little bit. You held the Pacers without
George looking for his first field goal, won't get it, but a foul is called. He'll go back to the line where he's two. There it is! His first basket! It's a big one! The Pacers back within 2. DeRozan, the pull-up, no good, but he was fouled.
Mahinmi got him.
Here's Ellis. Tries a three and gets it. Monta Ellis with his first three-pointer. George will shoot over him and connect. His first attempt of the half, and it goes down. Only his second basket.
Look at the ball pressure here.
George Hill gets past Biyombo. He's fouled. It won't go, but he'll shoot 2. Stuckey finds George underneath, and Paul George with his third field goal. George fires to Turner, who scores, and the lead is double figures for the first time tonight.
That's a really good cut
for 2.
Already in the corner leads to an easy opportunity for George, and it's 13 turnovers.
They have 44 points at halftime. They have 23 here in the second half.
As John Butchergross would say.
George leaves it for Hill. And Solomon Hill continues to torch the Nets in the series from three-point land.
Play as hard as you can. They'll feed off the crowd as George gets that to go.
in Game 5. DeLon Wright, rookie from Utah, on the floor. He probably turns it over. George! Oh, and whenever you see this time, Pacer fans get to celebrate their team. Or will they go to Toronto?
Dave, thanks so much. Congrats on the win. With your backs against the wall, season at stake, how did you guys go on an 18-0 run in the fourth quarter to seal this one?
We willed this one. We understood at the moment. It's a big stage. Win or go home, and we knew it. And, we willed this win tonight.
And Paul, how would you describe the mentality it took to really come back and bounce back from the heartbreaking loss that you guys had in Game 5?
We say what you want. That's the game we should have had. And, we know we can go there. We can play well. That's what this Game 7 is going to be about. We knew tonight we had the energy. We had the home court advantage. We just came out and we played our hearts out, and that was enough for us.
All right, I've got a stat to throw out at you. Since 1999, only one number 7 seed has ever beaten a number 2 seed in a 7-game series. How will you guys get it done on Sunday in Toronto?
Same way we played tonight. Again, we played well there last game. We got to do it together. We know it's going to be a crazy environment, hostile crowd. We got to just do it together. Everything is every man for this group right here, and we can get the job done. I'm positive, and I'm confident in this group.
Impressive team effort today, Paul.
Pacers come the other way. 5 on 4 right now. Lowry late to get back. George, a 3. Paul George quiets the crowd, and Indiana's on the board.
And not only has Paul George been devastating in the series, that's exactly where Indiana has hurt Toronto the most. Valanciunas on the spot there.
George pulls the trigger and hits a 3. Paul George is putting up immense numbers in this series, and a 3-point lead for Toronto. George, contact from Carroll. It doesn't matter. So tough to stop Paul George.
I think these Raptors might be louder than most teams deal with because the noise reverberates from an entire country. A passionate fan base that's craving success and validation for their team, and in some ways, their city and country.
Reverse! He went against the grain on the slam. And drawing the ire of the Raptors fans, Paul George has 12 of Indiana's. And Toronto's lead is 3. Ball movement, George is back in. That's a 3. We're tied. Paul George splash from the outside. Total in all of Game 6. George, the fake, hangs and hits. Paul George. Tough bucket on the inside to give George 17. And a 20-second timeout called by the Raptors.
40% of his field goal attempts, 2-pointers, 60% field goal attempts from 3. That's where he lives.
Paul George answers with a triple.
I'm just going to make mention, Ian, at this point. In the Pacers' 3 wins, they had 30 field goal attempts in the restricted area. In their 3 losses, only 20.
George, attack mode. Gives it up for the lay-in. Mahinmi underneath. Pacers on the move. George met by Powell. Off the rim, he's fouled. 3-point territory, Paul George. George stumbles, crosses over, and hits.
Unbelievable. I mean, for him to keep his balance there, I think his hand even touched to get to the middle. Paul George starting to warm it up.
Under a minute to play. George gets bumped on the outside, and the for the Nets home opener. Bogdanovich goes down. George open look at a 3. Paul George. His game is so smooth. Lopez, the jumper. Off the back of the iron. Long rebound to George. Hollis Jefferson trying to guard him. George. Oh, it goes for Paul George. And a chance at a 3-point play on a flip to the rim. George takes care of business and heads to the free throw line.
How about the pace, though? Under control, again, is the key. When you're running those fast breaks, spacing, finding each other.
Turner quiets the crowd with a jump shot. George using the screen, set by Turner. Lopez there trailing on defense, and George still creates a deuce.
Yeah, guys just get out of his way. Thaddeus Young popped to the corner, and he turned and shot over 2 guys soft off the glass.
Lopez has a mismatch with T. Takes it in, deflected, and he loses it. George forces his way to the bucket and scores.
Yeah, you really have to with Paul George. You got to get in front of him and at least slow him down.
George a 3. Yes. Booker creating space and missed the layup. Booker just wiping something from his eye. Must have taken a shot. George crossing over, and that is special. 2 for 1 here. George, kick out. Young fires away. It's a 3. Scola, extra feed, corner pop. Hamilton, side of the rim on a 3-ball. Indiana 0 of 9 in the quarter. George using the screen from Turner, and he sticks it. Paul George, splash. George, the crossover, the fend-off, and the bucket.
Indiana has an early 8-3 lead. They averaged 107 points during the preseason, finished 3-3, and now Paul George gets in the act as the Pacers lead at 10-3.
Every shot with feet in the paint. Very good find there, but how about that one? We saw the Pacers working on Monday against some zone, and you could see the quick recognition and the quick move by Paul George past from Thaddeus Young. Pretty good read by Paul George, but you get to this point, guys get tired, but you don't have necessarily a point guard on the floor, so you can see a little bit of a struggle there.
Oh, nice give and go, and here is Allen. Well, Indiana getting anything they want at the rim. Here's Al Jefferson, soft jump shot, air ball though, rebounded by Allen.
That makes it extremely soft, but doesn't touch anything, Chris.
And the first 3 of the year from Paul George, who made 210 of them a year ago. Here's PG, and he loads a 3. Second of the night for Paul George. He has 10 first-half points.
Good read. Now that's something that you and I talked about many times with the Pacers. They were able to read the fact that Miles Turner had Darren Williams on him, and they were running another play, and they just changed. Great read by C.J. Miles. Read it. Watching. Yeah.
Paul George earns a trip to the free throw line. Barea inside again, missed it, rebounded by Jefferson.
They're letting them play now.
The Pacers run, extra pass, Miles on the baseline.
But I like what Paul George did. Paul could have taken a shot, but C.J. Miles hadn't really had a chance to have a real impact here. So Paul George just threw him the ball so he could get a good look. That's the first basket that he's made.
George takes it inside, and it's loose and put in by Young. J.J. Barea has 6 assists, 22 points, as Paul George to give the Pacers the lead with a 3.
Well, you can see he is shooting that so comfortable. Game of the season overtime, it may be this way.
Here's Paul George, up and under. George got it.
Somehow he got it. Got away with a nudge. You got to get back, though.
And the ball in Paul George's hands as this crowd of almost 18,000 on its feet in overtime. George.
He's going to have to throw it back out there. That's where you got to throw it.
Here's the 3. Miles Turner. Got it!
Yeah, that's where you got to throw it because all the help went away from him.
Paul George made a terrific play on the last possession with Miles Turner. And now here's George again for 3. Some big 3-point shots by Miles Turner and Paul.
George straight away. And into the paint, and there's a nice cut and dive by Paul George. And we're tied at 4. George, distance.
This is a good matchup for JB.
Paul George, and that was a mismatch there as he used his height over the smaller Rajon Rondo. Paul George, nowhere to go against Butler.
Nice
move. Fake.
Nice move. I mean, he used his dribble. He picked his dribble up, but he was able to do a good job of pivoting. Really kind of fooled JB that time.
There's a nice pass and a finish by Paul George. Underneath, shot up and good.
Now you're starting to see Indiana get a little bit more comfortable now with Paul George being the guy that's the facilitator.
Paul George unable to get anything going. Turner, and he's going to be a good one. You're right. He's long, athletic. You want to make them use some energy up. They did early in the game, and there's a nice shot from Paul George.
1966. Got
Did
Rogers.
I answer?
You got it right.
Yeah, he was terrific. He was a terrific passer.
Were you calling the games?
Shortly thereafter.
No wonder why you answered that question so fast. You saw it.
Shortly thereafter, I was. There's Paul George answering at the other end.
Paul George has had a good game tonight. 7 to 10 from the field. He's got 17 points.
Paul George for 3.
He's got a smooth shot.
Outside, the guy who's not hitting shots,
hits one with ease, Jeff Teague. When it comes to jump shots alone, the Bucks have the lowest percentage in the NBA at 31.1%. A deflection and a take by Paul George. He is the show in Indiana right now.
Well, there's an example. He can do that almost at will at any time, and he's a very fine shooter.
Shot clock at 8. Teague finds George. Monte Ellis too quick for his own good. Ran right over the ball, but he finds Paul George. He's still a smart player, that Monte Ellis.
Oh, yeah, and a hustle player. And you're right, he's a guy who can run right out of his sneakers.
PG-13, Paul George.
So good. He's just so good.
Getting back to baseball, if I'm a starting pitcher, I've thrown 64 pitches and I have a big lead and I don't get a chance to get the victory in the World Series because I'm yanked, that's a 3. I don't get that. That's not my style of baseball from when I was involved.
I know you covered it a lot, and
they
know a
do
lot
it
more about it
today.
than me.
Paul George.
Smooth and money. And they need some threes. They can get them.
Deep catch, Monroe. How about the play by Paul George?
He's made a couple of blocks in this one.
Thaddeus Young on the run out.
And see, Jim, what happens? You make a defensive play, which the Pacers haven't done as much in this game. And then you can transition. They want to run. That's been a concern for the Bucks defense.
Paul George, 3-pointer.
Can't leave him open over there, Jim. You got to make choices, and you got to be moving to Paul George on the pass. Now, if they get a couple stops and scores, it's a different game. If Indiana can stop the Bucks a couple times and get down there and score even 2s like this, different animal.
Ellis perfectly timed with the pass.
Yep.
So that's what Teague's got to do.
Teague got the steal. Paul George missed the 3, and now his shot is good. George shooting almost 60% on the year from three-point range.
It's been impressive. He's still in the control. I mean, the Olympic experience, I think, was terrific for him.
PG to the basket, draws the foul, and that's on Randall. As C.J. Miles is in, has replaced Monte Ellis, and I think this is a move to help Nate McMillan solidify that bench, and here's a 3 by PG.
Yeah, he's got to find some rhythm with that bench, but I think what you will see is he'll leave some starters on the floor. I mean, because you almost have to notice how much the offense has slowed down. I mean, I'm seeing Nate call plays. So, and Paul had said something that I thought was interesting. Just take your time there, just jump over. Was that you might need a little bit more structure, because that's one of the ways we started out talking about some of the things the Pacers need to do with the structure. There is built-in floor balance, which makes you get back on defense.
Dang against the smaller Miles, blocked by George, and it stays with the Lakers.
But good help defense, partner.
The Lakers have come back from a 16-point first-half deficit.
But I'm going to tell you what happened to Paul. They'll count that. The Lakers told the officials to look out for Paul.
Here's Paul George, throws it down.
Really nice job in avoiding Larry Nance Jr., who he knows can jump. Paul took that one up, put it in the pocket, and then in the rim.
18 points for Paul George. You know he is healthy. We didn't see that early last year when he was a year removed from that injury in Las Vegas. Now Paul George goes to work. And he creates and puts up a shot.
Somehow he created a shot, because there really was nothing there.
And now here's Paul fading, scoring.
They looked at the shot clock on the other end. Speaking of shot clock, there was none. Had this been, had they broken late, he'd been in trouble, because he wouldn't have seen it. But you see, he's on Williams, who's been playing well offensively.
Now Russell guards George. Paul again.
And what he did was really good. I mean, obviously made the shot, but there was a double team coming, and Paul saw it and got rid of the shot before the double team could get there.
Now go to PG again.
Well, because he's got D'Angelo Russell. Then don't even wait to do anything.
Here's Paul George. 2 more. 6 straight.
Embiid helping out on George. Free inside. The former Sixer Thaddeus Young, his 10th year in the league. Gerald Henderson in rhythm for 2.
Excuse me, Mark. I've liked his rhythm early on in the season, being content, squaring up.
George had 28 and 8 boards Wednesday against the Sixers. Ilyasova, his 5th game as a Sixer, averaging 13 so far. 9 overall. Played a handful of games with OKC.
Bates over, isn't it? He's a huge plus to the Sixers organization, isn't he?
No doubt. So is Al Jefferson with his 13 years of experience. That time fouled by T.J. McConnell his first year with the Pacers. George got it. He's okay. Indiana without a field goal. I was going to say going back to the previous quarter. They finally get one from Miles Turner. Believe it or not, his first points. He comes in their second leading scorer, averaging just over 16. Good defense, Ilyasova on George. Thaddeus Young drilling the three. Thad, his 6th 3 and 15 tries in the season. McConnell flat out lost it. George, Ilyasova thought about taking the charge, and Paul George just kind of Euro stepped around him. George nails it, so he is warming to the task for sure. 6.1 to go in the third. George, healthy three, and he buried it. Wow! And Holmes came out to check him. Boy, wide open. Somebody missed something there, and Paul George ended up wide open. Pacers again. Kintai go ahead with a three. Paul George suddenly with 20 points. Like you said, he could explode at a moment's notice. Rodriguez bumped on the play. Wow, and a steal. Pacers have it. 2 ties it. 3 puts them in front. The shot clock is unplugged. Can the Sixers hang on? They look for George against Henderson. Paul George against Gerald Henderson. Can he get it off? And a foul. Paul George locks it up at 100. Šarić to throw it in. Sixers still have a timeout if they need it. You get 5 seconds to throw it in. It's Embiid, got it off! And we're going to overtime. Big possession for Indiana out of the timeout. Embiid remains in the game. T.J. McConnell in there, and he is defending George. George for 2, and he buries it. Of course he does. George for 3. Rebound to Young. Teague for 3. No, and that's going to do it. The Sixers will win their first game of the year.
Time this year on Fox Sports Indiana. Jahlil Okafor was the number 3 pick. Miles Turner was the number 11 pick. That was 2 years ago as George gets inside. And the shot clock halfway through. PG for 3, and he continues his streak of 30 straight games with a 3-point field goal. As the Pacers, the alley-oop, and that's Paul George. They've already scored 14 points in the first 4.5 minutes. Indiana had this problem on Monday.
I mean, if he scores, it's fine, but you don't want to start dribbling the ball around. Nice job by C.J. Miles to cover Covington, but he's still not afraid. The wind's blowing on that end.
Richaun Holmes, 23 years old, undersized as a postman at 6'8", as Paul George gets inside, and he has 9.
See, Paul's got it.
George against Stauskas, and Paul George has an 11-point quarter.
Yeah, Paul is too big for Stauskas, but good patience by Teague on that one, partner.
Monte Ellis, his jump shot starts the half. He's got 4. Nick Stauskas has come in, and there's Jefferson again. They're just going to work.
Yeah, they did. They threw it to Paul George, which means you got to guard Paul, so Paul can make the easy pass over the top.
Miles shooting better than 50% from the arc, and that's inside the arc. And George has his first point since the first quarter. And the jump shot good by George, second of the quarter.
Stauskas was, that's why I was saying just take it. Stauskas was going to foul if he was going to do anything.
Pacers get the steal again, and here's George. Dunks it! Boy, he took off from what looked outside the lane.
It was clearly outside the lane. I didn't think he was going to get there, and I thought he got fouled as well, but he was still able to get that one to go, partner.
They played 3 games decided by 10 points or less, 2 games decided by 3 points or less.
Because they play hard. I mean, that's really what that's about. They play hard.
T inbounds the basketball.
Yeah, Paul's going to try to get to the corner. That's a drive.
George hits it.
Tied. Šarić is really smart, and he's able to get his body into C.J. Miles. And Miles really couldn't do anything for a shot. And the reason you can tell that is if a guy doesn't strain to make a shot, it's usually because he get a wide open look that he can make.
And that was a wide open look for Paul George. His second, and the Pacers in front, 112-111. Rodriguez with 8 to shoot. Gets around Teague. Loses the ball.
Throw it out there.
Here comes George. Steps through and dunks it. Paul George with 26.
Got the defensive stop. Made all the difference in the world there.
Clear it out for Ellis as George
They want
sets
to
the
pick and roll
screen.
because you want to get Paul on that open side. This is his side.
Works against Henderson, and Paul George delivers again. All day long to face the best player in the world.
You sure hope not, but inevitably you have to fight human nature. But this is a team, I think, in the Pacers, and again, they're trying to figure out who they are and have to get a better understanding of, you got to come bring it every night. There are no nights off, whether LeBron plays or not. That kind of consistency is what you need. Paul George is trying to lead them in that effort.
Jordan McRae missed it. He's in his second year out of Tennessee. 22 games a year ago, averaged 5 points in limited duty for the Cavaliers. Felder was an outstanding player in the Horizon League at Oakland, and that's a 3. Paul George gets one to go. It was only a matter of time. Paul George has 7.
And Pacers almost got a steal and should have gotten a foul on that with Paul George because he got slapped on the hand as he made that basket. Go ahead, throw it to Paul. See, can he take the young man? Why? Thank you. That's what you do. I say why, because he jab stepped twice, and Liggins never went anywhere. So don't jab step him again. He's not going to come close to you. Just shoot over the top of him. Quick hands there by Monte Ellis.
Thaddeus Young ahead to
Got help.
Ellis. Here is George with a left hand.
And he got fouled too. But those are 3 turnovers basically, with 2 fouls, a turnover actually, and a missed shot.
Good hands.
Yeah, really good job getting back into it.
And now Paul George attacks Shumpert, and with a left hand, got it in.
That shows you some strength because Shumpert got it.
Ellis to George, trying to get Paul engaged with a long 3.
Really good pass. When I say a good pass, a pass that the catcher can receive and get right into his shot.
Now George sets his feet, and that time delivers.
Boy, I'm telling you, doesn't he shoot that with so much more confidence than he did even last year?
Here's George, and now Turner at the basket. Good feed and fine for Paul George.
And a nice basket by Turner, who played through contact.
George out to Ellis. Ellis inside the arc.
That's his spot right there.
With the pocket pass in the paint to Turner. Whisks it out to PG-13. Used to be PG-24, but PG-13 sounds a heck of a lot more marketable. And he sticks it.
As a point guard, you got to have a smile on your face because your teammates react to you. They want to make you happy because they can disappoint you by missing passes, and then they can make you happy by catching them and doing something with it. And I said, you have to be balanced. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that gave him that kind of encouragement.
Pacers take the 14-12 lead off the steal. Here's PG-13.
That's too easy there. You let him catch the ball in that area, you're not going to block. He's 6'9".
Right, no good.
You know, in Europe, it doesn't happen as much because the athleticism is not like the NBA. It's a great move there.
How about that blow-by speed?
But in the NBA, everyone's an athlete. So it's like they'll be up there on the rim trying to knock it off.
Retired Navy SEAL Terry McCullough. 1 Bronze Star, 2 meritorious service medals, 4 Navy and Marine Corps Commendation medals, and the list goes on and on and on. A real-life American hero. Paul George nearly stripped 3 games and scores.
Well, he's going to be aggressive here. This is what you call winning time.
George turns and fires.
Yeah, he didn't get greedy. He turned and he didn't even try to challenge. He just shot the jump shot.
They get those 50-50 balls. Here's Stuckey. He gets it going. This is a team at the end of a long, bruising road trip. So 20 seconds to go, 7 on the shot clock. Suns down 106-94. This is the biggest Indiana lead. Here's George just throwing up a prayer, and he banks it in.
And now we see real playoff basketball.
And that's one of the things Nate McMillan, in his first year as coach of the Pacers, talked to us about. He goes, you know it's going to be fired up. Have some poise, especially early to start the game, because you know LeBron James and the Cavs are going to look to start out with a vengeance.
Pacers decided to throw a double team at Kevin Love on the block.
George misses the shot. Thaddeus Young the rebound. George steps right up again and knocks down the three-pointer.
The other paces to make shots, not named Paul George.
Mismatch in transition. George gets it inside to Turner, and Turner finishes down low.
But you see what Cleveland's doing on Paul George right there as George steals the pass and pulls for three. But they're going to trap him off those pin downs. And other guys like Thaddeus Young are going to have to.
Starting Paul George. James is on C.J. Miles. Miles gets free, fires, and hits. Another good three-point shooter is C.J. Miles at a career high.
It's not going to work.
George draws the foul beyond the arc. He got hit, and he's going to shoot three. 9-8 was the actual number. Kevin Love will return. Well, see George playing at this level is terrific, as George, of course, broke his right leg back in the summer of 2014. And he's worked so hard to get back. Last year made All-NBA 13. This year, career high scoring. When he broke that leg, he was clearly one of the top two-way players in the league.
Really a great story how he came back from it. Testament to his options that LeBron has with the ball in his hand.
Stevenson to George. James now on Paul George, who hits another three. That's his third three-pointer of the first half.
And they're hiding Kevin Love.
Kyrie Irving, fifth turnover for Cleveland. George goes against Kyrie Irving. Pull-up jumper's good.
Oh, he's so
get into a rhythm before Irving and James.
George, corner three. That's good. Paul George from downtown. His fourth three-pointer. He's got 16 points. And despite Paul George, terrific first half for Indiana. 16 points, 4 assists. He played 22 of the 24 minutes. That one goes down. It's George now with 18 points.
I like that. Help him somewhere. You can't live with Jeff Teague defending LeBron James by himself.
George shot won't go, but he drew the foul, and that's Love's second.
Get maximum effort. You as a staff have to sit there and say, is this plan workable? And switching Jeff Teague onto LeBron James on the back down with no help.
George 3 of 4 from the free throw line. George already with 20 points, the game's high score.
I do agree.
George stops, fires, and connects his fifth three-pointer of the game. And he's got Irving on George. Shoots over him easily and knocks it down. You forget he's 6'9".
This dude.
He's a bad man.
Cavs go on some runs, and they've always bounced back. Right now, though, this building alive. George inside, Seraphin. Oh, nice up and under move from Kevin Seraphin.
And interestingly,
is the other way. Inside pass to Turner. Turner lays it up and in, and it's cut to 2. Timeout, Cavaliers. George fouled, and he will go to the line to try to tie the game with 3:59 remaining. Remember, they trailed by, lost it. They had a big lead against Indiana in the double overtime game and lost it.
They also like Nate McMillan cut out playing the smaller guards, like the backup guys.
Demand the basketball.
George, long three-pointer. That's good. Paul George from way downtown, and it's back to a one-point game.
Won their last 5 to finish in that number 7 seed. Bad pass, and here's George ahead of the field and puts it down.
Big 2 points, Cleveland.
She picked up on a switch by Love. Here's George. Yes. Paul George hits from downtown.
And I like that kind of action, Mark.
Ellis flips it right back for Young. George off the fake. He had Smith in the air and takes advantage.
Doing a nice job of using his body to get into the paint that time.
Thompson stripped from behind. It's a 4-on-2. This time George goes right at Irving and stuffs.
Wow, reminiscent of Paul George in Miami throwing that one down. Go back to Paul George at the top of the key. Nobody challenging PG at the rim. Bang! About free throw shooting, and they could go all kinds of ways.
Yes, there can. There can be many possibilities. As Thaddeus Young is able to hit on the reverse. George with the jumper.
That kind of play is perfect for the Pacers.
Poked away by Young. Got him from behind. Here's George. Gives it up. So Thaddeus Young with the bucket. 7. Cavalier lead. Here's Irving. Pass intended to Thompson. George ahead of the field and hammers it down. As George pulls it back. Yes, nice move by Paul George, who has 21 points. George guarded by Jefferson. A long three-point attempt, and it rolls in. A miss for Kyrie Irving. And Young able to beat Irving down. Young with his 6th steal of the game. It's down to 7. Miles Turner from Paul George. 8 unanswered for Indiana as 19. George thought he was fouled and scored.
Wow.
Was looking for the call against James. A 10-0 run by the Pacers. Look to throw it in. Goes back to George for 3. Yes.
Round wins in the playoffs. Cleveland's playing with a lot of confidence on the offensive end. There's Miles Turner open again. Paul George finds Young, and Thad Young in the box score early, and a good look coming from a head coach. Here's Teague, 4-3, knocks it down. Homegrown kid right here, Pike High 30 in this postseason, and he gives it up. And the 3 ball by Thaddeus Young. And Kyrie Irving, oh, nice play by Turner. Inside, Young again. So it is the youth and the exuberance of Miles Turner that kept that. As George gets inside, that's easy pickings for Paul George.
He needed that one. I mean, they were all over him, and right away Coach Ty Lue said, we do not want to get that young man get going. So
Stevenson will pull a 3. Young with an offensive board, finds PG-13, hits it from behind the arc. Felt like one of those commercials where everything just went silent, and then the ball goes through.
Oh my goodness!
Wide open. George on the run, and the pass from Stevenson. Shot clock down to 3. Tough 3-pointer. No. George with the board, and he is fouled. Darren Williams. It will be Williams on the foul. Bonus coming for Indiana. They're hyped here in Indianapolis. And Paul George will pull on LeBron, and he hits. And he's got that mojo going.
Mojo rising, I tell you, that is not an easy guy to go one-on-one against. LeBron's a great defender.
Went through a full practice. As far as his minutes limits, though, his coach Ty Lue.
George to the wing. Here's Ellis for 3. Yes! George with 3 on the shot clock. Double team comes for him. Now LeBron slips away. Ellis got to get one up quick. Tough. And now an offensive board by Young. And here's George. Got it! Another chance. Larry Legend. That's almost a smile right there.
Lou to get Korver a good look at a 3, and he drained it.
And now a whistle on J.R. Smith. And by the way, George in the corner. How about another one? Ooh, the 10th 3-point make of the half. Wow.
Wow is correct, Brian.
Chance for the last shot. Why not Paul George? And he is fouled, and he'll head to the line with 3 seconds remaining in the half. Pacers have missed the last 8 shots. And Cleveland very quickly cutting into that deficit as C.J. Miles turns the corner and knocks down the jump shot. Paul George, after that monster quarter, leaves it for Young. And what one superstar can do, the other obliges. George getting hounded, gives it up for Teague. Wide open 3. Rattles, bounces, and goes down. Shooting Sooners touch. Jeff Teague. George finds Stevenson and another three. As Paul George, Indiana gets a first possession and gets a friendly roll. Now, Paul did not score in the third quarter while LeBron to Nate McMillan for keeping the technical foul tally at home as George is fouled on the shot.
I always keep the technical foul tally at home.
George now, answer.
There you go, Paul. Woo! There you go. Now the stars are coming out and ready to shine, baby.
What an answer. Paulie Gold hits a big one. Paul George goes fast, working right behind Turner, scores a two.
This series to Ben. George with a mismatch against Kyrie Irving. Finds C.J. Miles from downtown. This time he connects. The Pacers up 5.
Well, he needs to have a big game.
George posting up Smith. And Paul George is finally on the board.
Well, J.R. Gamble, he tried to front him from that angle. Free people, finding people, and he can do it.
Paul George put a little sauce on J.R. Smith and knocks down the three.
Now bring this up about Paul George. In this series, he's attempting 11 threes.
He and LeBron have all of Cleveland's points, totaling 12. Lance Stevenson hadn't even worked up a lather yet, folks. George a little bit quiet in this ball game offensively. Just 5 points, but have no fear. Lance Stevenson picking up some of that slack.
These are points for you. And then you keep this guy LeBron James out on the floor with them.
Paul George draws the foul on Shumpert.
Not had that many good looks.
Kevin Love got blocked, and George, they could use a little more Paul George. Thompson called on the goaltending. George with only
rest of his half.
Paul George searched that one and got it. Hit the 3 ball, and he's up to 9 points for the ball game.
Because right there, he has his hands full with George.
And George will have a chance for a 3-point play. Paul George has hit double figures with 11 now in the ball game.
And try and get down and attack before their defense is set.
Thank you, Nate. Guys. And the Pacers off to a good start here in the fourth quarter. Kyrie Irving after that big period.
In the second half.
George from downtown cashes in with the 3.
The big thing is push the action. Well, they got their switch. That's the switch they wanted. Well, here comes a double. See, there's a nice pass.
Great feed inside to Young, and the game is tied.
Shooting 3 against Houston. Oh, how about that? No-look bounce pass to Clinton, and then recovering it to block it out of bounds is one of the better defenders in the league, and Paul George. One in and out, no good. George with the Euro step on Ariza for 2.
You know how when you watch players play on other teams and how they defend your guys, and Chris Paul always getting his hand on basketballs. Oh, nice shot by Paul George. And one opportunity.
That follow. Oh, nearly stolen by Hart. Paul George over Chris Paul. Earliest regular season start for the Rockets since I think like 1980. From Adnam. And then he goes to work on Mullen. Takes him right to the rim, and he's fouled. He just sized him up. Lovely there. And all thrown away.
Paul George was sitting on that right there. Easy pass right to lob to Grant.
Jazz last night, 19 turnovers in Minnesota. And on the other end, a jumper straight down the barrel and a nice shot by Paul George. He's going to get it. Tavo Cephalosha just checked in, and the first bucket goes right to Paul George, and it's up and over. Paul George on a stop-and-go drive, and there's a first inside bucket I can remember since early in his ball game. Amazing that he's a 17-year veteran in this league. Joe Johnson. Paul George drives around Cephalosha. Nice move. And one. Jump shot. Paul George working the crossover against Mitchell Westbrook. Deep. Got it. By Andrew Wiggins
the other night. And the home opener here. George tied it to the rim. Ooh, that was pretty. Well, you know, they know he can shoot the basketball. Nice screen by Patrick Patterson. Taj Gibson on the switch. George scores over it. Eustace has another rebound. The hit ahead. George is fouled. He scores. And it's a 3-point play opportunity for George.
officiating so far.
Teague, the All-Star in 2015, knocks down the free throws. He's on 11, but Thunder has got to reply. Paul George hits the deck.
Oladipo is just feeling it from Oladipo. I beg your pardon. Ready first time. Count that basket.
Scoop shot by Grant. No. Westbrook comes out with the basketball and feeds Paul George for 3.
Too early in the clock. You're going to take that shot. Stop buying a line. You know what I mean? I don't mind the three-point shot. Nice roll again by Steven Adams.
Thought about the 3. Instead, he attacks on Westbrook. Can't get it to go. And then Taj turns it over. Westbrook in transition.
And that's what you want to continue to do. It's just make them feel like, okay, how do we guard this thing?
George steps into it, and he's got another from distance. Paul George did himself. Speed. It's quick off the line. There's George, and that's good. He didn't hit him with the MJ, did he? Yes, he did. Oh, my goodness. Encouraging. They come out with a little bit more energy. George running in, layup good. The shot at the three-point line. George measuring Holiday, former star at the University of Washington. George goes right down Main Street to score.
Oklahoma City from the New York Knicks. First who he played for in the NBA was the Denver Nuggets. Won a national championship in Syracuse. George. And Robertson. For OKC. George, a 3. George guarded by Brogdon. Crosses him over. And it's Don Nelson when I played.
Come down into the post area.
Oklahoma City team coming off a big win over Milwaukee. Paul George triple team able to slither through.
Play the glass. That's why I am shocked that he tried to switch that rather than play the floor.
Tried to come over, defend Paul George. A tick too late. PG3 knocking down the triple. Marcus Smart on the floor right now, and he just got intercepted by Paul George. Irving is back, tried to take the charge, but instead counted and won. Give and go. Adams got his foot in the passing lane and also dove for the save. Packing it home is Paul George.
Great defensive play by Adams.
Al Horford shooting 38% from 3, 8 consecutive Boston points. George found a seam and slammed it home.
Yeah, that was an excellent move. People in blue shirts never moved to go for that open ball.
Well, a nightmare night in OKC has turned into 19 points for Kyrie Irving as Paul George scores there. Terrible, awful Gordon Hayward injury to start the game, start the season, then dropped 0-2, have a chance to do something no one has ever done. But Paul George hits a 3 that rattles around the rim and goes in.
Paul George comes off the screen of Adams. They've got a pretty good look on Mo Harkless. Paul George pops to the top, the crossover, doubled, spins, and scores.
There is nothing other than a double team the Blazers could have done differently. Get hung up on any screens.
Our far side, near side on the camera. Here's Westbrook outside, triggering Paul George. Quick 3, bang, and an easy look.
You see Buddy was standing, you got to put your body on your guy.
Yeah, Remus just walked right to it.
Turnovers now, 2-on-1. And now Dave Yeager needs a timeout.
There's another steal. It's George. Leader. 2-on-1. It's George inside, fending off the defense of Wilson Chandler. George right here. Oklahoma City is number 1 in isolation. Crossover by George.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. Look at this move here by Paul George. So crossover. Sweet. Little love tap to the
spread. George going to cross over. Harrell avoids the pump fake, but George is equal to the challenge. Wow. Great shot by George. Brooke battling, dumping it off. Rivers read the pass, but then Grant steals it away from him. And the back door is open as everybody comes to Grant. And wow, knocking it halfway back to Tuscaloosa. George in transition. After They're starting 3 out of 4. The Mavericks have misfired their last 3 times down the floor. Westbrook, Euro stepping into the lane and scoring.
That's just PG at his best,
And in fact, in their only win in round 1, had one of the few point rebound triple-doubles of his life. Oh, Josh Houston from 3 as the lip comes off the basket, and the Thunder makes it a 1-point game.
Tough shot, got the rebound.
George will drive the double team. Comes Patterson right there. Spins on a dime and floats it home. The Thunder with its largest lead of the game at 6 points. With the top of his head into Jeremy Grant's chin, they both go down. 4 on 4. The floor spread. And George flexing. And after he packs it.
Game being able to force the Mavericks to have a lot of dribbling. Not a whole lot of north-south movement.
George with the steal. And the finish. 30 points out of the starting backcourt for the Mavericks tonight. Playing it off of Grant's hips. That was beautiful. And he goes right at Matthews. George coming again.
Well, you know what I'm going to say? That's nasty. Entire way. Almost close to an offensive foul.
George gathers and drives. Sees the lane, takes it to score.
It seems to have all led to buckets. Westbrook to George. George gets a good overlook, knocks it down, and the foul. OKC dominating here in the first quarter.
Steal. Danny Green with his 4th steal of the ball game. And then George takes it right back, and Ginobili fouls him with 47.4 seconds remaining.
But still found. Steven Adams lobs there, but a poor entry by Cousins. Turnover, 8-point game. And it'll be Paul George on the run.
His 3rd.
Over the top, Cousins with AD. Poor pass on the entry. You can see that deflected in front of us, and easy points. An ugly beginning, to say the least. Down 15 early. Their first lead of the game. Darius Miller, you got to protect it against this guy. Man, oh man, is that casual. It'll be showtime. Jeremy Grant and Paul George.
18 points. Outside for 3. George has got it. The Thunder with a season-high 65 first-half points.
Forget about trying to fit in. I said it in the opener. He has never fit in his life. He's got to look to take over games and let the other guys follow.
George gets inside.
Oklahoma City with the big lead here early.
3 out of 10. Robertson at the line here in that limited pocket. Durant blocked by Grant. And the Thunder running again. George outside for 3. Got it from Westbrook.
The rebound.
Ball deflected and stolen by George. He leads the NBA in that department. Throws a bad pass, but it comes back in. And George able to finish.
Nice screen by Adams. George off the run from Robertson. Scores from 3.
That's a beautiful stroke.
Westbrook loses Curry, who gets underneath, gives it up to Durant. He's stripped. Skip past Anthony, asking for it for 3, and he's got it.
George puts it in. George stayed with him. George for 3. There was contact. Iguodala deflected and stolen by George.
Bang!
He comes up with a steal. He's having a night shooting the ball. He's got 20. As he drops in his 4th 3.
A lot better in terms of movement. Pistons trailing by just 2 points now.
When Felton was checked in at point guard as Paul George drops in the jumper from up top.
At the 3-point line, no. George, oh, what a play! What a play by George!
An old run here by the good guys. Cutting across the paint is Paul George, and he hits the shot.
In the ball game, he's scored 7 since halftime. Oh, my! PG for 3. 3-game
homestand upcoming. A lot of road games Dallas has to play for the rest of December after that. Out of the timeout, Nick Collison with a slam dunk.
2 to play in the first quarter. Fournier on George. Tough shot by Paul George. George in the middle. Robertson again. He's just hanging around the basket. 8 points for Andre Robertson. Safe until that final horn sound. We're not going to relax. Paul George, he's awfully good as well. And a 3-point chance coming for George. What else?
That was just good defense and luck.
13. Driving hard in to Chang to score.
Luck by the Timberwolves. Great steal by Russell Westbrook.
On-man break for the Thunder. George will go right into Chang. Counted and one.
The last game he played had his 6th double-double of the season.
Recognizing a mismatch is auditing to Raymond Felton, who starts the quarter for the Thunder. Nice pass. Good wing action. Felton gets the hockey assist. George gets the helper. Robertson gets the back.
Steal by Butler, then lost it off his foot,
and he's blocked by George deep. That little bit.
The second half, and he said they're a tough team defensively, guys, so the Thunder are going to have to keep at it.
Butler locked inside the Thunder's 5th block shot.
Let the Timberwolves play defense for stretches.
George squares up and scores.
And you force a mismatch.
George takes the screen by Patterson. He attacks and he's looking for a passing lane outside to the corner, but on the city. Felton lost the handle of the basketball. Tyus Jones is going to attack George, who's going to recover and block his 2nd shot of the ball game.
What a great rundown by Paul George. Jamal Crawford. What's up, boy? I tell you, he is one of the greatest streak shooters. That's okay. Paul George could be a little streaky too. Now still sitting on those 4 fouls.
Westbrook kicks it out. George on the way for 3. And the lead is back to double digits. 3-point shoot.
Really locked off everybody else. What kind of dribble was that?
What a play. What a play. And one. Cherry on top. Gasol over the top. Adams scores. And he's fouled.
Get off to a good start against a short-handed team and keep the pressure on.
George gives it back to Adams and he scores again. I talked to Paul George after practice. Flight attendants on that pass from George to Adams, who punishes the rim. George underneath with a nifty move for his first basket of the night. Singled up against Burks. Nice run by Patterson. George spinning his way in the lane to score, but give Patrick Patterson major credit for the run that he put on Alec Burks. Oklahoma City. George attacking, adjusting, the double team comes. George separates and scores. Mitchell attacking, bottled up by Robertson. Westbrook on the run, threading the needle to George, who avoids the contact of Ingles and scores. George with Donovan Mitchell in his hip pocket scores. George looking at 3 defenders, he attacks, he scores, and one.
He took a lot of contact on the play.
On to Westbrook. Adams clears some space. Lamb falls down. George backs up behind the 3-point line. Cool, calm, and collected, and counted.
Back that rim.
Nice screen by Patterson, leaving George room to run and go right at Kaminsky to score. George goes right at Grant. He's fouled and one.
Okay. He didn't settle.
G13 gets it right back. George inside scores. I want to see that again when we get a minute. Thunder is shooting 12 of 34 from the floor in the second half. Walker bottled up, turned over. George gets drifted out of the way, and then he's fouled.
3 and 10 on the road. They've had
had some losses for teams as Westbrook again with the alley-oop to George. His first basket as a visiting player at Bankers Light Fieldhouse. Bogdanovich, and they're outscoring the Thunder in the quarter 11-2. Cassidy started the second half talking about their struggles in the third of late, but they get a basket here out of the timeout with Adams from Paul George. That's 4 assists for George.
George takes it right back. The NBA steals leader was first of the night. Russell Westbrook pull up, banks it home, and throws it up top to George. George drives on Covington, gets inside and finishes. Good defense there from Covington. Pass inside, back up top. Paul George a three. He's got it. Paul George from downtown, and it's back to 2.
Covington knocks in a 3. Irrational confidence sometimes is a blessing.
George to the basket, ties the game. Again, especially if the game is close. Baker right up on Paul George. George whips a pass to Patterson. Patterson gets a good look. Missed a couple, but knocks that one down for his first field goal.
Grahash to steal. George takes right back. Felton lost control of the basketball, gets it back. George teeing it up for 3. Bang! What a great find!
Only has 7 tonight, but a timely bucket there forces the Thunder to make a play, which George does to break the top.
Paul George guarded by Gary Harris. In the lane, and it's too easy.
It's all layups right now. As now starting to find their range. They've hit all 3 of their attempts from beyond the arc here in the quarter. Adams set up by George. First missed shot of the ballgame in 7 attempts. Tell you what, the Thunder is playing good physical defense. Odd man break, alley-oop.
Giving Russell Westbrook the ball just at the right time, then he sprinted to the rim.
Rubio pops it up over the top. Westbrook singled up with Hood, who just gets out of the way. Get open shots. Well, that's what the Thunder has done tonight. They've denied the drive. Oh, that's a pretty fancy drive. And a little bit of Statue of Liberty before the flush through.
Let me show you this first of all. Is this PG-13? Oh, no. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Oh. By the way, trivia question, not really a trivia question. Door a little bit.
They've done a great job of making them go left-right with the basketball. How about that left-right crossover? That's a Paul George special.
Cephalosha on the wing. Now, Quinn Snyder now has got to save minutes for tomorrow night. There's no doubt. Hopefully you get Donovan Mitchell back in the lineup.
Unlimited time here with the Hawks and doing something with it.
George off the screen, scores for 3.
By the Thunder.
Denying Prince at the 3-point line. George slaps that ball away. Russell going to run. He's got a trailer and Patterson. Anthony's going to step into it. Bang!
George trying to go coast to coast in the paint, forced to give it up. Gets it back in the corner, launches up a 3 and hits it. Get the lead by 4. Tough shot, no. Good D. Jazz shut down that baseline. Cephalosha on the run against Felton. Blocked from behind and out of nowhere. Both teams shooting 44% from the floor. George runs it inside. One giant step.
George, he's 27 years old.
So Ingles brought it across the timeline, easy bucket. George now throws it down. He's got 13 and a half off the Joe Ingles turnover Thursday night. Rodney Hurd turns the corner. Here's Fade. Block. George, his second sweat of the night, now a steal, and he comes the other way. Let me just warn those folks, sit out a lot because they'll leave you out of house and home. George off balance.
Oh, tough shot. Tough shot coming into his off leg.
To shoot a high percentage, he's doing it. He's shooting 40%. Here's George out front. He drills the 3 and gets fouled. And fouled. PG-13 in the house. Well, they're playing their game. This is their pace. They'll keep this up at a full 48 minutes. Oh, George hit it with the sauce. They only average right around almost 5. But give them a lot of credit. They've been extremely active defensively. Great ball movement. Kept by the 3 by PG-13. And Anderson right now is 2 for 3 in the 3-ball. Paul George Guarded by Ariza, tough fadeaway. It's nothing but net. He's having a very good game. OKC leading by a point. George against Tucker. Drew the foul and one. Paul George with the strength to finish that. Give yourself a chance to get a higher percentage shot. There's George, good pump fake. One dribble, escape dribble, and move. PG.
Toronto with another 8-point run over the last minute and a half. Robertson driving, dishing. George gets inside, Euro stepping and in traffic, he scores. With another offensive rebound. Keep going, big fella, keep going. Sweet little pocket pass, George scores and one.
With that post move.
Kobe has that ball poked away by George. Leads the NBA in steals. Robertson through Anthony Patterson for three, and there's Rush. That puts the defender between the devil and the deep blue sea. The shot here.
Steven Adams digging loose for that ball.
Transition. PG for three. Of those at the line for Toronto. Westbrook finds George on the wing for three. Powell checking George. Stays in front of him nicely, but the fadeaway falls for PG-13.
Thunder done a good job, better job of closing out on shooters. Bench is coming, done a solid job as well too. They're knocking down the long ball. The +5 over 500.
George tying an Oklahoma City Thunder record with his 7th make from three.
Shot clock at 9. Rubio left it out there. Paul George steps in front for the steal. George gives it up. Brewer. Oh, it's Westbrook cutting to the hole for the jam. Oklahoma City has no offensive rebounds. They've been the best offensive rebounding team in the NBA. George off balance. It goes. A 3-ball for Paul George. Adams the offensive rebound. They get a reload. George fires and hits the 3.
How important that playoff experience is.
George busting inside, fights to get it back and finishes. Understand after on the backboards, they're +5 in rebounds and lead by a bucket.
He has offense to operate with that kind of stickiness in the ball. They're not getting it off to the first available player.
Silky smooth Paul George.
Back in transition. They're very good at it, but they like to play late into the shot clock. They found some angles and seams in this first half.
7 to shoot. George crosses, challenges Gobert. Off the glass, Paul George had to adjust because of Gobert's presence. Pitfall when a rookie is dominating the way that Mitchell had during parts of this season. George, he's got it.
Options with either driving the score or make plays will help them get in their flow.
They leave Paul George free, and he cans it from three-point territory.
Conversation with the officials about the physicality that we talked about in the first half. Yep. Paul George and Ingles going at one another.
Oh, George is smoking hot. To go, third quarter. George, the handles. Splash on a 3. Abrinas over Exum. Off the rim. Rebounded by George. Peaks at the clock. George fires at the horn. He's got it. Paul George beats the buzzer. We go to the 4th in Oklahoma City, the NBA playoffs on TNT. Over and over under Billy Donovan.
Well, the iterations have been incredible. Russell Westbrook with Kevin Durant as Paul hits 2 more.
86-78, Thunder. George. O'Neal goes down. George. Oh, he's not human!
Should be a much more serious candidate, I think, for Rookie of the Year.
It's a 2-man race.
George fouled at the 3-point line. Count it! PG-13 to the strike. George for 3, got it! Working off the screen, PG-13 drops a bomb. George checked tightly by Ingles again. They had a spirited battle, and at the 3-point line, the pump fake draws contact. George makes the bucket. Neal bidding for the steal, squares up. George crossing over, feeding right inside for the bucket at the rim.
Just easily.
Help defense by Anthony Rubio on the baseline. No. George with the block on Gobert after the offensive rebound. George asking for it. Mismatched with Rubio. He steps back and he scores. Kicked out to George. Sniffed out by Rubio. Might have got away with a foul. George powering his way through it. Scoring in the heart of the lane.
For the Thunder.
Westbrook has 3 steals. George a wide open 3. Thunder on the high side. Westbrook is short. Mitchell racing. Blocked by George, and then Gobert bumped by Adams.
The physicality up a little bit. Some skirmishes last night, some skirmishes today, and guys know that the season's on the line. Nice shot there by Melo.
Yeah, he needs that catch and shoot 3 to drop. 1-8 in their last 9 home playoff games. George step back 3 is good, and that's what he did in game 1, even with a hand in his face. George finds Anthony on the move. He'll give it up. Nice movement here to Patterson. He got it on a 3.
Offensive end.
Favors a free agent to be as Exum throws it away. George slinking ahead and powering it down.
I mean, come on, you can't throw a lazy pass.
After a fast start, he is quieted in the second. George pushes off and lays in. George goes around the Patterson screen, finds him on the pop, and he hits a long 2 for Patrick Patterson, who's had his stroke tonight. Final minute of the third. George's 3 is good, and does that get Paul George going? To be very physical with each other. Now George switched on Rubio. His jumper is good. 14 for Mitchell. Westbrook saunters to the scorer's table. George has another from the floor in this game. George sizing up Mitchell. He has 2 more.
Sizing up describes it perfectly, Ryan, because he has that size advantage.
52%. Paul George had the big game 1. Off the penetration. Check. Brewer sticks it. A 3 to open things up. Comes fouled out of game 2. And foul trouble in game 3. The steal. George a 2-on-1. George will do it himself with a flip.
George with 2. Saw that in the fourth quarter, an unstoppable spin move by Donovan Mitchell.
Jazz up by 1. George to Jay. He buries it. It's a triple. Patterson made some 3s in game 3. George, that's for 2. Paul George adds to the Oklahoma City lead. George drives in. Brewer lines up a corner 3. Rebounded by George. And he puts it off the window. The 12-point Utah lead. The steal for George. And George will take it in for the 2-handed throwdown. The lead is 15. George one-on-one with Mitchell. Leans in. Count it. Paul George, a foul call. Versatility on defense. Stripped away by Abrinas. George scoops it up. They're down by 17. George bullies his way to the rim. There's that matchup again. George with Ingles. Bounces. Grant attacks. Tough shot. Jeremy Grant with the deuce. George was asking for it against Rubio. Adams will get it to him. George, the leaner. 1 point here in the fourth quarter. George. Nice fake on Ingles. George. Silky smooth jump shot for 3.
George in a mismatch will drive on Gobert. The help comes, and that'll be an and 1 for PG-13. Tracked by George. Raymond Felton has checked in for the Thunder. He resets George, who spins, fires, and scores. 7 3-pointers in the quarter. The Jazz with an 8-point lead. George trying to respond, and he does at the buzzer.
And also putting himself with each dribble.
You know, I believe GPS said that was from Leedy, Oklahoma.
Oh, each dribble.
6-2 on second chances. George spins away from Ingles, gets him on his hip, and scores.
That's a smart play. That's a tough shot. You got 4 stops now in a row for the Jazz. Just keep cashing in.
George attacks
and one. It's on our side.
As Gobert splits both free throws.
Nice spin move by George and a pretty finish. Feathering it down the lead, down to 12 now.
It's the shot clock violation.
Oh my goodness.
Paul George.
It just gets better.
Just dancing.
It just gets better. George has 8 in the quarter. He crosses over, attacks, and scores.
And I tell you, they made him work for that 2 points.
Makes from beyond the arc as part of that. The challenge by Mitchell. The Thunder with a stop. George out in front of the defense. And it's a one-possession game. The challenge by Adams. Westbrook for 3. Scores! All the way back from 25 points down.
Actually, I believe he has 5 personal fouls.
Beg your pardon, you are correct, sir.
And that's
Favors with 4.
That's going to keep him on the bench.
George the runner. Punishing screen by Adams. George over the top of Gobert. Paul George for 3.
Watch Paul George. Snakes around the screen. That's a very difficult shot.
Short shot clock. Thunder doesn't get anything out of that, but then Grant gets back to challenge it. How about George blocking Mitchell at the rim?
Rivers has done a good job on Anthony. And then also Anthony, can he get to the rim and get to the line?
Boy, OKC looking for Steven Adams early here.
Then they got 5, and that like blew up the team because without him there is 0 shot clock.
Oh, Paul George making a statement early.
Defend them and force them to stay outside. But now if you're going to go over the top on the pick and rolls, they're going to be down in the paint at ease. Hard to be in this type of a situation with this team and the chemistry that they have. Remember, this team lost their 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 6th scores from a year ago. They're just blowing out here. Now, this is just a great play and then an excellent look up the floor. That's what you try to get your guys. Look up the floor.
Biggest lead of the ball game for the Jazz.
You're rooting for Oklahoma City. Your 2 key guys are struggling.
Anthony, he and George trying to find their offensive rhythm. George with a nice turn inside to Adams for an easy jam.
He's right up in there, challenging every year for the best percentage.
Adams inside, finishes with the left. Yeah, Joe Ingles was cut by the Los Angeles Clippers. Paul George. Westbrook open. And another 3 hits nothing but bottom.
Well, that was an unselfish play by George. And get it out. Main thing is get it out now if you're Oklahoma City. You got to make it happen.
Felton for 3. Yes. Raymond Felton makes it a 4-point.
Tried to lob it to DeAndre Ayton. It got sniffed out by Adams.
And a lot of white shirts were around that play as they read it.
George on fire here in the first half with 18.
You're happy with this because, you know, the offense is working. The defense is making things happen. And boy, look at this here. 3 white shirts.
Off the backboard. And Grant with the exclamation point. Nicely done by Dennis Schroeder. Now Adams getting back. Here come the Thunder with numbers. Schroeder drops it off. George elevates and detonates here in Oklahoma City.
Oh, you picked up on that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just didn't have time. George got fouled. Count it. Paul George for the possible 4-point play. Knox. Hezonja got the loose ball, but it was knocked away by Ferguson. They hit ahead to Patterson. The lob. George. Oh, what a play. Patterson, the feed was impeccable.
Stay there and don't move until the shot actually hits the rim. And he might not think it doesn't mean much, but it really does. You're up there watching and he's laying it in.
Nothing slithery about that. Just lightning quick hands from Jackson. But then it's smothered on the other end. Defensive Jim.
Yeah, not a good decision there. Going mid-range, I like that for him. So great execution.
5 straight games of 20 or more from T.J. Warren. Count the hoop.
Cauley-Stein blocked and a jump ball. Cauley-Stein with the rejection from the Thunder. That's the way I'm going to play this. unless it's a three like that. And again, you got to tip your hat. That's all you can do.
Yes.
I mean, that's a hell of a shot.
I just want to win. I'm happy to come off the bench. Well, maybe happy is a strong word, but he was willing. He was willing. As George gets it, and he'll go to the line for a three-point opportunity. Durant blocked. Diallo swats Durant, tried to go behind the back. It ends up in the hands of George. Reverse stuff.
You take it, you run. Jeremy Lamb, there's a turnover. Good pressure on the ball. Paul George waits, hesitates to the rim, and goes above the rim.
That's what you call.
On the floor for Billy Donovan. Westbrook kicks it out to George in the corner. Defender lost his balance. George knocks it down. Defensive stops. Right back in action here. George weaving inside, got to the rim, floats it up and in.
That's just a tough move.
And the rebound to Murray, but George intercepts the pass. Knifing his way, avoids Jokic and scores.
Off of a Nuggets player.
At the inbounds play, George passed up the jumper and took it to the rim.
Malik Beasley taking that.
Shooter navigating around. George left open, that three. That's going to rattle home. And Paul George and the Thunder got it down to single digits. Just a 12-point game here with 3 and change. George. That's the continuation.
You know,
playing with those 5 personal fouls. That front court of Atlanta.
And that's what you want to see. You know, over here. Hot turnover out front.
George with the stuff.
Another turnover. Thunder in transition.
Boy, Michael, they must have hurt you a couple of minutes ago. I think that you said, what, pick up the pace?
Absolutely. Pick up the pace.
And George by himself doing the work over there.
Stanley trying to overplay Paul George. George gets by him for a jam.
Roll.
He did not.
Yes,
that is not true.
But it was lost out because he obviously had a job and they were going to film during the winter.
George, will it count? It will.
Good thing just for an easy look for the Nets. Some ball movement. They only got off 6 field goal attempts in the fourth prior to that.
Paul George soaring high for the Thunder. KC chant right now. George tapped out. Adams. George drives. He's fouled. A chance at a three-point play. George crosses. George flips it in. He put it over Jared Allen. It's a 1-point game. Gets it in for Westbrook. 1-point game. Westbrook tosses. George, pump fake. 3 on the way. Yes! Paul George nails it. The Thunder go in front with 3 seconds to play.
Make that, yeah, it's 4th. George. No, 6 rebound. Oh, I'm sorry. There's George. Oh, that's going to count. And a foul.
So it's Terrence Ferguson guarding Mitchell, who turns it over, throws it right to Paul in transition, and Paul is able to finish.
Just beautiful touch that he shows.
George again got that Paul in the passing lane. Goes right at the rim, had the angle, and spins it home. Just 6 out of 21, 28% of the game. As George dances, hand in the face, doesn't matter. Another Pierce shot right down the pipe. Now Westbrook had it blocked, I believe, by Favors, but there's Steven Adams saving it from going out of bounds. George, boy, he is on fire from downtown. 5 for 5 for Paul George. 2 minutes. Alex Abrinas on the floor. George was trying to draw contact. There wasn't any, but he buried the shot anyway. For a minute to play. Holiday penetrates Westbrook. Another great defensive play. Got the strip. Ahead to George. Driving on Frazier. Scores and a foul.
He's hit the guy that's open no matter who it is.
George, what a shot. Paul George, through contact, finishes off glass. George takes it strong, soars to the rim for the slam. George feeling it for 3. Got it! His 3rd triple. He's got 16 in the quarter, 22 for the game. Contact, no call. There's Paul George, stampedes ahead, wants the 3, got the 3.
Third three of the game for the Thunder, 2 of them by George. Ferguson and his couple fouls are back in. Thunder stays down defensively. George gets behind the pack and soars for the flush.
That historical run.
George dances. Paul George lighting it up from the outside.
Going pretty hard, too.
And now the steal. Thunder want to get out. Stepping into a three is George, and he buries it from the left wing. Paul George knocks it down. 8 so far in this first half. Leaves it up to George. Thought about that three. Instead, spins on Arcidiacono. And the knockdown for Paul George, who just looks so smooth out on the floor. He's
the backboard?
I thought it was the top of the backboard. The way that it popped up. Did you say smooth?
And shoot the three.
I don't know if that was a shot or a pass.
It was a pass, as Wendell Carter Jr. tried to get it over the top.
Uh-oh. Ready with 20 in the first half. Holiday, good defensive player on him.
You got the right guy with the basketball.
Got to the rim, counted in the foul!
By the OKC Thunder. Here they come up by 4. George lowers the shoulder, takes the bump, and draws the foul and scores the basket.
Yes, they do.
And they're not getting a stop there. That's Paul George making sure of that.
The Paul George, Westbrook spreads the floor. George slaps away the hand of O'Neal and a whistle.
He's playing as good a basketball as he's played his entire career. George already with 30 points in the game. And counting. Paul George from downtown just continues to light up the bottom of the net. George on the step back. Continues to feel it. This time, it's from downtown. Saric floats it up. That bounces off the back of the rim as the Thunder inching closer up ahead. George soars and throws it down. Match with Saric. Double team. Jang had it stripped on the way up. He thought he got fouled. George, the three. That's good. Back-to-back threes for the Thunder. George with 27.
I did not think the day was going to end with a Lorenzo Williams reference. You can get the production from on that. Oh, Paul George.
And again, Marcus, it's the bounce passes that are too slow to get through the quickness.
A little turnaround shot, no good. George spins and floats it up and in.
Consistent. It's a big man floater, but he's so effective with it.
Nice. That's going to count for Paul George.
Again, what you see from this Thunder team is a conscious effort to attack the rim.
Right now it's Harrison Barnes keeping the Mavericks in this one thanks to some hot shooting from three-point land. And Paul George passed up the three, instead drove to the rim.
They're getting good looks, though.
Bad pass stolen by Westbrook. Westbrook measures, throws it up for Paul George. Good unselfish play.
George rips him and then looks at the Laker bench.
Stevenson all over George. Finally draws the foul. Shot's good and one.
And those two guys are good friends and play a lot of video game together while they're on the road against each other.
Teammates with the Pacers. A lot of playoff battles together in Indiana.
I'm sure a lot of practice battles also. And how about Westbrook playing the guitar?
On Sunday, he's got 21 more tonight. That's his fourth three-pointer. Paul George easily gets to the basket. Ferguson stays in the game. Meanwhile, OKC's missed their last 10 shots, and that streak ends as George nails it. Another 30-point game for Paul George.
This lineup, you say, where does the scoring come from? In the half court. You're the Thunder, make this Laker team play half court out.
George to the rim, lays it up and in. 32 for Paul George here in this quarter.
Look at Paul George too, Mike.
Oh, beautiful pass, and George with the slam.
Good at what they do, and you're no longer taking the lead by surprise.
Paul George taking it to the rim and getting it to drop as he hits the deck.
Also, Dwight Howard's first game back.
Yeah,
injury game too. That was his actually season debut.
Nice pass, better cut, even better finish by George on the back door.
hard on Trevor Ariza just to let him know he's coming at him.
George drives, took a bump on the arm, and it's going to drop in for the and one.
The best he could do was a step back three. Bradley Beal with a hand in his face.
George, that's all in fluid motion, like poetry. Paul George in the corner. He'll try to line up the three, and he does. Second three of the night for George. See if the Thunder go 2 for 1. George comes right back down again and drains it from three-point land.
4 to play in the second quarter. George around the Adams screen and into Gasol.
Too easy. Too easy for Paul George. And I think, 19,000 agree with me.
George takes the bump. Are they going to give him the continuation? They will. Counted in the foul. That one away with 2 hands.
And now you want to play with pace. Don't allow the Spurs to set up their defense.
Again for the lead. And George gives them to the lead. 64-63.
Point out first against the Detroit Pistons. He's now 5 for 6 from three-point land. George.
On the run like that? No, absolutely not. Let him get a little bit below. Look, foul line down this guy. Who can stop this guy in this league?
Paul George with a lot of sauce and sizzle on that mid-range jump shot. It's the NBA in total steals. Now with the three, and he's trying to twist it home. You got to think Paul George has to get a touch at some point, and he does. The 3-ball quickly, got it, and one! My George! Paul on the job! Incredible!
Come off that. There he comes off the screen, and then he goes up right away. You say, well, what happened?
13th in the rebounding department in the entire league. Paul George, they're going to count it. I haven't signaled yet. Yes, count it and the foul.
Utility by Sonia.
George, a little shake and bake. Nails the three-pointer as he falls down. 13 points for George. The Knicks are down 20.
The Knicks now.
Especially at this end of the floor.
Yep. Better body language.
And George banks it home. Hardaway took a shot in the face.
Aminu, ball came up and got blocked by George. George slithering, bounces, fades, and counted to go. McCollum had it knocked away and a steal by George. George got away from everybody and detonates at the rim.
Give him that space. You close out on him hard, it's going to be a problem.
George tracks it down after it right through his hands and splashes home that corner three. Thunder have the toughest remaining schedule in the NBA. Deep attempt, good for George. He's got 5 threes. Game, 90 seconds gone by in the fourth. George feeds a cutting Noel. Oh, wow, does the splits. And somehow is still walking around with one shoe. Paul George hits a three. George with 27, that's his 7th 3-ball. George, beautiful dribble, drives the paint, hangs, and gets the bounce. He's got 29. Here's George, puts it on the floor, gets past 2 guys, stuffs it on the freak. George, they double him on the catch, timer at 5. Against Brogdon, puts it up, hits it! 34 for Paul George.
Paul George on the drive and a foul on Bamba.
There's a truck and they make the call.
George, oh my goodness. Paul George bouncing off of Isaac.
100 block seasons in franchise history, second only to Alonzo Mourning, who had over 100 blocks 8 times in his Heat career.
And also his length, his ability to offensive rebound.
What a block by Nerlens Noel on Winslow. And Noel has found his niche. Paul George, 4 of 4 from three-point line.
That's why he was open for that rebound. George weaving through traffic for the two-handed slam. We're raining threes. Remember now,
Boston is third in makes and third in attempts on offensive foul.
George, a block and one.
That should have been an offensive foul.
With another steal, he leads the NBA in total steals. 10-point Thunder lead. George knifing down the lane. Oh, the nifty move on the left hand. That three is way off. As Noel has to save that pass. Setting up another George tray. And he bounds away. Another one from downtown.
Westbrook leads the NBA in assists. Harden is 5th in the NBA. Is George, count it, and the foul. Went hard to the basket. Westbrook comes in and takes it right out of his hands. Throws it ahead to George. George slams it home. And there's, again, OKC, their best defensively when they force the turnovers. 4 on the 24, George. Count it, and the foul. Chance for a 4-point play.
It had snapped to what was 33 consecutive wins for the Blazers, with leading going into the fourth quarter. As George slips his way and throws it down. Pretty there to block the shot for the Thunder. C.J. McCollum so dangerous on the offensive end. George, a series of moves. Oh my, Paul George.
That's really good defense by Raymond Felton. Not fouled on that play as well.
Oh, George trying to slither down low. Triple team, somehow skirts free with the reverse.
Come on, I could do that if I did that in my church league, I'd average about 50 a game.
Boy, he just muscled his way up through the contact of Rodney Hood. Thunder looking to calm things down on the offensive end. George reading the defensive player, flared out on Aminu, takes the bump and the foul.
Newest Blazer.
George wants the three, got the three. Thunder going for its 4th consecutive win. 11 out of the last 12 games. George, the hesitation, takes the bump, and it drops in.
Although we did see, as I mentioned, last year, some fouls called, some steals, steal right here, George off the backboard, and now I know we're at an all-star game as Giannis is able to put it down.
That was a skip 1 foot. Dirk, the 0 to Dirk there by Harden.
Okay, Paul George. George getting the pick. Harden switches over. There's George on a fadeaway three.
Oh, man. You're going to need that because you got to be able to stop the basketball.
So a lot of work to be done. How about Paul George? Oh, he split the double team, just knifing his way all the way into the cup.
Paul George, as good as any scorer off the dribble in the league. Breaks down Gobert, and what an incredible finish with the left hand off the window. And they trail by 3 with 90 seconds to go. Mitchell guarding Westbrook. Shot clock at 8. George gets Mitchell off his feet and ties the game with a 3. Hard screen by Adams. George drives at Gobert and finishes for his 39th point. So a shot. It ends up being Thunderball anyway, and a breakaway for George. And a stop!
How about that overtime game? 3 minutes left. Down 2, and you go with a windmill.
The Thunder down 1, have a timeout. They're not going to use it. George with 5. George drives over Gobert. It's good with 0.8 of a second left to give the Thunder a 1-point lead. Timeout, Utah.
Drop. That was.
And here is Paul George, fresh off that game-winning shot, high archer, and a beautiful dish that time by Steven Adams as we open up this game.
Murray can't get that one to fall. And I'm interested to see this matchup because that was looked personal. That looked like he had some anger with that one. Good cut there by Paul George. And he really bailed Russell Westbrook out on that play. Paul George gets one to go there off the steal in transition.
He scored the last 8 for the Timberwolves.
Andrew ices the pick and roll. They send Paul George into the help.
Jeremy Grant loses the basketball, kicks it out. Paul George gets it away at the buzzer. And
Leader is trailing 3. Dennis Schroeder missed it all. Offensive rebound by George, did not hit the rim. Clock continues to tick, and George pulls the trigger and gets it to go.
Surprised with all how the game's been called tonight. There was no whistle there.
For the lead, bingo.
Would give you a little argument on that one back in the day. But he rivaled Doc.
Yeah.
It was Dr. Darno over.
Oh, they were close.
Yeah.
Paul George off glass and one.
36% three-point shooter this year. Paul George working against Crab. And Paul George with the stare-down jumper. And boy, in a blink, it's down to a 2-point game. Paul George with a chance to tie for OKC. For the lead. Got it. And OKC is up by 1. Hurutz lobbed it up for Allen, never made it.
Oh, hold on. I said he was back. He just blocked that pass.
It's the same guy. Paul George.
See, you need a timeout. It's
little hesitation move. He threw it away, lost it. 3-on-1 the other way. Paul George took the hit and won.
Good sign that ankle's okay on the drive, ball fake, able to come to the stop. Noel couldn't do anything about it.
And now George, another 3.
Paul George was guarding Sabonis. I was expecting Sabonis to put him in the basket.
Now they run him off the screen again. Now George down the lane, pounds it down. Much better pro than he ever was in that 1 year in college.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I don't think anybody can argue that he's a much better pro. He gives them a legitimate chance at going deep in the West.
7 times this year they've shot below 40%. They've lost the ball, and that is a basket and a foul as George scores. Westbrook directs traffic. Bogdanovich guarding George. He's hit 5 threes tonight and hits his 6th.
He's always got the Thunder off to a good start when he gets those early touches.
George flies all the way to the rim and throws it down. Different starting lineups, which is 4th most in the NBA. The Miami team that's trying to make a push is George with a slippery move, getting to the rim. Schroeder trying to dribble the ball flat, waiting for the screen. Fears left, and he had it taken away by Johnson. The Heat with numbers. George, the only one back, trying to affect the shot as he... Miami has answered right back with 8 consecutive. As George takes the bump, that's going to count. On the follow, the continuation for Paul George. George fighting his way down the lane. It's going to drop in. And another and one possibility for Paul George.
Out of college, actually didn't go to college, but had a reputation as a bit of a proficient shooter. George with the steal. On the run, whistle, block, and one.
You know, get a good 2-for-1 opportunity. Doesn't have to be a 3.
George over Leonard, yes! Oh, wow!
Jokic is 2nd in the league with,
and he's a center.
He's a center. And George into the front court. George a 3, good, and a big lead now. Green to Leonard with Ibaka, Van Vliet, and Anunoby, and George takes it away from Leonard. And the layup by Grant.
His way underneath, and Adams swats it away. Now Schroeder finds a trailer. Paul George with the left hand, not a problem as they execute the fast break to perfection.
Okay. George going to work here. Physical against Matthews. And one. Count it! Dermott trying to guard him. Off glass and good. Paul George.
Well, they got the switch they wanted. Off-ball screens, they're switching very little. On-ball, they'll switch a little bit more, but you're right. Paul George with a terrific three-point play opportunity.
Shooting 75%, that has pushed the Nuggets to a 5-point lead. George again, same play, almost this time at Bart, who contends that he stood his ground, but George can get in the and one for the possible 3-point play. So you wonder how much energy Denver's going to have. Nice pass. George climbs the ladder and scores with a dunk. It's a rebound by George. Tough step back three. Splashes home for Paul George. Much needed. His first three of the night. Trey Burks, 25 off the bench. George, the step back. Got the three. Over the outstretched arm of Cleveland. The Thunder regain the lead 101-100.
6-3 OKC, but Lakers with the handle on the basketball. And it's thrown away. They lead in steals. This guy right there leads the NBA in steals. Paul George.
Off the glass for Steven Adams. And you look at Steven Adams' numbers over the last 3 games, 20 and 10, being more aggressive. And this team can get steals and turn defense into offense really quick.
Schroeder getting a screen, trying to feed inside, deflected and picked up by Paul George. Off that baseline, drives and puts it in. 2-point game, here comes Westbrook. Off to Adams, Westbrook corner, George for the lead.
George gets past the defense. Layup is good. Ferguson looks, finds Paul George. George gets a good, clean look. Knocks it down. 3-point game.
Poor gamble by Harkless.
Lillard a passer. And don't allow him to take you out of shape defensively when he knifes through your defense.
Boy, how about the hop step inside by PG? He tagged in his canter, went right to the cup.
Only the 17th player to amass those numbers. He had a great year, did Lillard. George for the answer. Hits his first 3 of the night. In his 3rd year, that was the 15-16 season. George over Cantor. Cantor tried to help. Yeah, George, he's kind of showing everyone that shoulder's all right. He's not injured.
Full of guys he said who've been together the last 2 or 3 years. He said, I felt like I was the only guy on the block, and it took a while to fit in.
Well, he's fitting in now. They'll turn it over, and Russell Westbrook, number 1 in the NBA in assists per game this year, is George hits a 3 and a foul.
Going to go in the locker room, and Collins comes in for the last few seconds here.
Here's George. Had a big first quarter. George with a 3, and he hits it at the buzzer. Big shot, Paul George.
They're trying to invite shot and take away the drive.
Westbrook hands to George, pivots, looks from the elbow, got it, and the Thunder take the lead.
He wins that battle, and here you see the space CJ's giving Westbrook. They're trying to invite shot, take away the drive, but now once Paul George gets it,
and Beverly comes away with rebound number 4. Clippers looking for the lead. George to the rack, reverse layup. Oh my! Reorganizes in mid-flight, lays it up and in, counted on a foul.
Crossy's willing to give it up. He changes gears, Paul George, and finishes.
Nice look there, Paul George. Great job by the camera crew.
Can't let Marcus Morris Sr. get to the middle. Wow.
It reminds me of a Larry Bird shot that he made back in the mid-'80s from behind the backboard. I don't think they counted that basketball.
Probably another month or so with a suspension. Oh no, Paul George, make us proud. Bounces off the backboard. Oh, Montrezl Harrell does the rest.
They're saying defense to offense, Clipper fans. That's what you're going to see all year long.
And remember, the Clippers, they're missing 2 key players, 2 of their highest scorers as well. George again, another 3-pointer. That's his 8th of the game.
This is a spectacular basketball player.
And that's it. I mean, these guys make.
Paul George finds room and the foul.
Stronger than you think.
Yeah, it just goes right to his strong hand. I'm not sure.
George, but he maintains the dribble. Creating space for 3. 6 threes for Paul George.
George got it! The Clippers have numbers if they push. To George, to the cup. Oh my! Look out below! Paul George with points 16 and 17.
Pick off by stepping up into the passing lane, and then this is a wind-up throw it down by Paul George.
Over. Williams to George.
Off glass, and welcome to the family, Paul George.
That was a nice play right.
Shot clock at 6. George, step back 3. Bang! Paul George from downtown, and the Clippers take an 8-point lead. Clippers trying to hold on and take game 1. These two teams getting after it. Paul George, corner 3. That's good. Clutch shot from George, and it's back to 2.
Beverly with the rebound. Here's George. Another 3 for George.
Prize pickups for the Jazz. The front office continues to do a great job in Salt Lake, but he is out. Hasn't really found his rhythm. Here's a guy looking for his rhythm and perhaps found it there. A 3 by Paul George.
Steal it and save it to Patrick Patterson. There's George, last time in this arena, scored 46 points, off to a pretty good start.
There's George. 18 points a game in these playoffs. He'll dance and drive in the collision, and he gets the 2, and he will go to the line.
How about the pity pat handle right here by PG-13? And the little pump fake gets Grant up in the air. A little contortion of the body. And look at the usage of the left hand right there off the glass.
George with a hand in his face. That's a 3. Paul George from downtown.
Points in a 104-81 loss. George feeling good. Gets around his defender. Oh, he had him backpedaling and lays it in.
Paul George hesitated. Now gets inside. Goes right at Porzingis. Tough shot from Paul George.
The Clippers coming the other way. Paul George contested by Covington. Gets a finish anyway.
What a finish. They come down and give it to Paul George. We come down and give it to Jarrett Culver versus Towns, Covington, and Wiggins.
Yeah, and that time we gave it to Terrence Mann on the turnover. George converts. He's now got 30 points. This time, and containing these two players has not yet surfaced here in this third quarter.
Probably moves to his left.
You like this matchup if you're Paul George.
Does he like it? He cashes in the Clippers by 5. But the tough road to get there is what we're all chatting about.
Well, look at all these tough first-round matchups in the Western Conference.
Chauncey, I interrupt this report to tell you that Paul George is radioactive.
Not special, not anything else, just Paul George. A special, great player. You look at him, no hesitation on these shots.
This time shoots over him. This time knocks it down. 15 points here in the first half for George.
Really no Kawhi Leonard, both expected back to the lineup on Saturday. Here is George knifing his way to the rim and lays it in.
Right now, a 7-point game. Paul George banks it home as the shot clock expired.
10-point game. George strokes home a 3-pointer, and the lead is up to 13.
Bonds with his 3rd rebound. Zoo's line here, multitasking. 5 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. Gets a screen assist on the previous possession and gets another screen assist. Paul George with back-to-back 3s.
For the Clippers, 29. George. Oh, what a pretty move that was. That paid off for the Clippers.
Oh, my. Second was to Marcus Morris. It didn't work out in July. It's worked out perfectly here in February, and the Clippers are stacked for a nice little run as Paul George knocks down a little 15-footer.
Going to determine whether or not they win, and both their defenses have been subpar at times during this bubble.
And I think it's really almost feels like across the board. Too much fouling across the board. Is you're going to get a timeout here?
It's 25% on the year. George stops on a dime, mid-range shot en route, and he knocks it in.
Los Angeles, 2-man game with George and Zoo. Paul George off the window and knocks it in.
And that's, listen.
This front line is as big and as good as any in the league.
Off the scramble, Paul George gets inside for 2.
It's a great effort by a lot of guys here, starting with Zubats. Paul George picks.
George, pump fake, then pulls the trigger, gets 3 more. Paul George looks terrific today, 24 for him.
Clippers led by as many as 12, but a nice run at the end of the first by Minnesota. Wiggins with 12, Towns with 11 as Harrell pushes it down in traffic.
Connell might shoot more mid-range jump shots than anybody in the league.
George again, 7 threes, and the Clippers lead 84-65.
Unnatural bounce.
Marcus Smart, oh, what a pass, and then a block. Paul George with the rejection.
And a rough way to open up for Golden State. George on a ball fake out of the timeout. Fade away, book it.
That's one way that Paul George has scored effectively in this league for a long time.
Three on the way is good by George. He's got 11.
And you've got to know that he's going to look to shoot the basketball now. He's found a game.
7 10-point leads this season. They've won every one of those games.
And there they go again. Nice deflection right there.
And the pull-up from downtown for Paul George. He is not disappointed. 13 for number.
Montrezl Harrell has come on for the Clippers. Well, the best bench in the NBA. George, nice hesitation. He got hit. And he'll go to the line for the three-point play.
Leonard and George. Paul George now with 6 3-pointers. Here's Westbrook. Oh, he's rejected by George.
5 shots tonight. He's 4 for 5. George drives in on Gabe, puts it off the window and in. He wants a whistle. He's not going to get it.
Hard hooping defensive team that looks to run it. They look like that team right now. Keep playing out of the timeout. And Paul George, hey, shot maker.
He will fire from anywhere, as you just seen.
Lee trimmed into single digits. Paul George spots an entry to the rim, hit hard, counted and a foul, and send him to the line.
I like the idea of Harris staying aggressive. He missed some shots. Continue to compete.
Nice feed by Paul George. Zubats.
And that's a great pass. Well, he comes off the pick and roll. He snakes it back, and then late, instead of shooting the step back, he finds Zubats, who has the great hand.
George, the drive to the rim. Yes. Timeout.
Patrick Beverley made a great rotation, stepped up to take the charge, and Morant went straight up and came straight down.
George for the lead. Got it.
And this team, this Denver team, they have some resolve now. They will not go away. They'll continue to keep playing.
George from 15, the fadeaway flick is good. Clippers by 11.
And here, he's going to have to keep this up.
But this is who he was all of last year. Counted on a foul and send him back to the line. Now 1 for 4 to open up all of his shots outside the paint. George for 3, and the Clippers have made their last 5 shots. They lead by 5, 17-12.
Easy when you're happy. You know, it's easy when you're happy. You're in a nurturing, good environment, and that's no indictment on anybody, but this NBA is like that.
Zubats in the middle. Morris, Beverley the pass to George, who has scored well. Leans inside, got the 2, and a foul called.
So much pressure on the Nuggets defense. As soon as he catches the ball, he's in attack mode.
Last year, in terms of points scored together, they've only gotten better. How about a turnover? Here comes Paul George. Oh, my! He covered a lot of ground.
Who is always playing for the right reasons. Wants to win every single night. And you also always have a chance when Paul George is making shots like that, partner.
It's their decision-making when they do so.
Paul George launches a 3 and rattles that in. George, 2-man game with Zubats. Calls his own number. Gets to the rim with a right hand and lays it in. They did that last March here against the Knicks. Clippers get the rebound. Here comes Montrez. Down the lane and down the hatchet goes. Gets his first rebound. Throws it away. George gets it back with Oubre to beat it. He flushes it in. And stares him down after the flush.
A lapse in judgment. That is disrespectful, and I think has to be adjudicated appropriately.
TJ McConnell is back on the bench. Joining TJ Leaf. George, wraparound pass to Zubats, and he lays it in. Counted and a foul. Give him 1 more on the house.
That's funny you say that. I mean, you got 3 guys that are motivated to really come out here and play well today.
The step away from Paul George.
George drives, and it's foul. Count it, and one.
Will stop immediately and give themselves a wide open look after the contest is.
George and Leonard play catch late in the clock for Paul George. The Los Angeles Clippers. Paul George is out there. He's only played 18 minutes. Flings a three. He has 6 threes tonight.
Clippers have taken care of that, and that's what's allowed them to open up this lead.
Doncic took it away. George. Oh, he beats the buzzer.
Harden beat Beverly off the dribble. George on a 2-on-1 took it the length of the court.
5-2 start for Sacramento. They lost last night at home in the capital city as Paul George lays it in.
This team goes with Donovan Mitchell. So for me, he needs to be an all-star.
Levin Larson, here's George. Oh, takes it to the house and punches it in with the right hand.
Come on, Gallo historically has always been a really good first half, first quarter player. So you got to do a good job on him early on.
Paul George continues to smolder, and I don't know what else you can say about him.
Manufacturing points, obviously, is a challenge right now.
Harold from George.
Danger zone. Yeah, they're going to use another one quick here.
Leonard, he has gone 3 of 4 from 3. LeBron will meet him up high. Here's George. He's gone 5 of 9. That shot, good! It's a 3, and it ties the game at 101.
Nice little step back 3 here for PG-13 to tie this ball game up.
George. How about the handle? Cradles the ball to the rim. Counted and a foul.
Lillard. George for 3. Paul George.
George, runs through a pair of defenders like they're saloon doors in a Western and lays it home.
Look at Paul George right here. Comes down, snakes the pick and roll, slides through with that nice 1-2 step, finishes with the left hand. I mean, whew, a lot of small point guards can't even do that.
This year, that is exactly what you want him to do, especially early on in the clock, and that's exactly what you want that guy to do. Paul George rips the cords and shows.
For the Clippers, well, the best bench in the NBA. George, nice hesitation. He got hit.
And admire LeBron James, Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis. But I have every right to feel like I can very well be the best player on a given night.
He was third in the voting for MVP last year. But there's still people when you talk, oh, list the elite. How about this start for Paul George? 3 for 3 from downtown. And Alvin Gentry quickly calls timeout.
When you've targeted a player like Marcus for the time we did, it allows you time to lay some groundwork. And so we're very fortunate to be able to acquire him.
Beverly will inbound. Kawhi finds George, who finds Zubac, who finds the rim.
George showing off the handles and then shows off the touch.
Paul George with the three-pointer.
Have active hands with speed. You can get out in transition early for your team.
George cradles the ball down the lane, down the hatchet goes for Paul George.
I tell you,
first half, and the Clippers lead by 6. George for another 3, same result. And the Clippers now beginning to smolder to close out. He added more three-point shooting. It could happen. George, a step-away 3 on cue, 69 to 43.
He turns it over. He thought he was fouled. Paul George goes and finishes. Millsap thought about a foul, but backed off.
Always in the corner. I mean, he does a good job of positioning himself like that.
Paul George is alone for the breakaway, goes up on the right hand and stuffs it through. And so the Clippers try to regain some of that momentum.
Minute and a half left here in what has been an intense first couple of quarters. Paul George goes and banks it home. You guys were remarking during the last time out just how hard both these teams are playing.
His second playoff series. Hadn't scored a point in the playoffs until this year. George fouled by Boban.
And just as friends or as a team, you see right now the bench of LA all going over and encouraging George. And
wide open looks, he's going to start to warm up on you.
Clippers by a dozen. Great feed in from McLaughlin. Better block from Paul George.
This is a Timberwolves team that is playing free and has a ton of confidence. What a strong drive by Paul George.
It's the perfect time to do it right now.
George accelerates, goes down the lane, looks like he's playing hopscotch, counted on a foul and send him to the line.
Bradley short that time. Lou Williams racing up the floor. Finds George, steps back, another three. Got it! Paul George lighting it up, and he forces the Lakers to call time.
Surrounded by white shirts, has his footing taken away. Clippers recover. George down the lane. The floater is good. 89-77.
Landry Shamet will find George. This feels like George is trying to put together a monster game right now, and all arrows pointing toward PG-13.
that's what the good coaches do. That's what the great point guards do, by looking off coaches sometimes and say, no, coach, we got to get this.
49 to play. George down the lane, bullies his way to the cup and lays it in. Paul George with 17. The Clippers trail by 3. For 6 minutes of the game, he only has 5 shots in the last 15 that he's played. Lob to Montrez. Oh! Flying around Staples Center like he's got a jetpack on.
But Mike, he was so well coached at SMU. They were an excellent team in his career there. As Horford picks up his third.
Count it and 1. Lou to Paul George, curling, catching. Oh, damn! The Clippers take a 1-point lead.
Well, they really rely on him. Paul George, little stroll down the lane.
They have as good a two-way wings as we've seen in this league since Jordan and Pippen.
George, the pull-up three. He cans it.
26 points, 9 rebounds for Harrell.
Expect only about 2 more minutes for these Clippers starters.
He had 50 points with 9.5 minutes to play in the second quarter. How about that? Teardrop runner by Paul George, counted as a foul. That's the second foul for Denver in this fourth quarter. Paul George stops, fades, fires, and fills it up. 24 for Paul George.
They also lost Danny Green. Let's not forget about that. Another champion and veteran big time. Yeah, that was a big time piece as well. I love everything about him. I mean, he plays with the correct mindset.
George, a step away mid-range shot, and he pours it in. He had the first bucket for the Clippers. That's his second. George bullies his way to the rim. Wraparound pass to Montrez. Counted on a foul. Good second effort by JaMychal Green, allowing Harkless for the rebound. Back to George, bouncing into defenders and lays it in.
What a beautiful pass by Lou Williams.
4. In the corner to a wide open Paul George for 3.
Talk about the game being global. This dream team goes over there and wins by 60 and 70 every single night.
Taken away by Danny Green, his former Raptor teammate. Kuzma gets inside, blocked by George. Shot is off. Comes away with a deflection, the steal. And now George in attack mode in a transition. Step away 3 for him. It is good, and the Clippers lighting it up here.
Getting himself in a position to foul Shea as he was a little out of control there.
George swivels to freedom and lays it in. What a tough shot by Paul George.
DeMar DeRozan's using that screen. Those screens from LaMarcus Aldridge very well. They go one-on-one against Zubac and continues to win that battle.
Paul George for the baseline jumper.
Bridges did a pretty good job on Leonard in that game in late October. George gets below the dotted line, puts it up and in, counted on a foul.
Drag him down in the paint. And now because Paul George is 6'8" and can elevate right over him, he gave him a little bump to get more space and get the foul on the play for a nice shot.
Span, the rookie, getting the nod again for Pat Beverly, out of the game tonight. George for 3, and Paul George now with 26.
Really valuable time, and taught Siakam a lot about the mental approach of the game. Paul George with just his second field goal of the night right there. He's got 8.
Now he goes to the rim, challenges Turner and lays it in. Oh my! George finds a seam to the rim with the right hand and lays it in.
It's right here, but guess what? Paul George, nice split, nice finish.
Beverly has the loose ball. Green to George for a corner three. Yes, sir! 2-point game.
Did they find the round to the deep left-hand corner? Paul George, no hesitation at all, knocks it down and make it a
8 rebounds tonight. George drives right at Tice, gets knocked down.
Such a great person. He said sometimes coaches get frustrated, you want to throw in the towel, but Shea is the kind of player that makes you want to coach.
Jamie, great stuff as Ivica Zubac jams it in. One thing Doc said, he
have attention to detail and doing the things the right way defensively, offensively, consecutively.
Paul George over Troy Brown Jr. Not much more Troy could do on that one.
Pounding Paul George. Zubac sets the screen. George goes the other way. He goes to the lane and banks it home. That's some good basketball on both ends there.
I went to a very dark place.
Oh, you went to a dark place? Oh, okay.
George, two-man game with Montrez, and he flushes it home.
The floater, no! And the Clippers have it with 100 seconds to play. Ahead to Leonard, to the cup, and he punches it in with the right hand.
The thing that Mark did differently on his floater as George goes to the rim and finishes through contact.
Paul George has been terrific in the games that he's played so far down here in Orlando, shooting the ball extremely well. That continues. A perfect three-pointer for George, who's been red hot. Pass inside, though, as the Clippers give it right back. Doncic stripped down low. Morris with his second steal. Leonard has Kleba back on him, and a quick 10-0 run to start the game, less than 2 minutes in.
Because when Trez gets back into the rotation, whether it's tonight as Paul George knocks down another shot, what he brings is energy and effort.
Rough beginning. We're only down by 5. They trailed by 16 at one point.
Paul George.
2 for 2 off the bench. He only had 5 3-pointers all season, 5 for 20 as George throws that one in. You got Paul George hesitated, now gets inside, goes right at Porzingis. Tough shot from Paul George.
You put him in pick and roll. Again, this is Porzingis. I'm not knocking him. He's an outstanding player. But the next level for him is going to be doing a better job putting himself in position because he can use that size and length to be disruptive.
Little backdoor, Leonard kicks it out. Paul George for 3. With George, Green, Jackson, and Harrell. Oh, sweet move there from Paul George. Pass inside, Montrez Harrell with the finish. On a gorgeous feed from Paul George.
You think about it, they signed him off the scrap heap.
In July 1st.
Right, and Paul George is right there at the rim.
George drills it. Up top to Paul George. Finney Smith in pursuit. George kicks it out in the corner. Beverly tries another 3. That one's good. Patrick Beverly from downtown. Shot clock at 6. George step back 3. Bang! Paul George from downtown, and the Clippers take an 8-point lead.
From with Porzingis out, saw a lot of Tim Hardaway Jr. in Game 4, had 21 points. Mavericks have shown they have some balance. That's a good start. Paul George knocks down his first look.
About that screen by his big man. I mean, that's what you want. Guys getting you to the lane, giving you a little bit of extra room, and Cleveland that time doing a good job.
George gets a friendly bounce. The chance here for the Clippers. Paul George active early on the drive, trying to clear some space, and George scores at the basket.
We're making sure you put a focus on the killing of unarmed black men and women in America.
So heavy on the mind. Hopefully he does pull through this. But we need change, and we need to examine why we're here and own it and fix it. So it's understandable why these...
You have to do that by getting in the defensive lanes, getting a couple turnovers early.
If you're just joining us once again, as George on the take, takes on Boban and scores the layup. Scoring inside, just like that. Mavericks need him. Here's George. Little set shot is good.
It's passed by Zubac.
Only had one house phone that people can call you on. Now you've got cell phones, you've got social media, all these people that can come at you with all this advice. Coach Doc Rivers said, I hope Paul George is listening to none of them.
Jared, you're so right. Burke, to me, has just been inspiring in these playoffs. When I watch him play, I watch him playing like he's trying to. Another shot by Paul George. I watched Trey Burke.
Damian Lillard, 37-foot dagger last year in Portland. And then Indiana the 2 years before that. George on the lob. They set up the first play for him, and Kawhi delivers it on the mud.
You don't usually see this. This is a deliberate attempt to make sure you get one of your that all-important six-man, 20,000 screaming fans in their own arena.
Doncic with 14 and 7. George gets by, and he's fouled, and now.
You know what? I really hope that we get through this game clean, because that foul right there. Yeah, that's the flagrant. He grabbed him right across the face. Great job right there. That's just not needed. That's just not needed.
Well, they will go to the monitor to see if this will be upgraded to a flagrant foul on the swipe by Tim Hardaway Jr.
And look how far back he comes. Ow. Look at how far back he swipes that arm and goes back. And yeah, he's trying to get the block, but that follow through.
And just to present the other side of it here, it does look. A presence in the middle. Landry Shamet will find George. This feels like George is trying to put together a monster game right now, and all arrows pointing toward PG-13. He's got a quick.
That's what the good coaches do. That's what the great point guards do, by looking off coaches sometimes and say, no, coach, we got to get this.
His second playoff series. Hadn't scored a point in the playoffs until this year. George fouled by Boban.
And just as friends or as a team, you see right now the bench of LA all going over and encouraging George. And
turn the favor for him. Love seeing that. This is a tight-knit group. George leaves it. Montrezl Harrell. And now they're up. A set of by.com or visit the NBA app for more details. Paul George, 13th career 30-point
you could take him
playoff game.
What that could count.
What a game for Paul George. So finally, Doc Rivers pulls the plug. Paul George will exit with 35 points. That's more points than he scored in games 2, 3, and 4 combined.
That was originally scheduled for Thursday night. They played game 5 on Tuesday, but of course after the boycott led by the Milwaukee Bucks, says Paul George's first shot is good.
With the different opinions, with the different agendas, trying to come together and unite for a purpose and a cause. I understand how tough it is.
And as a coach, when you're blowing somebody out, you don't want to let these guys who are struggling get off, but invariably and subconsciously your team lets down. And for the Mavericks, as George hits another jumper.
Huge part of the impact this league made on the world this week, Mike.
Thank you, Cassidy. Well, you guys have known him for about 30 years, as have I, as Paul George knocks down a three-pointer. Doncic gets inside, nice feed inside, and Zubac with the flush. Zubac the rebound. Shamet's back in for the Clippers. Height advantage Paul George here, and it makes it easy. Burks just 6'1" for Finney Smith. George drives and it's foul. Count it and one.
And almost stop immediately and give themselves a wide open look after the contest is away.
How about that for defense? Shamet to George. George from the corner. Three-pointer is good. Luka Doncic resulted in that flagrant 2. Shot clock at 8. Zubac. So quick turnaround with a mismatch. George throws it up, and Zubac throws it down. Nice connection there by the two Clippers.
To the corner, but we picked it up. We got to keep turnovers down. We got to get rebounds. And we got to make shots.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Mike, back to you.
Doncic misses. George the rebound. Clippers look to push.
Jackson, no hesitation, knocks it down. Reggie Jackson from downtown. Paul George across the lane. Jackson again, puts it in. Reggie Jackson from downtown.
The option Doc Rivers has, putting that length of Kawhi Leonard on Murray.
Another three. Beverly, another hit from outside.
And right there, a much improved three-point shooter.
Here's George. 18 points a game in these playoffs. He'll dance in 5 in the collision, and he gets the 2.
How about the pity-pat handle right here by PG-13? And the little pump fake gets Grant up in the air. A little contortion of the body. And look at the usage of the left hand right there off the glass.
Plumlee can't hit on the drive. Lou Williams the other way. 3-on-2 off the wing. George reverse bucket. In the Rockies. Paul George. They'll work here on Craig. And put up the shot. Silky, smooth shot sideline. George will sneak and meet the defense of Harris. Kawhi, 5 of 8.
Start these playoffs off because it raises everyone else's level of play on his team.
Paul George, long shot.
For Zubac, I know he's only had 4 points and 5 rebounds, but has been very effective.
Marcus Morris, another 3.
Kevin and Reggie, Denver's coaching staff was mostly disappointed defensively. They said one-on-one containment was terrible.
Jokic is going to give me offensively.
Sure.
But what Draymond highlighted at halftime is the problem. It's this, defensively. You know? Yep. And the Raptors were on life support until that shot right there.
Inside, Harrell. Ooh, with a nice flush. Nuggets sticking with their original 5, and that includes Murray, who has stayed on the floor. Kawhi accelerates. Wide open 3, George. Yeah, that's what they needed.
Yes, the 1-2 punch.
Kawhi Leonard kicks it out. Lou Williams in the corner. George, 3. George while in flight.
Nice ball control as it was in the air there by Plumlee.
Splitting the defense, sidestepping a defender. George makes it drop. Knocked away by Green, fighting on the floor. A little twister out there and vacuumed in by George. Look away pass, Green, 3, good. Oh, great cut,
yes.
Terrific feed, nice knock away and then hammered home. Boss has got the ball right now, hounded by Beverly. Jokic in the corner. This is a Harris trip that was deflected. Nice play by George.
Kevin, the last 5 or 6 possessions offensively for the Nuggets, they should be up 25 points right now. And they've allowed this Clipper team to get back in it.
We just have to play better, that we didn't play with enough intensity. He said they hit us first in all half long, and we got to change that. But guys.
Inbound. Kawhi finds George, who finds Zubac, who finds the rim. Clippers have got the ball. Who else? It's Paul George comes up with it. And he'll have the defense of Craig on him. Here goes George, a floater. He got that one climbing into the defense of Plumlee. Comes Harrell and knocked away by Porter from behind. What a defensive play by Porter. And now here's George. He'll climb right, fly and soar and get the 2 into the face of Jokic. Way by Leonard inside. Under 9 to go. Leonard finding George. Corner 3. Good! Taylor's the alternate. Here go the Clippers right out of the blocks and trying to squeeze inside. George kind of gets skinny and gives it off to Morris. With points in the lane, 55% above the arc in this series. Backing in Kawhi, finds the defense there. George looking at 3. Harris knocked it away, retrieved by George, 17-footer, good! Puts it in 3 on the shot clock. Green to Paul George. George works on Grant. And the fadeaway is good. Paul George. And picked up by Harrell, your 6th-man award winner, and he gets it off to a 3-time 6th-man award winner. In Lou Williams drives on Millsap. Outside, George. That's a 3-point shot and a good one by Paul George. Clippers at 69. Tie game at 21. Again another tie. George and Harris. Kawhi shed the defense, got the shot to drop, and he got a screen and he ran well with it, Reg. Wing, he'll be getting screened by Harrell. Tails Kawhi, cross court to Morris. Corner 3, George, bucket.
Paul George, another triple. He is scoring well, has produced so far in this series. George, three. Good! Nice shot by Paul George. And he had that hype mismatch with Williams right there. Shot clock at 3. Jokic takes it in, poked away. More defense. Here they come. Numbers, George from Kawhi. 2 in a row. They've made that happen now at defense. Switch on defense. Grants on George. Paul corkscrews and fakes and dances. Paul George has put in 17 for the Clippers. 2-point. Zubats in the middle. Morris, Beverly the pass to George, who has scored well. Leans inside, got the 2, and a foul called. George now at 19.
Paul George. So much pressure on the Nuggets defense. As soon as he catches the ball, he's in attack mode.
George will drive. And again, they talked about all the help defense they needed. And that will roll in for George with 22. Picked up by Beverly. Back out to George. Look at the help defense there by Jokic. Doesn't matter. George is on that kind of night tonight. As Harris could not get that to drop, and under 5 to go. 3, George. Good! George
Cooking
from outside with 27 points. And the Clippers to within 2. Pickpocketed. Now they got the break the other way. Ahead for JaMychal Green from Paul George.
Clippers really has
Grant's kind of warming up here a little bit with his shot. Murray, 3. And the rebound inside collected by George. He's off to the races. Got the screen from Zubats. Puts up a 3, and he cans it.
Down 7. Call a timeout and a 5-0 run.
Clock.
Paul George putting on a shooting clinic here. And it's been pretty much consistent throughout this ball game.
Well, in game 4, Harris pokes it away. Beverly, corner 3. Pat Beverly got the ball, jarred it free, picked up down low. Millsap, a lot of tangled defense down there. Scoring tandem, and they both have to be at the very top of their game tonight.
And that's the one play, that high screen and roll between your 2 best players. That's been the one thing that's been successful.
Right there. Another rebound for Leonard. He's got a couple with Paul George getting a screen and popping a 3. Another one. Clippers have hit 2 in a row from distance. For George and Beverly. JaMychal Green has it. There's Beverly on the wing to George. Harrell down low. Williams on the wing. Bodies down. 3. George. Good. Porter's out. Leonard. George. Another 3. Another hit. Shamet will put up a 3.
Just as good as anyone.
There's a drive. It's by Grants. Millsap thought he handled it by Jamal Murray.
Well, he knew there wasn't a shot blocker with Zubats guarding him on the perimeter.
Beverly will tee one up from 3. Patrick Beverly.
Grant has struggled in this series as well. Only 1 of 4.
Here's Morris, double figures every game of the series, and he books one right there. Keep it coming. Millsap on Beverly on the switch. Pat will drive. Corner 3, George. Good!
Showing signs of life here.
Pickpocketed by Leonard. He'll pull up and unlace a triple. George. That's just hitting the glass. Thornton picked up by Williams. Porter tonight 0 of 2. He's played 13 minutes. Inside, open is George.
The other day, he had a real pragmatic approach to it. Coming into the NBA from Europe, he said he set little goals for himself as Kawhi hits the 3. He's
no one there. Great defense by LA. It's George the other way. Little crossover on Murray. Free on that baseline. What a shot by George.
That third quarter to start this run by Denver.
Here's George. Off to Kawhi. 3, Leonard. Oh, he's ruthless.
I like the way that this Denver Nuggets team has started this ball game, setting the tone offensively and defensively.
These early afternoon games are so about who can wake up first.
A bit strong. We were watching Harris take his pregame shots and working on that 3-ball shot as Paul George comes back with the mid-range jumper.
Got good size, can defend 1 through 3, and he's made timely shots for them also.
Paul George, same spot, same result.
Both teams are playing very good basketball. The Clippers they've got Lou Williams and their bench rolling to start.
Good sign, and a good sign there.
Make either team that could defend just as well as the top 5 that got voted.
Jeff, I voted for P.J. Tucker. Mark, he never seems to make it. Am I missing something?
I'm in agreement with Coach. I like the idea of Harris staying aggressive. He missed some shots. Continue to compete.
Nice feed by Paul George. Zubats all over him. Just took it from him. Took his cornbread. Wow. George and one.
And it starts with not turning the ball over.
Murray looking quick. Got it blocked. Great rejection by Paul George, who landed on Jamal Murray, who's still down at the other end, writhing in pain. George drills the 3. Colorado police, he was choked, actually drugged, and all this after somebody saw him walking through the neighborhood, said he looked, quote-unquote, suspicious. Malone has spoken with McClain's dad. Zubats was guarding Jokic and forced the miss. They got the 3-on-1. George up top, Green with the layup. Paul George gets the Clippers back into it a little bit closer. Working against Porter Jr., lost it. Back out to Lou Williams. 5 on the clock. Over Jokic and scores it.
This gets knocked away, and it's taken by Pat Beverly. Beverly quickly into the front court. Little trail pass now. That's a good dish by George. And the scoring is Kevin Geller.
George got 22. George has 27. LeBron with 22 points. That's a 3. Good! Wow, what a shot. Paul George has really got the stroke. He's got
to take contested shots.
10-2 Mavericks out in front. Clippers just 1 for 6. George cradles the ball down the lane with his back to the basket and lays it in. Paul George with both buckets for the Clippers.
The 3 ball by Conley. The inside shot by Gobert. Kawhi. Paul George. The 3. Good.
We got a taste of it in the bubble, and he hasn't stopped.
Joe gets tossed down. No call. 3. Again. Paul George.
Clippers opportunity to get one more bucket here to close out the first. George on a catch and shoot, lets it go and knocks it down. George with a game high 36, rising up with a deep 3 over Ayton. Got it. On the kick, corner 3 from Batum. Yes. All timely.
And all of them have been wide open.
They need to free him from the blitz and need to rebound a little better. But overall, guys, Steve Kerr told me that he's actually looked very pleased with how they've been playing, Mark.
AU basketball with Donovan Mitchell. I'll start with the Utah Jazz. George from deep. Butter. Nothing but net.
Chicago shooting 53%. Clippers at 42%. And now Kawhi for the trade. Got it. And the Clippers creep to within 1. Lob to Leonard from George coming out of the timeout. And it is all systems go now. Kawhi with 31.
One of his 9 assists right here. Off the dribble, one hand. You had 2.
George with the lob and the flush by Zubats.
That's what we talked about in the open. Paul George and Kawhi Leonard making plays.
George in the corner being defended by Thornwell. Will throw it to George with 2. George with 1. Lets it fly. Good at the gun. Paul George with a phenomenal second quarter. 13 of his 18 points coming that period.
Quite simple. Get the ball into the playmaker's hands.
His buddy. Man. Paul George ready for takeoff. PG 13. As Luke Walton calls another timeout.
First from that second unit. He's going to be the anchor when it's all said and done. George. Oh, my! Look out below! Oh, you've got to get up to throw down Paul George and the Clippers out in front 11-10. Well, George getting into the act.
You kind of like that one, didn't you? Starts with the split, finishes by throwing it.
You're very happy to have him back. Paul George, saloon doors, a pair of defenders, and throws it down with a couple of hands.
Rated PG
but it was worth all two of these. Paul George to the rim with authority.
At him, he never hesitated with the defender basically in his face.
What a move by Paul George for the second bucket for the Clippers.
You see Paul George turn down the screen. They were forcing up shots, and there's a little pick of the pocket right there, and the ability to finish over the top. Paul George
looking very impressive here in this first half.
Big scoring quarter for OKC, getting back in
the three, then drives by his defender. Great ball movement again. George with the full intention. Hands to Lou, and he lays it in.
Paul George cut off by Ennis. Almost had the steal. George with the throwdown.
Good screen by Batum. Paul George gets downhill and covers a lot of ground from takeoff to touchdown. Timeout Cavaliers.
The Clippers responded well, and Paul George taking.
George directs traffic. 2 seconds left. Contested three. Whoa. And that kind of night for Paul George. Okoro was right out there with him. George.
Review for score, no score at the end of the period here. Ruling successful three.
But it's going to count. The Clippers are on top by 14. This last night as well, trailing by as many as 17 to the Lakers. George. Can he get the three back? He can. 25 first half points for Paul George.
I mean, can you dig it? Paul George, baseline, reversing it up and in.
George sizing up Tice. Paul George, the step back. Oh, that was nice. Over Tice. 16 seconds left. Taking a lot of time. Jackson swing it. Open look. Paul George drains the three.
Doncic came into this game 5 of his last 20 from distance. Richardson for 3. Oh, what a feed from George and a flush from Kawhi running the fly pattern.
Always good to get started early, Brian. Get an easy bucket. See the ball go in, get a layup.
Advantage Mavs by 3. Nice handles by Paul George. Got past.
Up top to a wide open Paul George for 3. Book it. Great patient possession for the Clippers to open things up.
I love that because
rare moments that I get to chime in. George to the cup. Oh, we have liftoff here in downtown Los Angeles.
Paul George in the attack mode finishes it.
30 that didn't go through. Hayward for 3. Misses badly, and George with a leaping rebound. Lob to Leonard! Oh my!
You'll see the hand go up in the air, and
Vassell and Šamanić getting ready to come into the game for the Spurs. Paul George and and 1.
Powell deflected back to Patterson. The Clippers have plenty of time. Batum into Patterson, followed by Paul George. Has his 3rd rebound and leads the Stampede the other way. George comes back and flings a 3. 6 triples for Paul George, and the Clippers lead 110-90.
Kind of like we saw in Houston, the same thing is that you play hard, you always give yourself a chance to win. And speaking of playing hard, it could have been close to an offensive foul that time by Paul George.
George gets his defender in his pocket, plays catch with Reggie. The C's part, look out below, wheels up for Paul George. Last few games, Batum has been very quick with the trigger, regardless of the shot clock. When he catches, he's making a quick decision. Paul George. Oh my goodness! How nasty!
So you're talking about rookie initiation? Well, this is the rookie initiation of Paul George on Isaiah Stewart. My goodness.
Looks like they're trying to get to Morris, but Paul George will look to try to close out this half. Oh! Beautiful pass inside and great finish. And always had tough matchups against Virginia and Cornell Parker.
Paul George on a rack attack.
Wow.
Offensive exhibition tonight, 32.
In regards to Defensive Player of the Year.
Clippers are going to go small against Embiid after the 2 fouls from Zoo. George double clutcher, lay it in, count it in a foul, and send him to the line for the old-fashioned 3-point play.
It's open here. Okay, empty corner. Danny Green goes away from the screen, and this time Mike Scott a little late.
Batum against Embiid.
Can't catch that.
Apparently it may have hit the rim. At least that's the thought. Play continues. George getting a layup. He's got 37.
Playoff Rondo, we know the effect he's had. PG-13. Oh, that is nasty.
Carmelo, future Hall of Famer, but Paul George in the spin cycle.
Fence tonight. Upstairs, Paul George. Major elevation. Over man. Rims out. And George has got the rebound. Up ahead, the fly pattern. Terrence Mann off the mark. Here come the Clippers the other way. George pedal to the metal. Tied up. Finishes with a left hand.
Marcus Cousins in that category, although it was a very short-lived Rockets experience. Nice pass back. Paul George. So Paul George with 17 points. He's also got 5 rebounds, and he's got another 3.
That was a 2-for-1 shot.
Pass inside to George, and he's strong enough to get it to go, and he gets a free throw.
Reminds just how good Devin is and how clutch he is. You see the Clippers' face after he did that, said all we needed to know.
George, tough drive, gets the reverse inside. George off the screen, trying to turn the corner, jammed up inside, still gets the reverse and the foul.
Basically trying to guard a guy and a half. Look at that. I mean, not many guys can do that.
4 lead for Toronto. The bounce inside, it's broken up. Morris got in there, but he's grabbing his hand. George turns on the Jets, slams it down with a big finish.
And then the very next possession, same thing. Great hesitation, change of pace.
That is the latest on Anthony Davis. Again, we have no reporter there, and we are not there. And so we are a little bit limited. And George, with a burst, finds 2 the hard way.
You see the quick double team of Kawhi Leonard when they saw that Doncic had him by himself.
Oh, and Paul George flushes it in, counted and a foul.
You see what happens here as Porzingis loses his foot.
That is the case. Clippers looking to saw it into single digits here.
George with the flush.
114-106. Paul George with 20. Behind the back dribble into the paint. George scores.
That's nice. Paul George.
Missed that one. Jackson gave it up in transition. Bullet pass inside. Paul George, great find, and Leonard a dribble to gather himself, and he stuffs.
Played well, 13 points, 7 rebounds. It's a 10-2 Clipper run, making it now approaching 6 to play. Oh, it's Grizzly in there with a good move. He's got 5 rebounds. He'll come the other way. 40% shooting for the Clippers inside, forcing it. Oh, he got it to go!
Tomb for his first. Wasn't Kawhi. Kleba blocks. Paul George tried to save it in. Leonard got a hand on it, and he picks it up.
Wow, what a play by George.
A foot for an extra step. Paul George got Finney-Smith up in the air, makes a bounce pass to Kawhi Leonard for a short baseline jumper.
Right, they're going right back to where they scored the first bucket of this quarter. Just a little elbow isolation.
George kicks it out. Kennard wide open. Got the 3. Paul George, nice feed inside to Batum. Beautiful pass from George. He's got 7 assists.
It's in, forced to give it up. Kennard from the corner, it doesn't go. Rebound kept alive by Rondo. George, 1 dribble and a J. Yes, sir! A 3 with 37 seconds to go. This is a 1-possession game.
Cross court to Morris. 1 more to George, and he slams it home. Clippers leading by 10. George for 3. Got it! Paul George having himself a night so far with 17.
But Paul George has caught his rhythm. You've given him confidence. He has not shot it efficiently until tonight. He's feeling. He said, if my basketball instincts tell me to take lots of threes, I'm going to do it.
Oh, that jumper is splashy, wet. Paul George posing for the cameras. These games, go to NBA.com or visit the NBA app.
Boy, Ben Simmons was brilliant in the fourth period. Nice play by Paul George. Starting to come easy.
Good friends off the court as well. George with a crossover. Inside, off glass! Over the top of Gobert.
So he's looking like the self-proclaimed playoff P. Look at him pursue.
Grazes the rim. The rebound to George. Leonard on the floor for LA. George, big finish and the foul. Leonard, pump fake, kick. Shot clock winding down. George takes it hard to the hole. PG-13.
Going against what had been so successful for him here, Paul George.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Rebecca. Royce O'Neal, 3 to get Utah into the scoring column. PG-13 with a bomb. Sizing up O'Neal. The drive inside for 2 and a foul.
Was spaced, and they had Gobert outside the paint. Therefore, he can't get over in time to help on the contest.
Up by 4 with possession. Isolation for George. George is fouled, and he's got it.
Wow.
Royce O'Neal put the hand out there, and the harm.
And all the rhetoric and the conversation and the...
George guarded by Clarkson, rises up high, arcing shot is good. 23 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists for Paul George. Paul George with an answer. George throws it inside, and Zubac with the finish.
Bridges coming off the down screen of base.
Just his second field goal. George looks to answer. That's good. Paul George drills his first three-pointer of the night.
And they took Ayton off the floor to downsize along with the Clippers. There'll be no shot blocking at the rim.
George jumper. Got it. Paul George drills another. Phoenix has a foul to give. George drives, goes inside for the slam with 2.9 remaining.
Defensively, mistake made by Ayton, hugging Zubac at the three-point line. Paul George turns the corner, punishes the smaller defenders protecting the rim.
Paul George gets it off in time. Oh, he banks it in! It's good! Paul George at the buzzer! 1.1 on the inbound from half court.
Clearly gets it off, too.
No doubt about it. Shot clock at 7.
I hear that. I'm sick of you, Mike.
George drives and finishes. Paul George with his second field goal. Clippers up by 8, final minute, third quarter. George three-pointer. Puts it in. Paul George. George against Mikal Bridges. Brings it back out. George over Bridges. Another. Paul George.
It's kind of reading their team in the moments in the game.
Here's Kawhi for 3. And Paul George 0 for 4 from the floor, gets through the lane.
19 in that first half in 20 minutes of play. Paul George rises on a contested shot, and that has to feel good. He did not look good in the first half. Makes his first bucket here in this.
Paul George for 2.
Leonard spins. They work it around to Batum. George gets past Porzingis into the.
I think the pressure for Luka is just more about growth. He's in his second year. He's already one of the top 5 players in this league. If you ask me, did you see Paul George?
Paul George picking up his 3rd personal. 1-point Dallas lead. Here's George for 3. Splash! Paul George really stepping up here in the second half.
For the length of defenders.
Here's Paul George, had a really solid second half, right on cue, swishing that one home. 21 points for Paul George.
Away junior, but great decision by Luka. Once you've got that double team, you've done
just a couple threes in a game.
Porzingis 20 points, 9 rebounds, and shoots 37% from above the arc. Paul George barging his way down the lane. And
he knew that Zoo would come at him hard. They probably feel he'll be up higher tonight. Paul George, again, with the finish at the rim.
Shifty move by Paul George.
Because he pump fakes to get you off his feet. He gets to the foul line. That time, Paul George stayed down. Did a nice shot.
George in attack mode finds Kawhi, the corner 3. George lobs it to Serge, makes the grab and lead. Lob to George, and he lays it in.
Paul George finishes with.
Luka, by the way, 7 of 10 from the field. George, a mid-range.
Second shot opportunity. Sometimes the ball just winds up dropping into somebody's hands that you don't want having it.
Deflected, intercepted, ahead to George, behind the defense with the flush.
Now, but still, Luka's got 26. And going after another triple-double, Paul George. Leonard's got 34, but Luka's got 35. Hardaway Jr. 25. And Paul George on the elbow fills it up. And this guy needs to fill it up, and he does. Paul George with a triple. 55% from 3. They got 7 more makes from beyond the arc. It was 6 more for them in game 1. It'll be Paul George.
Down, plays back over to George. Kawhi for 3. It's
Paul George comes over, takes it away.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what it's about.
Terrence Mann, the lob.
Lost their last 2 games on purpose to try to get the Dallas Mavericks. Nice drive by Paul George.
Laser-like shooting, their lead is 3. Oh, and Paul George delivers again. He is 9 of 11 from the field. On the lane. Puts on the brakes, tough shot. Oh, some way, somehow, he gets it to 17 from distance in the first 2 games. Paul George lays it in. Late in the clock for Paul George. Accelerates down the lane. Oh, bouncing into defenders and lays it in. He got to the rim 14 times in game 2. Something that lacked the first few minutes. George gets deep into the paint, puts it deep into the well. Here we George for 3. It's good. With the rebound, Clippers down by 4. George again in attack mode. Rises and knocks it down. Paul George is 5 for 7. More state than it was to start. George for 3. Start this one. George finds a seam. Barging his way to the rim and lays. Spots up, plays back to George. Into Leonard, goes to the cup and
drive the ball to the basket. Off the for the finish.
George a step away.
Passing lanes farther apart.
A deflection and a save, and here
in the basket there's a step up, and then Luka undecided. Should I shoot it?
Everyone's fingerprints on the ball this trip down, and Paul George knocks down the 3.
5, 6, and a 3.
Leonard going against Doncic, who does well to hold his ground. George in the paint where he's done most of his damage in. And now George back the other way, displays the handle, rises for 3, and knocks. George gets his defender in his back pocket, waltzes to the cup, and lays it in. Thought for a moment we'd see an end.
Well, George here, watch, he keeps the guy on his side, throws a little shoulder into him, gets hit, no call, but converts.
Has been off the charts incredible in this first half. George feeling good, knocks it down, and the Clippers are running on all cylinders. They lead by 13 under 9 to play in the half.
Obviously affecting Brunson, and then Paul George seems to have his stroke back.
George's lead of the game. Paul George, a step away 3. It's good, and 8. Nice feed inside to George, high off the window, and
Kawhi sees PG with the conversion. And you see PG using that big screen by Zubac and finishing it up with that left hand. And he's taking a lot of contact as he goes through those blue jerseys. It's constant.
George left alone, unattended on the.
I'm not sure you want to give Paul George that. Watch this defense take place. Paul George with the block on Kleber right at.
Hardaway guarded 3.
Now he's got him on an island. He'll take and make the 3. Can't buy one. Zubac's offensive rebound. George keeps on firing, and it finally goes down. George using the screen. The pull-up jump goes down for Paul George to give it up. Kennard from the corner. It doesn't go. Rebound kept alive by Rondo. George, one dribble and a J. Yes, sir!
Yeah, I mean that is the highest compliment. There's an edge to that group.
Everybody walking around with a puffy chest. Neal right up into Paul George. Great defense. George makes tough shot. Steps through over to Leonard for 3. And Kawhi knocks that
shot from Joe Ingles.
Ends a 9-0 run. Paul George Lost his balance. Got it. Paul George out top off the Batum screen. Gobert switches onto him. PG draws it with a little over a minute to go. George with in and out dribble. Puts it up. Whistle counted. PG. Cross court to Morris. One more to George, and he slams it home. Royce O'Neal on defense. George steps back and drills it. And Paul George cuts that he ever had to make. And then was subsequently claimed by the Jazz and made himself
guarding him.
Paul George has Favors switch on to him, and George. Clippers leading by 10. George for three. Got it!
He said, if my basketball instincts tell me to take lots of threes, I'm going to do it.
Went undrafted out of Baylor and played overseas in 3 different countries. Paul George. George stops behind the three-point line and knocks down another one.
To the outside, controlled by George. To the corner. Leonard launches. It's a three.
Defensively.
Clippers blew the game wide open in the fourth quarter. George.
They have not defended well on this court thus far.
Paul George got him.
The fact that they got a defensive stop and an attack in transition creates a good look in Paul George.
The rim, the rebound to George. Leonard on the floor for LA. George, big finish and the foul.
Not a lot of mental lapses, understanding what's available to them against this Jazz team. Gobert is not out there. We talked about it. They go three-point mode.
Pump fake, kick. Shot clock winding down. George takes it hard to the hole. Morris gives it up. George counting for three.
Quinn Snyder and his staff recognizing we've got to play earlier in the shot clock.
Paul George. This was a celebration early. Paul George got a three. 24-9 extended run. George weaving through. Bank shot goes for PG-13.
All night long.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Rebecca. Royce O'Neal, three to get Utah into the scoring column. PG-13 with a bomb for three. Clippers spread here. George, the handles. The fadeaway. Bogdanovich comes up short. George crosses, forces his way in for two.
Next level defender that the Clippers don't have. Should be more opportunities to attack.
Splitting defenders for the Jazz. They lead at 51-44. George trying to take it at Gobert. Fadeaway. Oh, that is silky smooth. Eight times. Out of the timeout. George sizing up O'Neal. The drive inside for two and a foul. The strength of Paul George.
Spaced, and they had Gobert outside the paint. Therefore, he can't get over in time to help on the contest.
This season. George, fade, money.
This game offensively.
After the Mitchell miss, George, season opening, finishes with the offhand. George, once again, Bogdanovich. Step back three, splash for Paul George. He is feeling it tonight. Clippers up by 4 with possession. Isolation for George. George is fouled, and he's got it.
And all the rhetoric and the conversation and the slights of Paul George, because of last year, this guy has stepped up in a big way.
Conley, stolen by George. George on the drive, gets inside, muscles his way in.
Jordan says it's Ty who taught him all the routines he needed, how things are different in the playoffs.
Bad pass and stolen by Gobert, who turns it right back over. And Paul George, an easy bucket. Paul George, a three-pointer. That's good. George guarded by Clarkson, rises up high, arcing shot is good. George with Mitchell on him. Gobert lurking, step back, two-pointer, it's good.
And the chance of beat LA started when the Clippers came out for their opening warm-ups. Paul George gets inside on the finish.
Clippers are doing and have done. He's more active, more athletic, more nimble. A second shot and then a tip out already.
Paul George drills the jumper. While the Clippers on that quick turnaround after an emotional and tough series against Utah from Friday night to Sunday afternoon as Paul George drills that one. Booker to Crowder. Good ball movement here. Ball thrown away by Moore. A lot of contact there. 4 on the 24. Paul George from long distance.
Oh, he's a big-time talent. I mean, that's not breaking news.
So he wasn't telling me the truth, is what you're saying.
No, we can't. You can't tell the truth as a coach.
Ball pumped away by George, picked up by Rondo. It's crashing to the floor, but Jackson, impressive. Bridges, George got a piece of it, blocked the shot. Here comes
Apply to the defenseman.
Batum and George play catch. George sets and fires. Paul George from downtown. 17 first half points for Paul George. This is the largest lead by either team. Terrence Mann connects.
Devin Booker, the legendary. Put a tattoo of it on his body, and he is marching towards those orders.
George trying to draw some contact. Tough shot, knocks it down. Phoenix is shooting 63% for the game. Paul George starting to feel it. Nails another three. That's his 4th three-pointer. Zubac sets the screen. George wide open, drills another three. 25 points for Paul George.
He's got a post game.
Post game, mid-range game. Excellent free throw shooter. Reggie Jackson answers with another three. Game 2 on ESPN Tuesday night, 9 Eastern time. George to Zubac. Zubac flips it up and in. Paul George with an answer. He's the first Sun to score in a while besides Booker, who had 16 consecutive points for his team. George, step back, three-pointer. Oh, Paul George does it again, and we're tied at 93. Suns, by the way, only 3 of their 16 field goal attempts are from 3. Paul George this time gets down low. George stops. This time connects. Bot's tip misses, gets the rebound, and gives him a new possession. George to Jackson. Jackson fake, sidestep three. It's good.
Price.
7 to shoot. George back up top to Mann. Fakes a pass, fires a three, and it's good. Dario Saric with 7 points, couple of assists, and 6 minutes off the bench. A huge impact as Paul George gets inside. His 3, despite the fact that Devin Booker has 2 for 9 from the field and 5 turnovers. 2 of those 2 offensive fouls. George drives in hard. Layup is good. Beverly got the start, as did Zubac, as Tyronn Lue, if you're just joining us, changed up the starting lineup from game 1. Paul George creates some space and knocks it down. Side out, I think that's the right cover now. George throws it inside, and Zubac with the finish.
If he's on the floor, is versatile enough to defend multiple actions.
George to Morris. Morris likes that corner and nails the three-pointer. Rondo back in for Beverly. George on the drive, gets inside, layup is good. Paul George now with 14. Rondo, Kennard. Moore is on George. A little fake, drops it. Paul George now with 16. Booker now defending George. It's right up into him. George drives, kicks it out. Beverly fakes, fires. Patrick Beverly with a three-pointer.
Coming out of the timeout, an adjustment, high screen and roll. Bridges coming off the down screen of base.
Just his second field goal. George looks to answer. That's good. Paul George drills his first three-pointer of the night. 22 points, 14 rebounds. 14 on the shot clock. George, Zubac, dribbles. His little jump hook is good. Shot clock at 6. Payne gets inside. Layup blocked by Zubac. George comes the other way. Here comes Paul George. Gets inside. Layup. He banks it home. And the Clippers take the lead. Timeout, Phoenix.
And they took Ayton off the floor to downsize along with the Clippers. There'll be no shot blocking at the rim.
George, jumper. Got it. Paul George drills another. Back-to-back huge buckets.
Just look at the havoc that Beverly, put forth. Rebounding, defending, knocking down shots.
Paul George knocks down the shot. Wanted his teammate Chris Paul to be back. Payne had 29 points in game 2. George turns, shoots, and scores. Payne on the drive, high off the glass, too strong. Paul George the rebound. Terrence Mann slips by and lays it up and in.
Clippers only shoot 33% and 3 for 16 from 3.
And they're still with the lead as Paul George gets that one to fall. 3 minutes remaining. Second period. Zubac on the slam. George drives into traffic, pulls up, shot's good. And the Clippers regain the lead. Back-to-back buckets for Paul George. Phoenix has a foul to give. George drives, goes inside for the slam with 2.9 remaining.
Defensively, mistake made by Ayton, hugging Zubac at the three-point line. Paul George turns the corner, punishes the smaller defenders, protecting the rim for the Phoenix Suns.
To go with how he started in this series, in the first 2 games, 22 of 29. That shot's good from Paul George. Boy, the Clippers love to see him get hot. That's 6 turnovers now for Phoenix. Jackson, the runner along the baseline is good. Flex it up and in. 11 points for Reggie Jackson.
High level defending an elite offensive weapon.
He did it in game 2 as well. Paul George drives inside, up and under, banks it home. Cam Johnson comes in for Phoenix.
I tried to. It was like one of your patented back downs where you were met at the wall.
Zubac, with authority. His watch right now, 4 fouls.
And without Payne, will he be the backup point guard to Paul?
Paul George nails the three-pointer. About a second difference, shot clock and game clock. Kennard for 3. It's good. Luke Kennard, long distance. Paul George gets it off in time. Oh, he banks it in. It's good. Paul George at the buzzer. .1 on the inbound from half court.
Clearly gets it off, too.
No doubt about it. We head to the 4th quarter. Clippers up by 11. Zubac's calling for it. He's got Booker on him. Jackson, a three-pointer. It's good. Reggie Jackson from downtown. And the lead back up to 11. Booker on George. Picks it back out. Jackson, three-pointer, puts it in. Reggie Jackson, a rainbow, and the lead back up to 13. Got 10 points here in the 4th quarter. Paul turns it over. Terrence Mann, Beverly for 3. Bang!
Make the great pass to Cam Johnson. That time he got the mid-range jumper.
This is the largest lead of the series by either team so far through the first 3+ games. As George knocks it down. Starting to get sick of each other. Shot clock at 7.
I hear that. I'm sick of you, Mike.
George drives and finishes. Paul George with his 2nd field goal. Morris doing a good job denying DeAndre Ayton. Bad pass from Booker. Beverly ahead to George. George sidestep, gets inside, and a hard foul. George gets up and bumps into Booker, and then a little forearm shove. You can see this happening as the 1st quarter evolved.
And a technical foul on Paul George.
Gave that little shove.
Monty Williams always talks about poise. That's not even a hard foul. That's just a contested layup. Booker doesn't retaliate, and he gets a 3-point.
6% from the field. They have not scored now in 6 minutes. George struggling with his dribble. Fires away and knocks that. That figures that that's the one that goes in.
Basketball back.
And I wonder if in the second half, Rondo, who has not played here in the first half, gets a look to try to give them some more energy.
Not use it as an excuse for a poor shooting game.
Did you ever play with a mask?
No, I never went in the paint.
Again, Booker, as Jeff mentioned, with those 3 fouls. Beverly in the corner. Beverly on the drive, gets inside, banks it home.
And this was the unit in the third quarter the other night that played well.
George inside, Zubac gathers and finishes. Now 5 of 14 from the field. That's his first shot without the mask. George looking to draw a foul, drills it. And this building has come alive. The lead is cut to 6. Kawhi Leonard going crazy. Jackson launches a 3. That's good. Reggie Jackson from downtown. Booker guarding George. Paul George now with 18 points. Paul George and Marcus Morris. Craig seeing his first minutes of the night defensively here for Phoenix. George throws it inside. Man, lays it up and in. Patrick Beverly, who loves and embraces his role as a villain on the road. Reggie Jackson knocks down the opening on go. Well, Paul and Booker, who have struggled shooting the past couple of games, this is their first shots. Beverly drives and finishes. Tough shot for Beverly.
Pounded my head like they did.
Richards gets inside, pass deflected, another steal. Man to George. George to finish. Shots good and one.
Arena until you get on the court, and the Clippers are being about it right now. The way they are attacking, the way they're playing with pace, defending, scoring in transition. This is an outstanding start for the Clips.
Great defense
to the cross screen and give him a post-up touch. He's gotten quality looks on the post-up against Sarge.
George having a tough time handling Cousins' size. And DeMarcus Cousins trusts in his ability to shoot. And he says he's a terrific defender as well. Cousins once again. DeMarcus Cousins 10 points already. Cameron Payne blocked by Beverly. Kennard outlet to George. Nader in pursuit. A bump. Boy, it looked like George may have bumped and pushed off Nader. He's upset no call was made. On the bench right now. George off the dribble, drives, gets inside. Nice left-handed flip off the glass. And to Morris.
Terrence Mann plays with great tenacity.
Paul George at Bridges. Knocks it down. George now with 9 points. The lead for the Clippers back up to 6.
Mike, can you imagine Jeff staying at your house for 7 weeks, though?
I think it'd be quite pleasant. Paul George gets inside and banks it home.
Enough pace. Are you pushing as hard now as you did to start the game? I think right now the answer is no.
George squeezes inside, gets it off the glass. That's a gorgeous move from Paul George. Count it and the foul. The Suns thought he traveled.
It was an awkward ending, but when he picked it up, well, he did land back with that left foot, so I don't know, but it's a terrific finish by Paul George.
What do you mean you don't know? Come back to me.
Paul George makes his move behind the back, pulls up jumper. It's good. Paul George now at 18. Does not get the roll.
And those were cash in the first 4 games.
George on the pull-up, nails a 3. Paul George answers. Booker, one of the premier free throw shooters in the game, 93% in the series. George connects again. Paul George from downtown. George to Beverly. Beverly's going to try a three-pointer. Patrick Beverly from downtown.
How will they defend it, and whose responsibility will it be?
And they have such size on the floor. Torrey Craig, who didn't play last game, playing tonight as...
It's a good question. Clippers up by 8, final minute, third quarter. George, three-pointer, puts it in! Paul George exploding here in the third period. These 2 games he's played is 7 of 14 here tonight. George drives past Craig, goes inside, lays it up and in. And Tip misses as well, and George the rebound. George drives, stops, leans in, bank shot is good. Beverly back into the hands of George. Jackson long three, puts it in! Reggie Jackson.
Significance of that hit.
And to Rachel George against Mikal Bridges, brings it back out. George over Bridges, another! Paul George, and this is the largest lead of the night. Chris Paul, well defended again by Beverly. He has just been spectacular defensively. George the drive and the finish. George drives on Booker. His shot bounces around. Nice soft touch. George against Booker. Spins. Nice feed inside. Nick Batum, who just entered the game, banks it home. Out Terrence Mann. Good look. That won't go. Batum keeps it alive and a new 14 on the shot clock. This time George inside. Banks it home.
Let's go for the knockout punch right now, offensively and defensively.
There's 2 other teams that tried to do that here in these playoffs and were unsuccessful as Paul George knocks it in. 5 on the 24. Now Paul's on him. George looks, drives, double team, kicks it out Morris. Morris for 3. That's good as the shot clock expires.
And that play is made because of the pace in which Devin Booker comes off of that screen. You can't catch up and get back into the picture.
Paul George, pull-up jumper, got it.
And Chris Paul is rolling right now.
Still 5.5 remaining. Paul George, jump shot is good.